Chapter the 25th of The Manchester Man by Mrs. G. Linnaeus Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Retrospective. The collarbone was broken, there was no mistake about that, but Jabez, mindful of Mrs. Ashton's protracted anxiety, lingered no longer where he would fain have remained than to see the surgeon prepare, under Dr. Hull's supervision, to reduce the fracture, a delicate process, since to the collarbone no splints can be applied. Augusta's affection for her mother overcame her pain.
"You'll be careful how you tell Mamma, Jabez, I know. Do not frighten her more than you can help. She'll be so terribly distressed," faintly murmured she, as he again departed. With all his haste and care, so much time had been spent. Mrs. Ashton's fears had already conjured up all manner of evils, all, of course, wide of the mark. That something was wrong she felt assured, and he found her dressing to follow her dilatory messengers. The stoppage of the coach and his evident agitation were confirmatory, but the absolute facts roused as much indignation as grief. Yet Mrs. Ashton never forgot herself, and though the waiting coach bore her to Bradshaw Street to add her maternal reproaches to the wrathful utterances of the rough rebukes of Dr. Hull, and the prickings of Madame Broadbent's own conscience, the natural dignity of her manner more overawed and impressed the resentful schoolmistress than all which had gone before. She was as profuse in apologies as in extenuating pleas, but she was not prepared to combat Mrs. Ashton's proverbial argumentation. "Facts are stubborn things, madam, and she who cannot govern herself is not fit to govern others."
Neither coach-making nor road-making had reached the acme of perfection, and Augusta's removal home without the displacement of the bone had to be considered. A sedan chair, one of the last in town, was still kept for invalid use behind the infirmary. Jabez was aware of this, and before Dr. Hull could make the suggestion, he had proposed to go for it, and was back with the black brass-nailed sedan long before the doctors thought their patient fit to be removed. As the unfamiliar vehicle waited at the academy door, it attracted the notice not only of neighbours and returning schoolgirls, but of passers-by, until Madame Broadbent was in a fever. The reputation of her school was at stake, and she felt that every extra moment that hand-carriage and wheel-carriage remained standing there, the bruit of the lamentable occurrence was spreading farther afield. There had been no cessation of afternoon school duties, albeit the teachers alone presided, and discipline was somewhat relaxed. But when patient, doctors, friends, and vehicles had gone their way, and the school was soon after dismissed, the harassed, agitated, and prescient disciplinarian surrendered herself to alternate fits of hysteria, passion, lamentation, and overweening assumption. That first outburst over, the self-important dame stood on her right to maintain discipline, even when confronted by Mr. Ashton, no longer the easy-going, pleasant parent of a paying pupil, but the angry father of an injured only child, who had posted from Whaley Bridge on the first intelligence of the mischance, leaving his business incomplete. Not alone to the inmates of the house in Mosley Street was Augusta Ashton precious. Notwithstanding her sometime waywardness, the result of her father's overindulgence, she had endeared herself by her affectionate heart and winsome ways to a wide circle of friends. Even Joshua Brooks was less grim with Augusta, so no wonder Jabez was secretly devoted to her heart and soul. Great and general was the sympathy expressed on the occasion. Mrs. Chadwick and Ellen were with Mrs. Ashton before the afternoon was out, and at Augusta's eager desire her cousin remained behind, not only for companionship, but as chief nurse, an office for which Ellen had that peculiar fitness observable in some women, coupled with the deftness and experience gained in long attendance on her father. And now, leaving Augusta in the hands of love and skill, with all that affection and wealth can lavish upon her in furtherance of recovery, let us step backwards to the previous September, when Peterloo was fresh, and Jabez yet wore his left arm in a sling. Whaley Bridge has been mentioned more than once, for in that village, near the high road from Manchester to Buxton, Mr. Ashton possessed a watermill on the picturesque banks of the River Goyt, which there divided the counties of Cheshire and Derbyshire. It had been established in the previous century, together with another in the contiguous Vale of Taxal, by a speculative ancestor of Mrs. Ashton, whose old hall was in the locality. The two places had been chiefly colonised by his workpeople, many of whom had been pauper apprentices from Manchester and Warrington. Besides the mill, Mr. Ashton owned the White Hart Inn close to the bridge, where the Buxton coaches stopped, and Carr Cottage, a long, low, rough-cast building, nestling under the shadow of a fine old farmhouse, which crowned the elevated ridge of Yeardsley-cum-Whaley, lang syne the Gothic stone hall of the warlike Yeardsleys. From this farmhouse Carr Cottage was separated by a retired walk at the back, which, itself a wilderness of nettles, gave access to the cellarage and a clear well, led the adventurer away up the hill between the cottage grounds and the farmer's tall high-banked hedges, which almost overtopped the cottage roof. And on the left of the cottage, as viewed from the high road, spread the granaries, stabling, and farmyard, enclosed by remains of the ancient wall, and entered by a step or two through an ancient Gothic doorway, over which ivy and honeysuckle clambered in luxurious rivalry. The cottage, which on each floor contained 4 capacious rooms in its length, was on the ground divided in the middle by a respectable lobby, the house-place and kitchen lying on the left, the parlours to the right as you entered. There were 2 staircases, one at each end of the building, the one running upwards in the kitchen itself, the other from a small enclosed space at the back of a parlour, containing also a china closet door, and lit by a low window close to the foot of the staircase, whence it was possible to step out into the garden unseen by anyone in the house. Otherwise, both chambers and parlours had doors of communication from end to end of the building, the 2 middle chambers being only accessible through the others. The lower windows in the front, at least those of the large parlours, were brought very close to the ground, and overlooked a charming landscape, descending, at first suddenly, from the widespread flower garden, with its one great sycamore to the right of the cottage for shade, then with a gradual slope to a bean-field below, to a meadow crossed by a narrow rill. Then, after a wider stretch of grass, the alder and hazel fringe of a trout stream, skirting the high road, on the far side of which tall poplars waved, and in autumn shed their leaves in the wider waters of the Goyt, fresh from the bridge, where the road bends. Rivulets, road and river ran parallel, and from the road a broad wooden gate gave access, over a bridge across the trout stream, to a wide steep avenue between trim hedges, rising to the level of the cottage, in itself as delightful a retreat as any wearied denizen of town could desire. To Mr. Ashton it was necessary as an adjunct to his factory, an occasional home for his family in the summer, a lodge for himself when a visit of inspection was desirable. Hearing that the general discontent was spreading amongst his own workpeople at Whaley Bridge, Mr. Ashton, without waiting for the stage-coach, put himself into a long-skirted drab overcoat with high collar and small double cape, ordered reluctant James to find another for Clegg, and having stowed away a carpet-bag and a case of pistols, lest they should be molested on the road, he mounted his high gig with Jabez by his side, and set off to take the bull by the horns, as Mrs. Ashton had advised. Away they drove through the mild September air, up London Road, where houses had been growing in the years since we scanned it last, and past Ardwick Green Pond, where a dashing young buck, booted and spurred, lounged at the door of the quaint George and Dragon, and followed them curiously with his eyes, yet not so swiftly but Jabez had time to recognise with accelerated pulse his former assailant Lawrence. Longsight, Burnage, Fallowfield left behind, Stockport Bridge gained, they went walking by their horse's head up the steep hill between frowning houses to the pack horse in the market-place, where the beast was baited, and the travellers dined at the same table, Jabez not for one moment forgetting the social distance between his master and himself. Again seated, they quickly left the smoke-begrimed higgledy-piggledy mass of brick and mortar called Stockport behind, and were away on country roads, where yellow leaves were blown into their faces, where brown-faced, white-headed cottage children were stripping blackberries from the wayside brambles, or ripe nuts from the luxuriant hazels, which have since changed the very name of the Bullock smithy, through which they drove at a gallop to Hazel Grove. It was a glorious treat for Jabez, was that drive, and Mr. Ashton, conversing with him as they went, was surprised to discover his love of nature and his knowledge of her secrets. This induced reminiscences of the early years of Jabez when Simon took him pick-a-back into the fields on Sundays, and Mr. Ashton led him on to dilate on his childhood among his first friends, until he had a closer insight into the young man's heart than in all the years he had served them. But the object of the journey had not been forgotten, and at Disley, hearing Mr. Ashton remark that they were but 3 miles from Whaley Bridge, Jabez ventured to suggest, "Do you not think, sir, as I am unknown in Whaley Bridge, I might make enquiries and ascertain the feeling of the people better if I went on foot, having no apparent connection with you?" "That's a wise thought of yours, young man. Just so. I will put you down at the next milestone. Here's a guinea for your expenses at the White Hart. But country people are inquisitive. What do you propose to be?" "Well, sir, I took the liberty to bring a sketch-book with me. I don't get many such opportunities. I could represent myself as an artist, or I could cram my pockets with plants and roots as I went along, and say I was a botanist in search of specimens." "Stick to the artist, Jabez. Our country botanists would soon floor you on their own ground. They know more of plants than pencils, I'll warrant." And Mr. Ashton, handing the reins to Jabez, took a pinch of snuff on the strength of it. Mr. Ashton, putting up the collar of his top-coat, drove direct to Carr, much to the surprise of his unprepared overlooker and wife who had charge of the cottage. He said nothing of any companion, and Jabez, some 20 minutes later, walked into the bar of the White Hart, dusty and weary, as if with long walking, called for bread and cheese and ale, intimated his intention to remain the night if he could have a bed, talked of the scenery, and led the host to tell of the best points for sketching. Professing fatigue, he kept his seat in the bar parlour the remainder of the day. The sling, not yet wholly discarded, drew attention as he expected it would. The incomers, eyeing him askance, talked politics before him, and finding him less glib than themselves, whispered that he was a refugee from Peterloo, and to show their sympathy with the party to which he was supposed to belong, freely discussed the political aspect of the district before him. He was young, free with his money, and they were not reticent. He found that the overlooker had made himself and his master, through himself, obnoxious to his weavers, and that only prompt measures would prevent an outbreak. The next morning Mr. Ashton put his head into the inn, greeted Mr. Clegg as someone he was surprised to meet in so remote a spot, and invited him to Carr Cottage. Jabez accepted the invitation for the afternoon, saying he could not spare the morning. Under pretence of sketching, he took his way by the Goyt to the neighbourhood of the mill with pencils and sketch-book. Women and children flocked inquisitively round him in their dinner hour, and talked to him. Then he rested in a weaver's cot, and when he found his way to Carr in the afternoon, and sat with Mr. Ashton for privacy under the dropping keys of the sycamore, he had brought with him the key to the prevailing discontent. Mr. Ashton listened, took an enormous quantity of snuff, dropped an occasional "just so," and knowing the sore, set about healing it. He drove back to Manchester, leaving Jabez as his temporary deputy, high honour for so young a man, and the overlooker was required to render up his accounts. A fortnight later, as Jabez was midway up the avenue to Carr in the afternoon, he turned, hearing the blithe bugle of the coming Buxton coach, and watched its dashing progress along the road. To his astonishment it stopped at the gate. He himself reached the spot at a run. His eyes had not played him false. Simon Clegg, in his best clothes, was there on the box seat. Tom Hulme and Bess and little Sim sat close behind him. Mr. Ashton was himself an inside passenger. In the bustle and confusion of alighting and dragging boxes from the boot and from the top, curiosity was kept on the stretch. It was not until the entire party were under the roof of the cottage that Jabez was enlightened. Tom Hulme was the new overlooker, Bess the new caretaker of Carr Cottage, which was henceforth their rural rent-free home, and to Simon, long disqualified by rheumatism for the wet and slush of the tannery, was given the charge of the garden, with a boy under him. And of all the group, old Simon and little Sim were most delighted. Some 8 months before, Sim, then about 2 years old, had slipped on the frosty stones in the old Long Millgate yard, and rolling down its rugged declivity, was supposed to have injured his spine, and he had been too delicate ever since to run about freely. To the child, therefore, whose shoulders seemed unnaturally high, the change from the stifling court was something too exuberant for expression. To Simon Clegg, who, in losing his crony Matt, had felt the old haunts oppressive, the bountiful expanse of nature before him, and the comfortable fragrant home, were matters for deep thankfulness. "My lad," said he to Jabez, when the latter was about to depart with Mr. Ashton, after they were fairly inducted, "our Bess said thou would be a godsend to us, and thou has been. This paradise of posies has all grown out o' thy cradle. God bless thee." "I think, my dear, the experiment will succeed. There is a matronly air of respectability about Mrs. Hulme that will help to uphold her husband's position amongst the workpeople, and I can trust his soldierly discipline for keeping the rebellious in order." Thus said Mr. Ashton to his good lady, sitting by the fireside after supper, the night of his return home. Then, after a little pondering and trifling with his snuff-box, he added, as if reflectively, "It is all very well, my dear, to serve the young man's friends and ourselves at the same time, but I should like to do something for Jabez himself. It is entirely to his clear head and his tact that we owe the preservation of peace at Whaley Bridge. I should like to give him a rise." "My dear William, make no more haste than good speed, and never do things in a hurry," replied his calm proverbial philosopher. "We must not excite the envy of his fellow clerks, or we shall surround him with enemies from the first. In removing his humble friends, you have cleared one barrier to his advancement." Mr. Ashton did not say "just so" for a wonder. He turned his gold box round and round in his fingers, and at length gave utterance to a thought which took Mrs. Ashton by surprise. "If we remove all the young man's old associations, don't you think we ought to provide him with new ones?" "I think, William, we ought to leave well alone. Smooth paths are slippery paths. The young man will be out of his time in 6 months. You can then advance him if you think proper, in the warehouse. But I do not feel disposed to open our drawing-room to him, if that's what you're driving at." And she drew herself up as if her dignity had received a blow. "Well, no, not exactly." And Mr. Ashton, unable to express what he did mean exactly, shuffled and fidgeted till he upset his snuff on the Brussels carpet. End of chapter the 25th. Chapter the 26th of The Manchester Man by Mrs. G. Linnaeus Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the Portico steps. Between that expedition to Whaley Bridge, with its terminal connubial conversation, and the breakage of Augusta Ashton's collarbone, rather more than 6 months intervened. 6 months during which Mr. Clegg, as his good master had anticipated, felt the solitary state of his trim sitting-room somewhat oppressive, the permission to receive his old friends becoming a nullity on their removal. He occupied a position midway between parlour and kitchen, above his old associates of the porringers, the fireside settle, and the sanded stone floor, and beneath the family seated round the tea-urn on cushioned chairs and Brussels carpet. Towards the former he cast few backward looks of regret. He had put his past behind him, but oh, Who shall tell his unuttered longings for the open sesame to that paradise of which he had had one rapturous glimpse, and one only, that paradise where his master's daughter, so high above him, moved like a seraph, and filled the air with harmony? I am afraid that at this time he brooded over his orphanhood, and that unknown father who had disappeared so mysteriously, and strained his soaring thoughts in their flight towards possibilities more than was good for him. He was too much alone for one of his years, and there were times in those long candle-lit winter evenings when books and pencils dropped from his wearied hands, and for lack of a companion he held dreamy converse with the fire. Of course his library was restricted, and there were no institutions in Manchester at that time where young men of his class could meet for mutual improvement, or that mental polish caused by the attrition of mind upon mind. Occasionally, at long intervals, and at first to the utter confusion of James, Captain Travis had inquired for Mr. Clegg, and been shown into the little sitting room with a disregard to caste very creditable to both of them. And now and then Mr. Chadwick and Mr. Ashton would drop in together for half an hour's chat, the gratitude of the former being deeper than the surface. But rarely did a feminine face, save Cicely's, brighten up his solitude, and she, devoted to her young mistress, had always something to say about Augusta, if only what she wore or how she looked, which sent him off into dreamland immediately. Sunday was a very chequered day, when he missed his old friends most. True, he followed the family to church, perhaps carried Augusta's prayer book, exchanged a word of kindly greeting with old Mrs. Clews and Parson Brooks, who was not as hale as he had been, but there was no old Simon to grip his hand, no Bess to give him a motherly smile, and unless the weather was fine enough for a ramble in the fields with Nelson for companion, the rest of the day was very dull indeed. The fan which broke Augusta's collarbone broke down a barrier for Jabez. No personal sacrifice attended the service he rendered. He but went and came as an active messenger, but he went and came with intelligence and promptitude, and exercised for mother and daughter both the care and forethought of a much older man. In the father's absence, the father was not missed. What came under Mrs. Ashton's own eye, Mrs. Ashton could appreciate, and the commendation of Dr. Hull was not without its weight. He had said, "Capital fellow to send for a doctor, that messenger of yours, Mrs. Ashton. A determined, persistent fellow. Would see me and haul me off with only half a dinner, though I protested, and he had already got a surgeon there before me." His thought about the sedan chair which he had accompanied to Mosley Street to ensure care on the part of the chairmen, and had ordered into the very lobby of the house, the cautious manner in which he had lifted Augusta thence and borne her to the ready couch, coupled with his protection of her daughter in the theatre the night before, weighed down the scale already trembling in the balance, and Mrs. Ashton's "Jabez, I am deeply indebted to you," was not mere words. He was her messenger to the Chadwicks, her amanuensis to Mr. Ashton, and when Ellen and her mother arrived somewhere about tea-time, for the second occasion he was invited to join their party, and one, if not two, pair of cheeks burned as the invitation was given. Then, the night Mr. Ashton returned home, to find Augusta as an invalid, he was gratified to see Jabez again at the tea-table, and after that at odd times, until the restraint upon him gradually wore away, and he would read to Augusta and Ellen as the latter sat at work, and do his best to make the time pass pleasantly. Next Mr. Ashton took it into his head to teach him backgammon and cribbage, to help make his own evenings at home more lively, and Mrs. Chadwick, who for some occult reason had resisted her husband's desire to show courtesy to his preserver, could scarcely be less gracious than her grander sister, who owed him so much less. So now the green parlour door in Oldham Street was open to him, and as Jabez refreshed his memory with Hogarth's Prince, he felt that he had made another step up the ladder. Those were halcyon days. While Augusta, too tall to be robust, recovered so slowly, and was so much gratified by his attempts to entertain her. Halcyon days for more than one. Yet ere Jabez was out of his apprenticeship, or Augusta had left her pillowed sofa, a pebble was thrown into the stream which broke the surface of the tranquil waters, and disturbed them for ever. Mr. Ashton was one of the original shareholders in the Portico, a classic stone building erected in 1806 as a library and reading room on the other side of Mosley Street, which, with its pillared facade and flight of steps, like an Ionic temple, looked down on the plain red brick front of the assembly rooms, though its opposite neighbour stood quite as high in repute, and was equally exclusive in its constitution. Mr. Aspinall, the Cannon Street cotton merchant, who dined with the Scramble Club, instituted by business men whose homes were in the suburbs, was likewise a shareholder in the Portico, and from constant meeting at the long tables within the book-shelved galleried walls of its lofty reading room, he and Mr. Ashton had a tolerably lengthy acquaintance, although it had never ripened into intimacy, the men were so dissimilar. Charlotte Walmsley was naturally troubled by the results of Madame Broadbent's notions of discipline, and not unnaturally, considering the condition in which Ben Travis had taken him home, blamed her husband as the primary cause. As naturally, he shifted the onus to the shoulders of Laurence Aspinall, and taking him to task, plainly told him he ought to apologise. Laurence snatched at the proposal. "My dear Jack, nothing would please me better. I'll make 1,000 apologies if you'll only introduce me." John Walmsley had had quite enough of introductions. Besides, he stood in some awe of Mrs. Ashton, and did not know how she might take it, especially as his friend Aspinall had acquired the character of a wild spark. He emphatically declined, but if Laurence Aspinall once set his mind on a thing he would attain it, if within the range of possibility, whether by fair means or foul, whatever might be the consequences. For a few days he was on his best behaviour at home, and having won his father over by expressions of deep contrition and promises of reformation, and the assurance that he would never again do anything unbecoming to a gentleman, he prevailed on him to introduce him to Mr. Ashton, with a view to making his own apologies in person. "Well, Laurence, you can go with me to the Portico to-morrow morning, and if Mr. Ashton is there we will see what can be done." The tone in which this was said clearly implying, if we seek an introduction to the Ashtons for the purpose of making the amende honourable as befits gentlemen, there can be no doubt of its acceptance. But when they met Mr. Ashton on the steps of the Portico the following morning, the self-complacence of the lofty gentleman received a slight but uncontemplated check. Mr. Ashton nodded to Mr. Aspinall with a beaming face, and would have passed his acquaintance with a mere "good morning," but the other stopped, and after shaking hands and remarking that trade was slack, presented with due formality the handsome, elegant 6 feet of dandyism who bore him company. "Mr. Ashton, let me make you acquainted with my son, sir. Mr. Ashton, my son, Laurence. Laurence, Mr. Ashton." The young gentleman raised his stylish beaver from his rich coppery curls, and bowed with courtly grace in acknowledgment of Mr. Ashton's formal bow, whilst his father continued, almost in the tone of one who confers an honour. "The fact is, my son, sir, desires an opportunity of expressing to Miss Ashton his deep regret for the indiscretion of which he was guilty in the lobby of the Theatre Royal some 10 days back." The smile faded from the face of Mr. Ashton, who, with a reserve very foreign to him, put his hand into his pocket for his snuff-box, instead of extending it to the young man, and, tapping it with a little impatience, caught at his words. "Indiscretion, sir? What you are pleased to call indiscretion has placed my daughter in the doctor's hands with a broken collar-bone." Before Mr. Aspinall could reply, Laurence, better skilled to temporise, interposed. "So, to my infinite regret, my friend Mr. Walmsley has already informed me, sir, and I assure you I take shame to myself that any word or action of mine should have led to consequences so lamentable. No one, sir, can deplore the injury Miss Ashton has sustained more than myself, the unhappy cause. It is this, Mr. Ashton, which impels me to seek an opportunity to express the sensibility of my grave offence, and my extreme regret, to Mrs. Ashton and Miss Ashton in person. I cannot rest until I have implored their pardon." The tones in which this apologetic speech was delivered were at once so suave, remorseful, and sympathetic that Mr. Ashton, whose sternness was seldom of long duration, was considerably mollified. He looked at the handsome, dashing blade before him, whose blue eyes seemed full of gentleness and pity, and felt as though the boy he had seen torturing old Brooks, and the yeomanry officer who had slashed at Mr. Chadwick and Jabez Clegg, could never be one and the same. He reverted to the latter circumstance. "I think, young sir, you owe an apology to someone else under my roof. The young man who received the sabre cut you designed for my brother-in-law, Mr. Chadwick." Aspinall's handsome face flushed. His father's quick reply gave him time to think. "You surely, Mr. Ashton, would not expect my son to apologise to an apprentice lad, a mere college boy?" "Just so. I would expect him to apologise to anyone he had injured, were it a beggar." Here the son interposed. "My good sir, do not remind me of the horrors of that dreadful day. I shudder when I recall it. We acted under orders, and I swear I was utterly unconscious and irresponsible for my actions throughout the whole affray." And Laurence seemed desirous to wash his hands of the responsibility. "The fact is," said Mr. Aspinall, coming to his son's rescue, "Laurence had taken more wine than his young head would stand on both occasions. It takes years to season a cask, you know, Mr. Ashton, and we must not be too hard on young fellows if they slip sometimes. We have all had some wild oats to sow." This was a platitude of the period, but Mr. Ashton's "just so" was not a cordial assent, and Laurence, fearing the conversation was taking an unfortunate turn, led it back to its original request. But Mr. Ashton tapped his box, and offering it to his interlocutors, took a pinch himself, and then a second, before he came to decision. It was evidently a debatable question. "I will mention your request to Mrs. Ashton, young gentleman, and if I find her agreeable to receive you, I can take you across with me to-morrow morning, provided you meet me here. Good day." Mr. Aspinall's good day was somewhat stiff. He had held his head very high all his life, metaphorically as well as physically, and was not disposed to be snubbed by one whose status he considered scarcely on a par with his own. He was disposed to look on his son's peccadilloes as some of those wild oats which young gentlemen of spirit were expected to sow, and considered his fine figure and beautiful features, his education, accomplishments, and prospects, passports to any society, and that Mr. Ashton should for one moment hesitate to open his heart and his doors to his son was an indignity not to be borne. "The fact is, Laurence, that if you make an apology to those people after this, you have less spirit than I take you to have," was his conclusion. "Never you mind, father. I know what I'm about. I want to get my foot in there," answered subtle Laurence. And he managed it. Mr. Ashton went home to dinner full of his conversation on the Portico steps, and set his romantic daughter's heart in a flutter by mooting the point at issue in her presence. "Oh, papa, do bring him. I want to see him again. He's so handsome." "Handsome is as handsome does, Augusta," was Mrs. Ashton's commentary on that young lady's impulsive exclamation. "Charlotte says he is very wild," remarked Ellen, "and I feel as if I should shudder at the sight of him after his conduct at Peterloo." "You don't shudder when Captain Travis calls, and you don't shut the door in John Walmsley's face, and they may have done things just as bad, if you did but know it, Ellen," retorted Augusta, standing on the defensive for the absent Adonis. "Just so, my dear, so they might," admitted Mr. Ashton, whilst Ellen held her peace, silenced by something in her cousin's retort. "Yes, William, but look on the poor bandaged neck and shoulders of our child, and think of that ruffian's cruelty to Jabez and others when a schoolboy. I don't think either John Walmsley or Mr. Travis could have done anything so bad." "Well, but, mamma," argued spoiled Augusta, "Jabez forgave him, and I think Madam Broadbent is more to blame than Mr. Aspinall. He only offered to bring me home." Mrs. Ashton shook her head as she rose from table. "Besides, mamma,
He says he only wants to apologise, and you know you need not invite him again unless you like. It would be so rude to refuse."
"Just so," assented Mr. Ashton, willing to humour his pet in her invalid state, and perhaps it might do the young fellow good to see the consequences of his folly. As usual, where Augusta enlisted her father on her side, Mrs. Ashton's dissent grew feebler. The next day Mr. Ashton made at least one false step in his life, and brought over his own threshold a blight. Faultless were the curves of the stylish hat, faultless the fit of pantaloons and coat, and Hessian boots, and York tan gloves. Graceful the figure they adorned, graceful the apology tendered so adroitly, more to the mother than to the daughter. But if ever a graceless good-for-nothing cast a shadow on a good man's hearth, it was the wolf in sheep's clothing, whose hungry jaws were watering for the pet lamb of the fold, and who made so courtly an exit, full in the sight of Jabez, as he crossed the end of the hall to his solitary dinner in his own room. End of chapter the 26th. Chapter the 27th of The Manchester Man, by Mrs. G. Linnaeus Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Manhood. Young as he was, Lawrence Aspinall was wont to say he wouldn't give a fig for any man who could not be anything in any society, and the Lawrence Aspinall of the cockpit, the ring, and the bar parlour was a very different being from the Lawrence Aspinall of the assembly or drawing room. He could be a blackguard amongst blackguards, a gentleman amongst ladies. Nature had done much for him, art had done more. Nature had given him at 21 a symmetrical figure, and art an easy carriage. Nature had given him the clear pink and white complexion which so often accompanies ruddy hair, and art had trained his early growth of whisker to counteract effeminacy of skin. Nature had given him a lofty forehead, art had clustered his bronze curls so as to hide how much that brow receded. Nature had given an aquiline nose, eyes of purest azure, flexile lips with curves like Cupid's bow, and art had taught that eyes set so close, whose hue was so apt to change as temper swayed him, and lips so cruelly thin, might be tutored to obey volition and contradict themselves if so their owner willed. To crown all, Nature had gifted him with a flexible voice, and art had set it to music. The Liverpool schoolmaster had obeyed Mr. Aspinall's instructions to the letter. All that education and accomplishments could do to polish and refine the physical man into the gentleman, as the word was then understood, had been done for him. But under the stucco was the rough brickwork Bob the groom had heaped together, and which no trained or loving hand had removed. Be sure Lawrence Aspinall did not carry this analysis into society written on his forehead. Instead, he had cultivated the art of fascination, and in the brief space occupied by that apologetic introductory visit in Mosley Street, he not only contrived to dazzle the romance-beclouded eyes of Augusta, but what was almost as much to his purpose, to win over Mr. Ashton, and to weaken the prejudice of Miss Augusta's less pliant mamma. Ellen Chadwick was the only one on whom he made no impression, the only one who retained a previous opinion confirmed. Possibly, as Charlotte Walmsley's sister, she knew something of his life below the surface, and had imbibed that sister's notion that he led John Walmsley away. Possibly, too, as Charles Chadwick's daughter, she contrasted the silken speech of the drawing-room dandy with the hectoring, sword-in-hand yeomanry cavalry lieutenant, who in striking at her father had wounded Jabez, his deliverer, instead. At all events, she met the enthusiastic admiration of Augusta after his departure, the gratified encomiums of her uncle, and the more subdued approbation of her aunt, with the unvarying expression, "He would have murdered my dear father but for Jabez Clegg, and Mr. Clegg is worth 100 of him." Mr. Lawrence knew better than to presume on that introduction all at once. From their gardens and greenhouses at Ardwick and Fallowfield, He sent small baskets of early flowers and fruit to Mrs. Ashton for her daughter with courteous inquiries, but he allowed several days to elapse before he presented himself in person, and then his call was of the briefest. He knew that he had prejudice to overcome, and worked his way gradually. Meanwhile Augusta progressed favourably, and if Aspinall grew in favour with the family, so did Jabez. May, sweet-scented month of promise, brought to Jabez Clegg in 1820 his natural and legal heritage, manhood and manhood's freedom. He was no longer an apprentice bound to a master by the will of others. He had a right to think and act for himself, subject only to the laws of God and of the realm. True, that free agency brought with it a train of responsibilities, but the new man was not the one to overlook or ignore the fact. He had thought long and keenly of the coming change, and all it might involve, months before it came. His fixed wages as an indoor apprentice, according to indenture, were no great matter, but supplemented by coin he extracted from his paint box after business hours, he had found a margin for saving, besides contributing to the humble wants of his early fosterers. The latter duty he had never neglected, but Simon was as sternly just as the lad had been gratefully generous, and even when poverty bit the hardest, would never accept the whole of his earnings. "Sithee, Jabez, if thou dunnot keep summat for thysel' to put by for a nest egg, thou'll ne'er see the good o' thy own earnin's, and thou'll lose heart in time," the old tanner had been wont to say, when sturdily limiting the extent to which his foster son should open his small purse. So Jabez, leading a steady industrious life, spending little on personal gratification save what he invested in books, had quite a little store laid by, the result of very small savings, against the time when he might have to shift for himself. Two things had troubled him: the possibility of having to find a situation elsewhere, Mr. Ashton having said no word of retaining him, though, on the contrary, he had said nothing of his removal, and the necessity for quitting the house which had been to him a home so long that even the grumbling cook and the affectionate dog had welded themselves into his daily life. How much more the kind master and mistress, and that beatific vision, their beautiful bewitching daughter, who had held him in vassalage from the very first day of his apprenticeship, and tyrannised over him as only a wayward spoiled beauty, child or woman, could. The bright morning of the 5th of May set this at rest. He was called into the inner counting house, and past the high stools of inquisitive-eyed, quill-driving clerks, with a palpitating heart, conscious how much depended on the issue of that interview. As he opened the curtained glass door, to his surprise he found himself confronted by, not only Mr. Ashton, but Mr. Chadwick and Simon Clegg, who had been brought from Whaley Bridge for the occasion. Business men, as a rule, are not demonstrative over business, and after the first salutations and surprised greetings, the congratulations of the day were soon said, and the stereotyped "and now to business" put sentiment to flight. And yet not entirely so, as will be seen. There was nothing luxurious in that counting house of the past. Besides the high desk and stool, it contained an oilcloth topped hexagon table, with a deep rim of partitioned drawers, 3 wooden chairs, a sort of fireguard fender, and a poker. But there was neither carpet nor oilcloth on the floor, and the walls had but a dim recollection of paint. Mr. Ashton, snuff-box in hand, occupied one of these chairs. Mr. Chadwick, resting hands and chin on a stout walking-stick, another. The third, a little apart, had been assigned to old Simon, now on the shady side of 70. Jabez remained standing. Mr. Ashton, as was his manner, tapping his fingers on his snuff-box lid whilst he spoke, opened fire. "No doubt, Jabez, you have been expecting me to say something respecting your prospects and position when your indentures are given up." "Well, sir," answered Jabez with a frank smile, "I believe I have." "Just so. I knew you would. It was but likely, and I should have spoken to you some time since, but for brother Chadwick here. Both Mrs. Ashton and myself have watched your conduct and progress during the whole term of your apprenticeship with entire satisfaction." Here a pinch of snuff emphasised the sentence, and both Simon and Jabez felt their cheeks begin to glow. "You have been unusually steady and persevering, have not been merely obedient, but obliging, and your rectitude does full credit to the honourable name Parson Brookes gave to you." This was quite a long speech for Mr. Ashton. He paused to take breath, and old Simon, proud of the young man as if he had been his own son, feeling the encomium as some sort of halo round his own grey head, exclaimed, "I'm downreet proud to hear you say it, sir. It'll make our Bess's heart leap wi' joy." But Jabez, blushing, half ashamed of hearing his own praises rung out as from a belfry, could only stammer forth, "I've endeavoured to do my duty, that's all, sir." "All?" interjected Mr. Chadwick in his imperfect speech. "Nelson said duty was all England expected of every man, but it won the battle of Trafalgar." "Duty wins the battle of life, brother," put in Mrs. Ashton, who had quietly entered the counting house by the door behind Jabez. "Just so," assented Mr. Ashton, as he rose and handed his chair to the lady, whose stately presence seemed to fill the room. "And Jabez has only to continue doing his duty to win his battle of life, I take it. But to our business. You have hitherto served us well, Jabez, in the warehouse and out of it. You have been doubly useful to me as a designer, and as a detector of the roguery and mismanagement of others. Then, to my daughter, who is far dearer than either warehouse or trade, you have rendered more than one service." "Oh, sir, do not name it, I beg. It has been my highest pleasure to serve Miss Ashton, or yourself," Jabez exclaimed, the last two words rising to his lips simultaneously with the thought that his sudden outburst might fail of appreciation by Miss Ashton's wealthy relatives. "Just so. But I must name it, Jabez, as a reason for my proposal to retain you in my employ, and for assigning to you a situation and salary higher than is usually accorded to an apprentice just out of his time. But as you've shown stability and judgment beyond your years, and I know you to be honourable in all respects, I feel I am justified in making the offer." Mr. Ashton then stated, with a little seasoning of snuff, the salary he proposed to give the young man, and the duties he required as an equivalent, if Jabez accepted his proposition. The eyes of Jabez sparkled and his cheeks glowed. As for Simon, he seemed dumb with delight and astonishment at the good fortune of the foundling. "If!" cried Jabez. "There can be no if, sir. You overpower me with an offer so far above my deserts. I accept it most grateful—" "Stay, Mr. Clegg," interrupted Mrs. Ashton, as Mr. Chadwick raised his head from its rest on his hands and stick, and made an ineffectual effort to speak. "Think twice before you speak once, my "Oh, madam, there is no need," Jabez began, but she silenced him with a mere gesture of her raised hand, and Mrs. Ashton, acting as an interpreter for her slow-tongued brother-in-law, resumed, "You have done us some services, Mr. Clegg, but a man will give all he possesses for his life, and Mr. Chadwick feels that his debt to you is greater than ours." Jabez looked from one to another, bewildered. Mr. Ashton took up the thread. "Just so. And that brings me to the point we've been driving at. You see, Jabez, Mr. Chadwick is not so capable of managing his business as he used to be. Things go wrong, he scarcely knows how, and he is desirous to bring someone into his warehouse on whom he can rely. He therefore offers to take you at a higher salary than I think at all suitable for so young a man, and if you prove your competence to take the management within a reasonable time, to give it over into your hands, and ultimately, it may be in a very few years, to give you a small partnership interest in the concern." It's difficult to say whether Jabez or Simon was the most completely stunned. "You must not look on this altogether as a testimony to your business qualifications, Jabez, I think," continued Mr. Ashton, "but as the outflow of a grateful heart, and the proposition of a man who has no son capable of keeping his trade together. Is not that so?" turning to Mr. Chadwick. Certainly." Jabez looked from one to another, then to Simon, but no help was forthcoming from that quarter. Mrs. Ashton came to his relief. "I think, Mr. Clegg, you had better look before you leap. Whatever decision you make will equally satisfy us, but I see you need time to consider.
Suppose you consult your foster-father, and give Mr. Ashton your decision at the outcome supper to-night." The hesitation of Jabez was only momentary. We are told that all the marvels and glories of Paradise were revealed to Mahomet before a single drop of water had time to flow from a pitcher overturned in his upward flight. And even whilst Mrs. Ashton spoke, Jabez had time to think. "Thank you, madam," said he, "but I need no deliberation. I know not for whose kindness to be most grateful, but I do know that I should be most ungrateful if I were to quit the master and mistress to whom both myself and my dear friends owe so very much, for the first tempting offer made to me. Mr. Chadwick overrates my service. Mr. Mabbott rendered quite as efficient aid. Besides, I have no acquaintance with the manufacture of piece goods, and have no right to take advantage of Mr. Chadwick's extreme generosity, knowing my own disqualifications. And pardon my saying so, if Mr. Chadwick has no mercantile son, he may some day have a son-in-law better fitted in every way for the office and promise held out to me. I trust, Mr. Chadwick, you will not consider me ungracious in declining your liberal offer, but indeed I have been trained to the small-ware manufacture, and here lies my duty, for here I feel I may be able to render something of a quid pro quo." Before anyone had time for a reply, the infirmary clock struck 12, and as if simultaneously there was a rush from the warehouse into the yard, an outcry and a din as if Babel had broken loose. The sacred precincts of the counting-house was invaded, and Jabez was carried off vi et armis. End of chapter the 27th. Chapter the 28th of The Manchester Man by Mrs. G. Linnaeus Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Once in a life. Customs change with the manners of the times, and as the apprentice is no longer the absolute bond-slave of his master, release from the 7 years' bondage is now seldom accompanied by the active and noisy demonstration which of old marked that epoch of a tradesman's or artisan's career. But if the sudden uproar which chased quiet from the precincts of Mr. Ashton's warehouse and manufactory when the infirmary clock tolled noon broke prematurely upon the conference in the counting-house, it was not unexpected. Every apprentice had been similarly greeted at the same period of his life. Until the clock proclaimed 12, business routine had been undisturbed, but those 12 beats of the timekeeper's hammer had been the signal for every apprentice and workman on the premises to rush pell-mell into the yard, each bearing with him some implement or symbol of his trade, anything which would clash or clang being preferred. Remnants of fringe, bed-lace, and carpet-binding waved and fluttered like streamers from the hands of the women, umbrella sticks were flourished, strings of waste ferules, brass wheels, brace buckles, button and tassel moulds, cops and spindles were jingled and jangled together. Tin cans were beaten with picking rods, punches, hammers, leather stamps and other tools by apprentices and men, whilst Jabez himself, hoisted on the shoulders of the 2 small-ware weavers who had seized and borne him from his master's presence, claiming him as one of their own body, a recognised lawful member of their craft, was paraded round and round that inner courtyard, with the crowd in extemporised procession, amid shouts, hurrahs, songs, and that peculiar instrumental accompaniment which was noise, not music. The household servants had crowded to the scullery door. Clerks stood aloof under the gateway, where Simon Clegg kept them in company in an ecstasy of satisfaction. Mr. and Mrs. Ashton and Mr. Chadwick surveyed the proceedings from the counting-house window, whilst even Ellen and Augusta were curious enough to look on from those back hall steps, where they had once before received the hero of that scene, wounded from a very different one. More than 6 years had elapsed since the last indoor apprentice had been borne in triumph round that yard. Kit Townley's indentures had been prematurely cancelled, and Jabez may be pardoned if he contrasted the 2 occasions, and construed the wilder excitement and enthusiasm of this in his own favour, when his employers and their daughter noticed it also. "It is easy to tell what a favourite Jabez must be in the warehouse by the uproar," The last outcome, I remember, was quite tame beside this." "Well, Augusta," answered Ellen, "I believe he deserves it. I know my father thinks there's not such another young man as Mr. Clegg in all Manchester. Yes, he's very kind and obliging and clever and persevering and all that, and I like him very well. But then, you know, Ellen, he's not a gentleman, and he's not handsome by any means," responded Augusta, in quite a patronising tone. Ellen looked grave. "He is all that is good and noble, if he was not born a gentleman, and I think him handsome. He has a frank, open, expressive countenance, and a good figure, and good manners. And what more would you have?" Augusta turned her head sharply, and looked up archly in her cousin's face. "It's well Captain Travis doesn't hear you, Ellen, or he might be jealous of the 'prentice knight," she said, banteringly. Ellen coloured painfully. "When shall I make you understand that Mr. Travis is nothing to me?" asked she. "When my cousin makes me understand that she is nothing to Mr. Travis," was the quick reply, as Jabez was being borne past for the last time, and the young ladies once more waved their handkerchiefs in salutation. It may be very gratifying and very triumphant to be borne aloft on other men's shoulders, but it is neither dignified nor graceful nor comfortable, and Jabez, being carried off bareheaded, had neither hat nor cap to wave in return. He made the best use of his right hand, his left being required to steady himself. Yet I am afraid he was more desirous to make a good impression on the romantic young lady muffled in a shawl to hide the swathing bandages, than on his less attractive and elder champion by her side. It was 12:30. The dinner bell rang. Jabez was lowered to terra firma, and there was a general rush to the packing room, which had been cleared out to receive trestles and planks for the tables, and an abundant supply of cold meat, cheese, bread, and ale provided by the master. And then and there, before a mouthful was cut, Mr. Ashton, standing at the head of the table, having Mr. Chadwick by his side, and Simon Clegg close at hand, presented Jabez with his indentures, with many expressions of his goodwill and his good opinion, and an intimation to those assembled that Mr. Clegg would in all probability continue in his employ, an announcement which was received with loud acclaim, and the hungry operatives set to at the collation with right good will. This was the master's feast. That of the apprentice, for which it was customary to save up long in advance, was at night, and held at the neighbouring Concert Hall Tavern in York Street, opposite to the then Gentlemen's Concert Hall. Prior to that, however, Mrs. Ashton had somewhat to say to the young man, and she chose his own sitting room to say it in. Of course, his apprenticeship over, it behoved him to shift his quarters, and he had looked forward to his abdication with regret undreamed of by Mrs. Ashton, or she would certainly have hesitated ere she made the proposal she did. As it was, she kindly and thoughtfully considered that Jabez had no good parental home to return to, that she had no other use for the rooms he occupied, so she proposed to him that he should continue to occupy them whilst he thought fit, since he had elected to remain in their service. He had already looked at lodgings in Charlotte Street, close at hand, but this unexpected proposal came like a reprieve to an exile, and he was as prompt in his acceptance as he had been in that previous decision which had so thoroughly swamped all Mr. Chadwick's plans for his advancement. His eager, "Oh, madam, you cannot mean it. You overwhelm me with kindness. Remain under this roof. It's a privilege I had not anticipated, and I shall be proud to embrace it," sent Mrs. Ashton away well pleased. It was doubly satisfactory to find the comforts of their home appreciated after 7 years' experience, and to be able to refute Mr. Ashton's theory that all young men like to shake a loose leg, and Jabez would be too glad to escape from grumbling Kezia's jurisdiction to accept the offer. Mr. Ashton, however, did not abandon the opinion he had formed. "I'll wager my gold snuff box against a button mould," asserted he, "that Clegg only said yes because gratitude would not let him say nay. It's not likely a young man would care to be always under the eyes of a master or mistress, however steady he may be." Ah, but neither Mr. nor Mrs. Ashton knew there was a magnet under their roof, stronger than all the ordinary inducements which might otherwise have drawn him away,
and perhaps it was as well for him they did not. Simon, who was present at the time, seemed literally overpowered with gratitude for all the good which was falling into the lap of the child of his adoption. He, however, took his own views of the matter, views not calculated to puff Jabez up in his own esteem, and when Mrs. Ashton was gone, he broke out, "Eh, Jabez, lad, but thah's lit on thy feet. Thah's been a good lad, Aw reckon, and thah's served thy master gradely, but thah sees many a lad does that as never gets a lift such as thah's getten. An' Aw canna but think it aw comes o' that prayer o' thy Israelite namesake as Aw towt thee when thou were no bigger than a sixpenn'orth o' copper. Yo hanna forgotten it, I hope?" No, Jabez had not forgotten it. It would be strange if he had. Nay, only that morning in the flush of success he had carried from the counting-house, with the buoyant presumption of youth, a conviction that it was not so much a prayer as a prophecy nearing fulfilment. Simon brought his soaring pinions down from their Icarian flight. "Well, lad, it may be the Lord has enlarged thee coast. But if it so be he han, thah sees theer's more room for thee to slip as well as to stond, and theer's more raison why thah shouldna be thankful and humble, for the big book says, 'Let him that stondeth tak heed lest he fall,' and I shouldna loike to see the young yed torned wi' pride." His lecture was somewhat of a cold shower bath to Jabez in his hour of triumph, but no doubt it was salutary in its ultimate effects. At all events, it kept the vaulting ambition of the new man a little in check. People, especially work people, then observed early hours. At 7 o'clock the outcome supper was on the tables at the Concert Hall Tavern, and the elder apprentices, and all such of the workmen who were absolutely engaged on the premises, were there to partake when Jabez found old Simon a seat, himself taking the head of the table, with the two senior apprentices on his right hand and left. The cost of such suppers usually fell on the apprentice, but sometimes, as in this case, the master added his quota. If plain, the provision was substantial and ample. Rounds of beef and legs of mutton, piles of floury potatoes, and red cones of carrot on pale beds of mashed turnip smoked on the board, and the two-pronged forks and horn-hafted knives were flanked with earthenware jugs and horns of ale. It was the first essay of Jabez in the art of carving, and no doubt he made rather an unskilled president. But in the then condition of the lower classes, a large joint of meat was a rare sight to a working man, and so he cut away with no fear of critics. Amidst the rattle of cutlery and crockery and the rapid play of jaws, beef and mutton disappeared, and were succeeded by a tremendous plum pudding, the contribution of old Mrs. Clews, and half a cheese which came to the table in the then common japanned receptacle, locally known as a cheese biggin. Appetite and the viands fled together. The noise of tongues succeeded to the noise of knives and forks, and Lancashire humour vented itself in jest and repartee, sometimes coarse but seldom mischievous. Old Simon enjoyed it immensely. It seemed like a renewal of his own youth. It was not, however, until the supper table was cleared that the chief ceremonial of the evening took place. Then an armchair was mounted upon the table, into which Jabez was enthroned, the two eldest apprentices standing also on the table on either hand as supporters. An immense bowl of steaming punch was brought in, which was held over the head of Jabez by the one apprentice, when he was said to be crowned, whilst the other, wielding the punch ladle as a symbol of authority, with many a theatrical grimace, began to ladle the odorous compound into the glasses of the guests, and the head overlooker of the manufactory, from the opposite end of the table, prepared to propose the health of the late apprentice as a new member of their craft. At this juncture, in walked their master, Mr. Ashton, closely followed by Mr. Chadwick, leaning on the arm of the Reverend Joshua Brookes, who with many a pish and pshaw and pooh had professed to come, reluctantly, to see a sensible lad make a fool of himself. Their entrance and the volley of cheers which greeted it made a momentary pause in the proceedings. Then Mr. Ashton, being duly supplied with a ladleful of punch, took his overlooker's place, and the glass serving as a substitute for his snuff-box, he proposed and drank "Mr. Clegg's health and prosperity," and welcomed him among the confraternity of small-ware weavers. This was succeeded by a prolonged cheer, and then, as one by one each man's glass was filled, ere he touched it with his lips he sang separately, with whatsoever voice he might happen to have, musical or otherwise, the following toast to proclaim the released apprentice a freeman of the trade, the chorus being taken up afresh after every repetition of the quatrain. "Here's a health to he that's now set free, that once was apprentice bound, and for his sake this merriment we make, so let his health go round. Go round, go round, go round, brave boys, until he comes to me, for the longer we sit here and drink, the merrier we shall be." Chorus: "Go round, etc." Mr. Ashton had ordered up another bowl of punch, and that being distributed with like ceremony over the new small-ware monarch's head, Jabez from his temporary throne, with all the warmth of freshly stimulated gratitude, delivered a very genuine oration on the excellence of the master then present, and proposed a toast: "Mr. and Mrs. Ashton, our worthy and esteemed master and mistress." Nowadays I'm afraid the master would have been dubbed a governor, and the mistress ignored altogether, but though it is only 55 years since, servants were not ashamed to own they had masters and mistresses, and consequently were not above being amenable to rule. During this digression, at a hint from someone, I believe old Simon, Jabez, whose eloquence must surely have come from the punch bowl, dilated on the spiritual relation between the reverend chaplain and the party assembled, there being scarcely an individual present who had not been either baptised or married by the Reverend Joshua Brookes, and he wished health and long life to him with much sincerity. A general shout rose in response, but Joshua made no other reply than to turn on his heel, the better to hide his face, and growl out, "Long life indeed! Pack of tomfoolery!" as he hurried from the room, before either Mr. Ashton or his paralysed brother-in-law could follow. Yet in spite of his gruff disclaimer, he added another bowl of punch to the tomfoolery. At least, one was brought in soon after, and no one there was called upon to pay for it. Relieved from the restraining presence of the gentlemen, tongues wagged freely, long pipes were introduced, song, jest, and toast succeeded each other, and, as the fun grew and the smoke thickened, they mingled confusedly, until at length clear-headed Simon drew his arm through that of the novice, and watching his opportunity, led him unnoticed into the open air, with his head spinning like a teetotum. Jabez awakened the next morning with a terrible headache, and a dim recollection of having encountered stately Mrs. Ashton in the hall overnight, when the very statues had seemed to shake their heads at him, and her mild "Fie, Jabez!" followed him upstairs, apparently carpeted with moss or india-rubber for the nonce. It was his first dissipation, and his last. He never forgot it, and if anything was wanting to destroy the germs of self-sufficiency and elation, it was found in the consciousness of his own frailty, and the sense of shame and self-reproach it engendered. Experienced heads knew that the surrounding fumes of liquor and tobacco had been more potential than the small quantity of punch he had imbibed. But he did not know it, and by the hail-fellow-well-mettishness of those workmen who were most inclined at all times to keep St. Monday, and who came to their work, or stayed from their work, unfit for their work, was a sensitive chord of his nature struck, far more than by the quiet caution of Simon, the light badinage of Mr. Ashton, or the jeers of captious Kezia. In making light of it, Jabez felt that they made light of him, and he was long after afraid lest those whose opinion he held in esteem should make light of him also, Augusta Ashton chief of these. End of chapter the 28th. Chapter the 29th of The Manchester Man by Mrs. G. Linnaeus Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. on Ardwick Green Pond. It was in vain Madame Broadbent waited on Mrs. and Mr. Ashton, and solicited Miss Ashton's return to her establishment on her ultimate recovery. The pupil was not more shudderingly reluctant to be replaced under her despotic rule than the parents were peremptory in their refusal. When her plea for the maintenance of discipline failed, and she tried cajolery as ineffectually, she gave way to the expression of her natural fears that it would be the ruin of the Academy if Mr. Ashton did not reverse his decision. He loved his daughter too well to yield, and Mrs. Broadbent went back to Bradshaw Street to find, as years rolled on, that she had been a true prophetess. The injury done to Miss Ashton's collarbone had been bruited about, and slowly but surely it helped to sap the foundation of the once flourishing seminary. It continued to exist for some years, but its prestige was gone, its glory departed. Yet she maintained her personal importance to the last, and exhibited her flock in the lower boxes of the Theatre Royal on Mrs. McGibbon's benefit nights, with undiminished dignity through successive seasons. The rapidly ripening young lady had her will. She had done with the schoolroom for ever, and her lessons on the harp from Mr. Horrobin, and on the piano from George Ware, the leader of the gentlemen's concerts, came under quite another category. Nor did she think it beneath her aspirations to retain her place in Mrs. Bland's fashionable dancing room, where she practised cotillons, quadrilles, and the newly imported waltz, with partners on a par with herself. But these were accomplishments, and we all know, or ought to know by this time, that accomplishments require much more prolonged and arduous application than the merely useful and essential branches of knowledge, theorists for the higher education of women notwithstanding. Miss Augusta was desirous to be captivating and shine in society, and so proud was Mr. Ashton of his beautiful daughter that he fell in readily with the expansive views of the incipient belle, and new steps or new melodies were paraded for his gratification week by week. But Mrs. Ashton, telling her daughter that knowledge was light of carriage, sent her to Mr. Mabbott's to take lessons in cookery and confectionery, and into the kitchen to put them into practice under the eye of Kezia. And, exercise being good for health, according to the same sensible mother, she was required to assist in bed-making, furniture polishing, dusting, and general household matters, for which the young lady had little liking, and was not to be spurred into liking by any citation of her cousin Ellen's qualifications in these respects. She preferred to dress with all the art at her command, to make her beauty more bewildering, and to take her place at harp or piano or embroidery frame, ready to receive visitors, either with or without her mother, and to be as fascinating as possible, especially when Laurence Aspinall was the caller. Or she would sit in déshabillé in the retirement of her own chamber, and read Moore and Byron, because they were tabooed, and the handsome lieutenant quoted them so enchantingly, while Cicely, who had something to answer for in this respect, bustled about and overworked herself to spare her darling Miss Augusta, who, with all her faults, must have been a loving and lovable creature to win such devotion from a dependent. It happened that the young lady received visitors alone more frequently than was desirable, Mrs. Ashton being usually tied to the warehouse in consequence of the interest Mr. Ashton took in the establishment of the Manchester Chamber of Commerce, and in the project for the widening of Market Street and other of the cramped thoroughfares of the growing town, which necessarily took him much from home and his private business, to say nothing of the excitement consequent on the trial of Queen Caroline during its long progress. But the year 1820, which had opened only to close the long volume of George III's life, and to open that of George IV's reign at a chapter of regal wife persecution which has few parallels, had itself grown old and died, and 1821 had thrust itself prominently forward. It came with a white robe and a frost-bitten countenance, which grew sharper and more pinched as weeks and months went by. It looked down on the currents of rivers and canals, on the secluded still waters of Strangeways Park, the oblong pond in front of the infirmary, and the leech-shaped lakelet within the area of Ardwick Green, until their ripples curdled under the chilling glance of the new year. Sterner grew its aspect as the shivering weeks counted themselves into months, and the shrinking waters spread first a thin film, then a thick and thicker barrier of ice between them and the freezing atmosphere. Every gutter had its slide, along which clattering clogs sped noiselessly, every pool its vociferous throng of boys, and every pond its mingled concourse of skaters and sliders. Of these, the Infirmary and Ardwick green waters were most patronised, the former having the more numerous, the latter having the more select body of skaters, and consequently the more fashionable surrounding of spectators. The amusements of the town were then on so limited and exclusive a scale that long frost was quite a boon to the younger portion of the community, and during the 16 weeks of its continuance the green became a promenade gay with the warm hues of feminine attire, as ladies flocked to witness and extol the feats of husbands, brothers, cousins, or particular friends. There was no fear of vulgar overcrowding, except on Sundays. Working hours were long, and there were no Saturday half-holidays, so that only those whose time was at their own disposal could share the sport or overlook it. Amongst these, much to the annoyance of Mr. Aspinall, his son Lawrence chose to enrol himself, with less regard to the fluctuation of the cotton market or the comparative value of American or East Indian staples than the Cannon Street merchant thought necessary to fit him for his future partner or successor. The younger man had chosen to construe liberally the word gentleman, which had been the be-all and end-all of his training, and to regard elegant idleness as its synonym. What availed his fine figure and proficiency in arts and athletics if he had no opportunity for the display of his person or his skill, and to throw away the rare chance the winter had provided was clearly to scorn the gift of the gods. Accordingly, he spent more time on Ardwick Green Pond than in the counting-house, varied occasionally with a visit to the Assembly billiard room in Back Mosley Street, or a morning promenade in the Infirmary gardens, from the open gates of which he generally contrived to emerge as Miss Ashton descended the steps from Mr. Mabbott's, and just in time to hand her courteously and daintily across the roadway, and bear her company to her own door, discoursing of recent assemblies or concerts, from the former of which he had hitherto been debarred, and of the last occasion on which he had the exquisite pleasure of seeing her at Ardwick Green, occasions which were seldom reported at home, any more than the chance meetings on her way from Mr. Mabbott's, and the reticence, be sure, boded no good. Dr. Hull had long ago advised outdoor exercise for the rapidly growing girl, and there was no embargo on her walks abroad, Mrs. Ashton suspecting no danger, and no surreptitious meetings. Her visits to the Green during the long skating season were quite as unrestrained, except that an escort became a necessity. Occasionally her mother accompanied her, sometimes Mrs. Walmsley and John, then there was generally a nurse and baby in the rear, sometimes Ellen and Mrs. Chadwick, and Augusta had always returned so exhilarated by her country walk, and so delighted with all she had seen, that once or twice, when imperative business withheld Mrs. Ashton from bearing her daughter company as promised, rather than disappoint, the lady had made Mr. Clegg her deputy, an honour on which he perhaps set far too high a value. Mrs. Ashton would have drawn herself up with double dignity, and repudiated as an insult the suggestion of any other of their salesmen or clerks as an escort for her beautiful daughter. But Jabez lived in the house, had lived there so long, had even from her childhood been the girl's frequent guardian, and proved himself so worthy of the trust that she committed her to his care now much as of old, and perhaps all the more readily because she saw, or fancied she saw, a disinclination on Miss Augusta's part to be so accompanied. In March the cold was as intense as in January, and Miss Ashton as eager to watch the skaters. One afternoon towards the close of the month, when the breaking up of the frost was anticipated, quite a family party had gone to the Green, wrapped in fur-trimmed pelisses of velvet or woollen, with fur-rimmed hats and Brobdingnagian muffs. It was not yet closing time when Mr. Ashton, always disposed to be friendly with Jabez, accosted him. "The ladies are gone to the Green, Clegg. Suppose you lend me an arm along the slippery roads, and we go to meet them, eh?" The sparkling eyes of Jabez confirmed his ready tongue's "With pleasure, sir," as, sensible of the honour done him, he left the sale room, whistled his black friend Nelson from the yard, and they set off at a brisk pace to keep the blood in circulation, the dog leaping, bounding, and barking before them in token of good fellowship. As they passed the infirmary pond, Jabez remarked that the ice began to look watery, to which Mr. Ashton replied, "Yes, I think Jack Frost's long visit is near its end, and there must be some truth in the old saw, that a thaw is colder than a frost." At that moment Mr. Aspinall's carriage rolled past them, bearing the merchant homewards in distinguished state. Private carriages were by no means common, whereat Mr. Ashton observed with a shrug, "How pride punishes itself! Fancy a tall fellow like Mr. Aspinall cramped up in a stifling box upon wheels on a day like this, when he has the free use of his limbs." Contrary to expectation, they did not come in sight of the ladies until they gained the green, which they found in a scene of wild hubbub and commotion. Skaters and spectators gathering towards the centre of the green, whence came a confused noise of voices, shouting, crying, and screaming. The quick eye of Jabez was at once arrested by the figure of Augusta on the opposite bank, the centre of an appalled group, wringing her hands in the very impotence of terror, and as he penetrated the excited crowd, he saw the hatless head of a man whose body was submerged, resting with its chin upon a ledge of the ice, which had apparently broken under him. At the first glance he failed to distinguish the head from the distance, and rushed forward, apprehensive lest it should be that of either Mr. Walmsley or his friend Travis, who he knew to be of the party. Recognition came, accompanied by a shock that staggered him. If the ice had attractions for Aspinall and Walmsley, Ellen Chadwick had certainly as great attractions for Ben Travis. But it is certain that neither cousins, nor mother, nor aunt were sensible that they had been drawn thither simply as a sort of decorous train to Miss Augusta Ashton, whose inspiriting had in turn been the fascinating lieutenant, the most graceful and accomplished skater on the pond. Perhaps she hardly knew it herself, not being given to searching her own heart for its motives, but a hint from him had set her longing for another sight of the skating before the chance was gone, and her imperative will, no less than her persuasive voice, had swayed the rest. Laurence had made the most of the occasion, glad of an opportunity to cultivate the acquaintance of the whole family, and display his graceful figure and his skill to the best advantage. Now and then he joined the Chadwicks and the Ashtons on the bank, anon darted off, wheeling hither and thither, so swift in his evolutions the eye could scarcely follow him. Amongst the skaters the man and his feet stood out. He was the observed of all observers, and not vainer was he of his accomplishments than was Augusta at being singled out for attention in the face of so many damsels of his acquaintance, all, as she foolishly supposed, equally desirous to bask in the sun of his smile. A small match will kindle a large flame, if combustibles be there. Fired by her too apparent satisfaction, and Mrs. Ashton's presence, his excessive vanity induced him to perform what, with the imperfect skates of the period, was a distinguished feat. He was ordinarily proud of his calligraphy. Now he wound and twisted, lifted his skates or dashed them down, until he had scored upon the ice an alphabet in bold capitals. But whether he had miscalculated his space, or the strength of the ice, broken into for the use of cattle at the upper end, or the crowd of inquisitive or envious followers had been too great for its resistance, as he made the last curl of the letter Z, the ice gave way, and he was plunged in up to the neck, amid the shrieks of women and the shouts of men. His chin had caught upon the ice with a stunning blow, but it rested there, and, aided by the buoyancy of the water beneath, upheld him until, with returning sense, he struggled to bring his shoulders above the surface and upheave himself. He trod the water, and it sustained him, but the ice would not. He was forced to content himself with the use of his hands beneath as paddles, to relieve the pressure on his chin, and wait for help, which seemed an eternity in coming. He had been in the water some time when Jabez and Mr. Ashton appeared on the scene, amongst women shrieking with affright, and men rushing about without presence of mind or paralysed to powerlessness. Mr. Travis alone appeared to have a thought, and he had sent for ropes and hatchets to cut a way to him through the ice itself. But there was a question: would his strength hold out?
"Will no one save him? Will no one save him?" cried Augusta piteously.
£50 to him who will save my son," was the cry of the frantic father who had witnessed the accident from his own carriage window. £100, £200, £500 to anyone who will save him. "It's noan a bit o' use, maister," said a working man with a shake of his head. "Men wunna chuck their lives away for brass, and yon ice is like a pane of glass wi' a stone through it." Unfortunately, impulsive Ben Travis had darted forward to his rescue at the outset, and his ponderous weight had cracked the already broken ice in all directions. He had himself retreated with difficulty, and now no offers of reward would tempt men to put their own lives in peril, though Kit Townley was there, urging others to the attempt, and Bob, the ex-groom, had rushed for ropes they had neither pluck nor skill to use, since a noosed cord flung like a lasso would have strangled him.
"Oh, save him, Jabez!" implored Augusta, as he and her father came up.
Jabez looked at her strangely. His head seemed to spin. His face went livid as that on the ice. Had his secret devotion no other end than this? True, she had called him Jabez, but so she had called him in his servitude. She had appealed to him as one she trusted in implicitly, but the appeal sounded as made for one she loved, and that was not himself, but he who, as boy and man, had wounded him in soul and body. The very tone of her cry was as a knell to his hopes and himself. It was his foe and his rival who was perishing. Was he called upon to risk his life to warm a serpent to sting him again? The conflict in his breast was sharp and terrible. "If thine enemy hunger, give him food," seemed to float in his ears. There was a small gloved hand on his arm, a pale sweet face looking up into his. The moments were flying fast.
"Oh, Jabez, Jabez, do try."
"I will," said he, hoarsely. Had he not often declared in his secret heart that he would give his life to serve her? And should he be ungenerous enough to shrink now?
"It is folly to attempt. I forbid it,"
exclaimed Mrs. Ashton, laying her hand on his arm, and Ellen Chadwick, pale as Augusta, tried to stop him with,
"You must not, you must not, you will perish."
Even strangers from the crowd warned him back, but he was gone ere Mrs. Chadwick softly recalled her daughter to herself.
"Hush, Ellen, this is not seemly. Mr. Clegg will attempt nothing impossible."
He hurried to the side nearest Laurence, called to him,
"Keep up, help is coming,"
asked for ladders, gave a word or two of instruction to Mr. Ashton and Travis, sent Nelson on the ice to try its strength, secured a rope round his own waist, then, lying flat on the cold ice, cautiously felt his way to the farther side of Aspinall, whose eyes were closed, and whose strength was ebbing fast. He hardly heard the words of cheer addressed to him. 2 long ladders had been lashed side by side to give breadth of surface. These, by the help of cords, and Nelson, whose sagacity was akin to reason, he drew across the cracked and gaping ice, and crept slowly from rung to rung, watched from the land breathlessly until he reached his almost insensible rival. With rapidly benumbing fingers, he secured strong ropes beneath each shoulder, sending Nelson back to the bank with the main line, in case his own strength was insufficient to lift the dead weight of Laurence, or that the ice should yield beneath the double weight. Someone sent a brandy flask back by the dog. "Can you swallow?" he asked. There was no answer, but a gurgle. He moistened the blue lips, while the head bent slightly back, introduced a small quantity of the potent spirit between his set teeth, and having warmed himself by the same means, essayed to lift the freezing skater, who was almost powerless to aid. But the latter, with an extreme effort, raised an arm above the ice, and grasped recumbent Jabez. And now Nelson proved his worth. He set his teeth in Aspinall's high coat collar, and tugged until their united strength drew him upwards and across the ladder sledge, almost as stiff and helpless as a corpse. To lessen the weight, Jabez crept from the ladders. They were drawn to the side with their living freight before he himself was out of danger, for the heavy pressure and the swift motion set the ice cracking under him, and with extreme difficulty he dragged himself to the bank to sink down on the hardened snow, overcome by the strain of mind and muscle, whilst the approving crowd set up a shout, and Augusta Ashton thanked him tremulously. "I'm afraid, Clegg, you've spent your strength for a dead man," said Travis, grasping his hand warmly, "and Aspinall was scarcely worth it, alive or dead." But Jabez made no reply. He rose slowly and painfully, shook off the congratulatory crowd of strangers and friends on the plea of needing to warm and dry himself, refused point blank to accept the grateful hospitality of Mr. Aspinall, and taking the proffered arm of Travis, turned towards the George and Dragon as little like one who had done a noble action as could be imagined. Mr. Ashton followed, tapping his gold snuff-box in wonder and perplexity. He saw that something was wrong, but knew not that Augusta's hasty thanks had closed the young man's heart against all but its own pain. End of chapter the 29th. Chapter the 30th of The Manchester Man by Mrs. G. Linnea Spanks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Blind. So white, so cold, so still was the rigid figure borne from the pond to Mr. Aspinall's house. Travis might well count him a dead man, as the rumour ran concerning him, and feeble old Kitty sent up a lamentation as over the dead. Mrs. Ashton, who knew that to be a home without a thinking woman at its head, volunteered her services, and entered the house with the bearers, leaving the trembling Augusta with their friends. She gently put the old woman aside, and felt pulse and heart. "There is life," said she, "and while there is life there is hope. Keep tears until there is a time to shed them. Now we must act." Then, turning to the scared and scurrying servants, she gave her orders much as though she had been in her own warehouse, and with a stately authority there was no disputing. The butler was bidden to "bring brandy quick," the footman was required to "wheel this sofa to the fire and pile up the coals," a maid was asked for "hot blankets without delay," and moaning Kitty was set to work to "help strip her young master and chafe his limbs." And so promptly were her clear, cool orders obeyed, that when the doctor arrived in a hot haste with Mr. Aspinall, half his work was done. The pulse had quickened, and the limbs began to glow, though the eyelids remained closed. Most grateful then was Mr. Aspinall for the efficient matronly service rendered to his motherless boy by the stately lady, who was drawn nearer to him in his helplessness by her own kindly act than by all the conciliatory visits and peace offerings with which Lawrence had himself sought to propitiate her. And for once Mr. Aspinall accepted a kindness as a favour, not as a tribute to his personal importance, and he placed his carriage at the disposal of Mr. Ashton and herself for their return home without a sign of his usual self-inflation. His importance received a considerable shock, however, when he called at the house in Mosley Street the following day to report progress, and relieve himself of his obligation to his son's preserver by paying over the £500 he had in his extremity offered as a reward. "I do not think Mr. Clegg will accept a reward," said Mr. and Mrs. Ashton in a breath. "Not accept it?" said the portly figure, and the portly figure seemed to swell. £500 is a large sum for a young man in his position. Only a fool or a madman would refuse it." Just so," replied Mr. Ashton, offering his open snuff-box to his visitor, whilst Mr. Ashton stirred the fire as a sort of dubious disclaimer. "But I think, for all that, you will find that we are right. Mr. Clegg is not a common man, and is not actuated by common motives. My dear?" He nodded, and Mrs. Ashton pulled the bell-rope. Mulberry-suited James answered on the instant. "Mr. Clegg is wanted." Mr. Clegg, labouring under the disadvantage of a cold caught the previous afternoon, to which any huskiness of voice might be attributed, obeyed the summons. He was presented duly to Mr. Aspinall, and much to that gentleman's surprise was invited to take a seat. "Absolutely invited to take a seat!" as he afterwards recounted in indignation to a friend. "These Whigs have no respect for a gentleman's feelings." Nor had Jabez. He was pale enough when he entered, but his face flushed, his lips compressed, and the scar on his brow showed vividly, as Mr. Aspinall drew forth a roll of crisp bank notes from his pocket book, and loftily offered to him the reward he had earned by his bravery. He flushed, put back the notes with a movement of his hand, and said coldly, "You owe me nothing, sir. The meanest creature on God's earth should have freely such service as I rendered to your son. I cannot set a price on life." "But I offered the reward, and the fact is I must discharge my debt. Reconsider, young man. It is a large sum. Many a man starts the world with less." "A large sum to pay for your son's life, or for mine, sir?" interrogated Jabez, drawing himself up stiffly, adding, without waiting for a reply, "I do not sell such service, sir. You owe me nothing. Let your son thank Miss Ashton for his life. He is her debtor, not mine." The words seemed to rasp over a nutmeg grater. They came so hoarsely, as did his request for leave to withdraw, and he closed the door on the £500, and on the smiles of husband and wife, before the rebuffed cotton merchant could master his indignation to reply. The notes in his palm were light enough, but lying there they represented liberality contemned, a debt unpaid, an undischarged obligation to an inferior, and not thrice their value in gold could have pressed so heavily on Mr. Aspinall as that last consideration. The frigid manner of Jabez he construed into radical impudence. He resented the salesman's repudiation of reward as a personal affront, and did not scruple to express his views openly, then and there, winding up with a question which startled his interlocutors. "What did the singular young man mean by his reference to Miss Ashton?" Had they followed the singular young man across the hall to the sanctuary of his own sitting room, seen him dash himself down into a chair, and bury his head in his hands on the table with unutterable anguish on his face, and heard burst from his lips, more as a groan than embodied thought, "Oh, Augusta, adored Augusta, what a presumptuous madman I've been!" they would but have had half the answer. But had they mounted the polished oaken stairs to the dainty chamber where Augusta Ashton lay in bed with a cruel headache, brought on by the fright, and eyes red with weeping at the catastrophe which had befallen her adorable admirer, the gallant lieutenant, and heard her half-audible lamentations, the answer might have been complete. Mrs. Ashton had heard Augusta's frantic appeal to Jabez at the pond, and had seen him stagger and turn livid as if shot, noted the inward struggle ere he had said, "I will," but she had ascribed it to old and unforgiven injuries, and thinking it hard that he should be called upon to hazard his life for his known enemy with chances so heavy against him, had herself forbidden the attempt. This was all the solution she had to offer Mr. Aspinall. In the excitement of the accident and the rescue she had overlooked Augusta's excessive emotion, but now her mother's heart took alarm. Could it be that the younger eyes of Jabez had seen a preference for the handsome scapegrace which she had not? The matter was talked over by husband and wife long after Mr. Aspinall had left, and the anxious mother questioned the maiden in the privacy of her own room, to come thence with the sad conviction that Augusta had prematurely been led captive by a handsome face and a dashing air, irrespective of worth or worthlessness. Yet she consoled herself and Mr. Ashton with the reflection, "It is, after all, only a girlish fancy, and will die out." "Just so, and as a young rake is laid by the leg for one while, there is all the more chance," assented Mr. Ashton. "If his immersion does not convert him into a hero," added the matron, with a clearer knowledge of her daughter. Yet neither asked themselves how the intuitive perception of Jabez came to be more acute than their own, nor what power impelled him to risk his life for an enemy at the mere bidding of Augusta. Indeed, they set the hazardous exploit down to the score of magnanimity and bravery only. Equally unobservant were they of Ellen Chadwick's remonstrance, or her feverish watch of every perilous turn Jabez and Nelson had taken on the ice, or of the caresses she had lavished on the dog when all was over. Only Mrs. Chadwick had seen that, as she had seen fainter signs years before. But she held her peace, and having a leaven of her sister's pride, hoped she was mistaken. There were 3 young hearts consumed by the same passion, that which lies at the root of the happiness or misery of the world, one nursing the romance, 2 fighting against its hopelessness in silence and concealment. But the race is not always to the swift, nor the battle to the strong. Jabez Clegg could not tell when he had not loved Augusta Ashton, from the time when she was young enough to play about the warerooms, or to be lifted across the muddy roadways in his strong apprentice arms, when it was his pleasant duty to protect her to and from school. But he could trace back the time when Hogarth's Prince gave to that love a definite shape, and he began to look upon his master's daughter as a prize to be attained. All things had tended to confirm his belief in its possibility, and love and ambition had gone hand in hand, and fed each other. The child had come to him for companionship and entertainment. The girl under his protection had confided to him her school-day troubles, and come to him for help in difficulties, with lessons on slate or book. She had looked up to him, trusted him, clung to him, and though she was as a star in his firmament, he also had a sort of vague impression that the star which shone upon him from afar would draw nearer, and, as he rose to it, come down to meet him. His first sharp awakening was her reminder that the pair of intoxicated officers who had insulted her in the theatre were gentlemen, and so not to be chastised by him. His second, and then jealousy added a sting, was meeting Aspinall face to face in the hall, when the latter smilingly bowed himself out on his first visit. And now he brooded in despair over the final dissipation of his dream beneath the icicle hunting boughs on Ardwick Green, for the first time conscious that she belonged to another sphere. Never by look or word had he done himself or her parents the dishonour of giving expression to his ambitious love, and now another had looked on his divinity and won her for himself. It came upon him like a flash, when that white-faced agony, that piteous cry, called him to imperil his own life, worthless in the scale against another, and that other. It came upon him with a flash that scathed like lightning. He'd forgiven the boy Aspinall long ago, and the man, well, Augusta's happiness demanded the sacrifice, and he had made it. Out of his very love for Augusta he had saved the rival's life she had prayed for, and he had been offered money for the act which wrecked his own life. Thank God he had rejected it with scorn. A kind hand laid on his shoulder interrupted a reverie which had induced torpor. "Mr. Clegg, you are ill. Your cold requires attention. You had better seek repose. You are quite feverish." Repose! The man's soul was on fire, as well as his body. Yet from his chamber a fortnight later emerged a grave business man, without an apparent thought beyond the warehouse. And what of Lawrence Aspinall, whom we left with closed eyes wrapped in blankets on a sofa? He had hung suspended in the water for an hour by the clock in the tower of St. Thomas's ivy-clad church, and, notwithstanding he had kept his limbs and the water in motion so long as he had power, the chill had extended upwards, and though life had been called back, sight and reason were in abeyance. Shorn of his rich curls, for weeks he raved and struggled in the grasp of brain fever, and old Kitty, forgetting everything but her promise to his dead mother, watched and tended him night and day, albeit nurses from the fever ward relieved each other in their well-paid care of him. The frost was gone. Vegetation, bound so long, had leapt upwards from its chains. Lilacs and maybuds greeted him with perfume through the open windows, and even the daffodil and narcissus sent up their incense from the brim of the garden pond when he began to show signs of amendment. Better, much better, were the answers to inquirers, among whom may be cited Kit Townley and Bob, their sometime groom. But the lilac and the hawthorn ripened and faded, and the daffodils gave place to the wallflower and carnation, and the rosebuds opened their ripe lips to June, yet the rich cotton merchant's son saw nothing of the glow. Over the blue eyes of Laurence the lids were closed, and not an oculist in the town had skill to open them. Dr. Hull, the consulting physician of the Eye Institution, and his surgical colleagues, Messrs. Wilson and Travers, had laid their heads together over a case peculiar in all its bearings, but the lids remained obstinately shut. At length, when hope had folded her drooping wings in despair, and Mr. Aspinall was borne down with grief for his sightless son, someone suggested that as water had done the mischief, water in action might cure it. "Can he swim?" asked rough Dr. Hull curtly of Kitty. "Swim? Ay, he can do owt he shouldna do," replied the old woman, having no faith in the value of her charge's peculiar accomplishments. "Is he a good swimmer?" "Aw reckon so. He used to swim for wages i' Hardy Green Pond when he were quite a little chap." "That will do." Mr. Aspinall was conferred with, and the next day's mail coach took the blind patient, his father, Kitty, and one of the surgeons to Liverpool. After a night's rest at the York Hotel, they were driven down to St. George's Pier, a very humble presentment of what it is in this our day. Like Manchester, Liverpool has vastly swelled in size and importance within the last 50 years, and her docks have grown with the shipping needing shelter. The Mersey was not the crowded highway it is now. There were fewer ships, and no steamers to cross each other's track and set the waters in commotion, defying wind and tide. Mr. Aspinall had engaged a boat to be in readiness. The sightless athlete was rowed a short distance from curious spectators on the pier, and then, his face being turned towards Birkenhead, he plunged into the swelling river, which he breasted like a Triton, so welcome and native seemed the element to him. And as the salt wave buoyed him up, or dashed over his cropped head, he appeared to gain fresh strength with every stroke. Anxiously his 3 attendants followed in his wake, lest cramp should seize him, or his impaired strength give out, before the river, there more than a mile in breadth, could be crossed. Yet not a yard of the distance baited he. By instruction he had bent his course slightly downstream, so as to meet the opposing tide, then rolling in with a freshet. He struck out boldly, the very dash of the salt waves invigorating him as they broke over his bare pole, or laved his naked limbs. Still well in advance of the boat, he seemed at last to cross the current as a conqueror. He touched the shore at Rock Ferry, and, miracle of miracles, his eyes were opened. Laurence Aspinall, who for weeks had cursed his darkened existence, could once more see. End of chapter the 30th. Chapter the 31st of The Manchester Man by Mrs. G. Linnaeus Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Coronation Day. Misfortune binds closer than prosperity. The calamity which tied Laurence Aspinall down in a strait waistcoat to a bed of fever, with shaven head and sightless eyes, touched the Ashtons in a tender point. Themselves the parents of an only child, the very crown and glory of their lives, their sympathies went forth to Mr. Aspinall, in spite of his haughty assumption. Indeed, distress brought him down to the common level of humanity, and having neither sister, aunt, nor cousin to undertake the care of his sick son for love and not for fee, he learned the comparative powerlessness of wealth, and hailed with all the gratitude in his nature the occasional visits of Mrs. Ashton, in whose stately bearing, no doubt, he recognised a sort of kinship. It was, however, not Mrs. Ashton, the business woman, nor Mrs. Ashton, the lofty lady, but Mrs. Ashton, the mother, who laid her cool hand on the young man's fevered forehead, questioned the nurses, made suggestions for the benefit of the invalid, and by means of a ladies' free registry in Chapel Walk, found a staid woman of experience to act as housekeeper and bring the disorganised household into order without treading on the toes of attached but incapable Kitty. The head of Antinous, shorn of its glorious locks, swathed in lotion cloths, tossing in delirium, would scarcely appear so attractive as to fill the most timid mother with fears for a romantic daughter's heart. And so, whilst sympathy was awake, vigilance slumbered. Yet never need vigilance have been more awake. She saw him as he was, Augusta as he had been. Through other channels than the maternal she heard of his condition from day to day, and how in his delirium he had mixed up her name with the slang of the cockpit, the racecourse, and the prize ring. But with strange infatuation she ignored all that should have warned, and clung to all that was pleasant to her own self-love. Never had she been so assiduous in her visits to her Aunt Chadwick and her cousin Walmsley, and her smiling "I've brought my work and come to sit with you this afternoon" should have been translated, "I hope John or Mr. Travis will drop in. They are sure to have something to say about Mr. Lawrence. It is so dreadful not to know how he is going on." And pretty generally her calculations were correct. The two gentlemen were interested in Aspinall as a member of their yeomanry corps, apart from private friendship, and were constant in their inquiries, even finding their way to his bedside, and Mr. Benjamin Travis, who could not very well every day manage to meet Mr. Chadwick accidentally on his way from the warehouse, and lend his stout arm as a support, appeared only too glad to be the bearer of bulletins from Ardwick as an excuse for calling in Oldham Street, and hovering about the chair or the window where Ellen Chadwick sat at her sewing or knitting, and grew silent on his entrance, blushing when she heard his footstep or his voice in the hall, from motives sadly misinterpreted. There was no mistaking the true purport of his frequent visits and assiduous attention to the crippled old gentleman, so Augusta, having settled in her own mind that Ellen was either too reserved or too shy to give her big, good-natured but timid lover proper encouragement, took upon herself to play into his hands and make opportunities for his wooing. "What a delightful afternoon for a walk!" Whether he or she made the observation, the other was sure to assent, and then wilful Miss Augusta, unaccustomed to be gainsayed, and seconded by her aunt, also a secret ally of Ben Travis, would drag her cousin forth in defiance of any excuse or protestation, to the undisguised satisfaction of their magnificent cavalier. It was remarkable that on these occasions, whether they took their way up Ancoats or Dale Street, or Piccadilly or Garrett Road, they would eventually be led so near to Ardwick Green that it would have been unkind had not Mr. Travis just stepped across to see how Mr. Lawrence progressed. And so too, whenever she went abroad with Cicely at her heels, or when Cicely was sent on errands, nothing would content her imperative young mistress but that she should hasten, whether in her way or out of it, with Mrs. Ashton's compliments, to ascertain the condition of the invalid scapegrace. Many a scolding did breathless Cicely get in consequence from angry Kezia, the queen of the kitchen, which Augusta paid her messenger for with coins or ribbons or kerchiefs, or smooth words, as might be most convenient at the time. And Mrs. Ashton was accredited by the Aspinalls with a degree of attention never contemplated by herself. But there was one person in the house Augusta avoided from that afternoon at the end of March, when her fascinating hero would have lost his life, but for a much humbler hero of less pretension and fewer attractions. She might have been blind as father and mother to his attachment until that afternoon, but that one wild, impassioned, agonized look of Jabez into her eyes had opened them for ever. She felt that she had tasked him beyond human endurance, and was ashamed to look him in the face. The presumption of the ex-apprentice paled before his devotion and self-abnegation, but, self-conscious, after that first outburst of thanks on the green, she had shrunk from meeting him in hall or on staircase, and had always a reason ready why he should not be invited to their own tea-table when father or mother proposed it. Public events march on irrespective of private joys or sorrows, and no individual goes out into the world after 3 months' seclusion to find things just as he left them. The first use Lawrence Aspinall made of his eyes was to look at himself in a mirror, the second, on his return to Manchester, to select a substitute for the clustering curls of which he had been despoiled. Closely shut in the carriage which Mr. Ashton had lightly designated a box, he was driven down Market Street to discover that the spirit of improvement, fell bane of all that's picturesque, had touched the ancient many-gabled black and white houses with which his earliest recollections were associated, and they were crumbling into dusty ruins before the potent incantation Space. It was the beginning of a very necessary widening of the main thoroughfares of the growing commercial metropolis, but the blanks in the narrow street took Laurence by surprise. There was a newspaper the more for his restored sight to scan, albeit the Manchester Guardian, which Jeremiah Garnett and John Edward Taylor first gave to the world on the 5th of May, was scarcely likely to take his view of party politics, or of his share in the Peterloo massacre, which was still a disturbing element in the town. Just now the paper, which he found at the perruquier's, was given over to the discussion of the approaching coronation of George IV, which likewise formed the theme of conversation not only at the wig-maker's, but whithersoever he turned when once more presentable. Somehow, though he found his way to the warehouse, and the Cockpit, and the Assembly Billiard Club, and to Tib Street, where Bob the groom had a pretty daughter very much at the young man's disposal, he did not present himself at his Mosley Street's friends as soon as might have been expected, considering all things. And Augusta, in the most becoming of mourning robes, watching with eager expectation for his coming, began to pant and chill with the sickness of hope deferred. He was by no means the only admirer of the lovely heiress, and was sufficiently desirous to complete his conquest before other competitors were fairly in the field. But he was in perplexity how to deal with Jabez Clegg, who stood in his way after another sort. He was grateful, after a fashion, for the preservation of his life, but ungrateful, inasmuch as Jabez was the preserver. "Hang it," said he, in conference with himself, as he tied on a neckcloth at the glass. "If the fellow had but taken the £500, there'd have been an end of it, and one could have wiped one's hands of him. What right had the beggarly charity boy to refuse a reward as if he were a gentleman, I should like to know? I wonder what Kit Townley and Walmsley were about, to let an upstart like that pull me out of the hole. I'd almost as lief have been drowned." And away went a spoiled cravat across the room in his temper, and he rummaged for a fresh one, to the detriment of linen, as he went on. "There's one thing positive, I must either bring down my pride or give up the girl, and be damned to it. That old Ashton, with his 'just so' like a cuckoo, would certainly shut the door in my face if I neglected to make a set speech and thank his precious protégé, who knocks you down with one hand and picks you up with the other. Well, I don't feel inclined to surrender the finest girl in Lancashire, and with such a fortune as she'll have. So I'm in for it. I must make a virtue of necessity. Egad, I'll write to this Mr. Clegg. No, I won't. It would be a feather in his cap to have a Thanksgiving letter of mine to exhibit." Having at length determined his course, Mr. Laurence betook himself to Mosley Street, made his bow duly and gracefully to Mrs. Ashton and the young lady, keeping the hand of the latter as long within his own as etiquette would permit, and sending the warm blood mantling to her cheek with a supplicating glance of devotion as potent as words. Then, with some little prolixity, he professed his desire to thank his noble preserver for the life he had saved, and at his request Mr. Clegg, whom he might just as well have thanked in the warehouse without ceremony, was sent for. Coming into the parlour, all unwittingly as he did, to find Laurence Aspinall handsome as ever, and more interesting from illness, standing under the lacquered serpent chandelier in close proximity to Augusta, sparkling with animation, and blushing like the rose he had just offered her with a pretty simile, his emotions so overmastered him that the polished gentleman had him at a disadvantage, and shone in comparison. Both Augusta and her mother noted the contrast between the elegant manner, suave tones, and rounded periods of Laurence Aspinall's thanks, and the curt disclaimer of Jabez, though their deductions were different. Augusta was in raptures with the rose-giver. "Ah, my dear, all is not gold that glitters. There is more sterling metal in your father's salesman, mark my words, than in the tinselled lieutenant," was the summing up of the elder, as she replaced cake and wine in sideboard and cellaret. She was clearly no friend to Aspinall, now that he had recovered sense and sight. The town, which had been strong and outspoken in its condemnation of the new king during the trial of Queen Caroline, was now all alive with preparations to celebrate his coronation with befitting magnificence, one brand of trade vying with another which should make the greatest display in the coming procession to the Green, the like of which had never been and never would be again. And this competition, productive of marvellous results, due in a great measure to trade rivalry and an ambitious desire to outshine, was set down by historians, rightly or wrongly, as a proof of the excessive loyalty of the Mancestrians. In all classes, from the highest to the lowest, something was being done, and nothing was talked of, thought of, dreamed of, but the coronation and the procession. In courts and alleys there were making and mending and washing, and no little pinching was undergone by hard-working fathers and mothers to provide the girls with white cambric frocks, tippets and neck-caps, or the lads with fresh jackets and breeches and shoes, so as not to disgrace the Sunday schools under whose banners they were to walk. The finest horses of the Old Key Company and Pickford's were put into new harnesses and the finest condition, and every lurry, a long flat sideless waggon, was called into requisition. Smiths, saddlers, sign and seam painters were at work day and night for weeks, and such was the request for banners that ladies undertook the work when skilled labour was not to be found. The important ceremony was fixed for the 19th of July. On the 17th a deputation of small-ware weavers waited on Mr. Ashton in despair. They could get neither flag nor banner. The painter had thrown over the order at the last moment. "And Tommy Worthington's getting a fine un, maister. It'll be a shame and a disgrace to us if we let Worthington's cut us out." The said Worthington was a rival small-ware manufacturer. Mr. Ashton had recourse to his snuff-box, and then to his wife. "My dear, what is to be done? There will be no flag. The painters cannot execute the jobs in hand. Worthington's have a fine one, I hear." "No flag? That will never do. We must have a flag. Let me consider." Ellen Chadwick was busy helping Augusta to make favours for the men. She looked up. "Do you not think Mr. Clegg could paint you one?" she suggested. Mr. Ashton brightened, but his "just so" was nipped in the bud by the recollection that there was no time. "Where there's a will there's a way," said Mrs. Ashton, and sought out Jabez. "It's quite out of my line, but I can try. It would be a pity to disappoint the men," answered he. "And nothing beats trying but doing," added Mrs. Ashton. Silk and colours were procured. There was no leisure for complex design or elaboration. At that time the dark blue covers of the Dutch tapes in gross bore the symbolic device of the flax plant within a rude scroll. This Jabez transferred in colours to his silk on a colossal scale, both sides bearing the same emblem of their trade, more effective on its completion than any elaborate work. He had bargained to be left without interruption. The men fidgeted about the warehouse in a state of nervous trepidation. It was an important matter to them, but at dawn on the 19th it was finished, and borne off by the weavers in triumph and exultation. Market Street Lane being in ruins at one end, and a narrow gully at the other, Mosley Street became the natural course for the procession, 2.5 miles in length, from Peter's Field to the Green, where a royal salute was to be fired. And like every other house on the line of route, Mr. Ashton's was filled with guests, and from garret to basement every window had its streamer, and was crowded with gaily dressed spectators, mostly feminine, the gentlemen of the town taking part in the procession officially or otherwise. The Chadwicks and Mrs. Walmsley were there, of course, and Mrs. Clough amongst others, and on another floor Jabez, who being above the warehouseman and not a master, did not walk, had as a companion good Bess Hume, who with her husband had come over from Whaley Bridge, where there was of course a holiday. To Tom had been assigned the honour of chief standard-bearer. In all such processions the military element, with its brilliant uniforms and stirring music, prevails. But here, where every item of the cavalcade had its own brass band, were also all the dignitaries of the church, with every silver badge of office resplendently burnished for the occasion, the borough reeve and other magistrates and constabulary in new uniforms, the lamplighters with new smocks carrying their ladders and cans, the firemen and fire engines bright as paint and polish could make them, the gentlemen of the town, all with favours, the Sunday school children, marshalled under their respective banners or tablets, walking 6 abreast, the Ladies' Jubilee School, the Greencoat School, and the Bluecoat School, on which Jabez looked down with curiously mingled feelings. But the marked feature of the magnificent procession was the display made by the trades with their banners, a lurry accompanying each, bearing well-dressed workmen and machines in full operation. At the head of these came 2 figures, representing Adam and Eve, in a perfect bower of greenery as representatives of the primitive condition before dress was invented. They were followed by a lurry, on which tailors, whose art is the first on record, sat cross-legged, and stitched and pressed as if on a shop-board, whilst a select band of journeymen walked after, bearing miniature garments on wands or ferruginous geese and sleeve-boards. The blacksmiths wrought on their anvil, and carried also on long poles horseshoes, etc. The brass and coppersmiths, likewise at work, had a bright array of kettles, candlesticks, and a mounted man in armour, as had also the tin plate workers. The glass-blowers made a goodly array, and gave away tokens as they went. The men wore hats and caps brittle and brilliant, with wavy plumes of spun glass, whilst birds, ships, goblets, and decanters on their poles glistened in the beams of the hot sun. A printing press distributed appropriate verses, worked off in the course of the procession, and St. Crispin's followers waxed their threads and plied their awls on boots and shoes, as they and their benches were borne along, followed by their leather-aproned fraternity, holding aloft their productions, from the most gigantic of Wellingtons to the tiniest infant slipper. All branches of the cotton trade were represented. There was cotton in bags, twisted in bales, carding, roving, spinning, weaving, all going on under the eyes of the onlookers, with the workpeople following in their best and brightest. Shouts and hurrahs attended the whole line of march, not wholly unaccompanied by hisses, but as the small ware weavers passed Mr. Ashton's, the cheers were deafening. A loom was at work, weaving lengths of binding for garters, on which was inwoven "God save King George IV," with the date, and these were lifted on long wands to the ladies at the windows on their way, or scattered to others in the street. And as Tom Hulme caught the eye of Jabez, he pointed proudly to their banner, which had no rival in all the elaborately painted flags waving in the wind, and the impromptu artist was well satisfied. But the brightest day has its cloud. As the Manchester yeomanry went prancing past, Travis and Walmsley alike saluted the ladies at the drawing-room window, but to the pain of Jabez and the indignation of Mrs. Ashton, Lieutenant Aspinall had the audacity to kiss his hand to Augusta. End of chapter the 31st. Chapter the 32nd of The Manchester Man by Mrs. G. Linnaeus Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Evening, indoors and out. The 2.5 miles long procession was not the only popular demonstration which made the coronation of George IV memorable in the annals of Manchester. There were no telegraph wires to flash intelligence to the supporters of Queen Caroline that she had been repulsed from the Abbey gates, and driven thence to die broken-hearted and uncrowned. So, in the absence of a cause for indignation, loyalty or its substitute contrived to add a pendant of disorder and excess, only to be recorded as the dung-heap out of which grew flowers of promise. As in most of the private houses along the line of route, a cold collation had been prepared for the refreshment of the friends who crowded Mr. Ashton's open windows. But no calculation had been made of the space the unwonted pageant would cover, or the time it would occupy in passing, and Mrs. Ashton, having discovered that sightseeing in the dust and glare of July was parching and fatiguing, issued orders for tea to be handed round when the last banner had disappeared, and before her less intimate friends should rise to depart. In giving these orders she unwittingly stirred the kitchen fire into a white heat. Lavish hospitality was a characteristic of the time, and when a family of good position professed to keep open house, it was generally equal to the most extravagant demands. As a rule, Mrs. Ashton had little leaning towards impromptu parties, and Kezia considerably less, preferring those grand and formal receptions which involved elaborate preparation and placed imaginary feathers in the caps of mistress and maids. Kezia herself considered the honour of the house involved in everything under her control being in apple pie order, and the surprise which put her on her mettle put her also in a fume. Recalled from the window, whence her head had been poked far as the farthest, to provide tea and its concomitants for an indefinite number of strangers, she accompanied her erratic movements about her domain with explosive outbursts of spleen at being takken unawares where nowt's ready to hand. Here's missus been and ordered tea for the whole boiling of folk upstairs, and there's Cicely and t'other wenches all agog o'er th' Coronation, and not worth toss of a pancake. She jerked out her anger in the ears of Bess Hume, who, seated on the settle, had just lulled to sleep Mrs. Walmsley's crying baby, which, neglected by its gaping nurse, had commemorated the day by a fall from a high bed. Bess made a temporary couch for the baby in a snug corner, and quietly came to Kezia's assistance. Then Ellen Chadwick, intuitively perceptive of kitchen troubles, busied herself in bringing reserves of china, glass, plate, linen, and sweetmeats from closets and storeroom. Cicely and Dolly came down in due time, and the credit of the establishment lost nothing in Kezia's hands, even though there was an additional influx of visitors, and a supper also to provide. That was Mr. Ashton's affair. He had tired of his processional march in the broiling sun by the time they had skirted Ardwick and defiled into Chancery Lane. The two friends by his side, Mr. John McConnell and Mr. John Green, both cotton spinners with whom he dealt, being of the same mind, they had fallen out of the line in Ancoats Lane and turned down Canal Street to the house of the latter, to refresh themselves with something less dry than snuff or road dust. Mr. Green was the uncle of Henry Liverseege, the artist, fragile of form and spiritual of face, but the latter was then only a genius in his 19th year, with fame and an early grave dimly foreshadowed. They found him on the doorstep with his fussy and fidgety though kind-hearted aunt, just back from Mr. Gore's in Piccadilly, whence they had seen the show. The gentleman's requirement, a draught of ale, was soon supplied, accompanied by a spasmodic comment on the grand display and the exhibition of a pair of the loyally inscribed fillets she had secured as the small-ware weavers passed. "By the by, that was a wonderfully effective banner of yours, Mr. Ashton," interposed the thin voice of Liverseege. "Who painted it?" "A young fellow in my employ, who occasionally designs for us," answered Mr. Ashton, handing his snuff-box to the group in rotation. "Quite a self-taught artist." "Indeed, it was not much like an amateur's brush. I should like to know him. You see, I do something in that way myself." The young painter, conscious of his own latent power, was sensitively alive to undeveloped art in another. "Would you? Just so. Then you shall. Come along, all of you, and finish the day with us. Mrs. Ashton will find us a dish of tea, and I'm sure, Mrs. Green, she will be proud to see you also." Turning to the gentlemen, who had by this time emptied their tall boy glasses, he added, "And I think I have a few bottles of rare old port waiting among the cobwebs for us to drink the King's health." It was a period of much pressing and many excuses, but the excitement of the day had so far destroyed ceremony that even Mrs. Green, who was somewhat punctilious, after a little nervous trepidation anent the fitness of her last new cap for company, consented, and accepted the arm Mr. Ashton gallantly offered to pilot her across the crowded street, along which the tail of the procession had only just trailed. Graciously, though with her natural stateliness, Mrs. Ashton received the newcomers. Mrs. Green, finding the company generally in morning visiting dress, was at ease about her cap. The tea was exhilarating, the viands toothsome, the wines excellent. There was one common topic for discussion. The ice of ceremony had thawed hours before, and genial Mr. Ashton, having locked the doors to prevent the escape of a guest before the supper he had bespoken was demolished, was thoroughly in his element. Mrs. Ashton was not quite so much at ease, though she was too well bred to manifest a disquiet, which had two sources. In the first place, the presumptuous salutation of Augusta by Lieutenant Aspinall had jarred a sensitive nerve. In the second, Mr. Ashton, generously impulsive, had introduced Mr. Clegg to their friends, and as a friend of whom he was himself proud. She thoroughly appreciated Jabez, and equally contemplated his advancement, but she was for making no more haste than good speed, and considered it more prudent to raise him by insensible degrees. And as she watched her husband, radiant with goodwill, cross the room with Jabez, discomposed at the very doorway by the wondering eyes of Augusta, and present him to Mr. Green and Mr. Liverseege, thus ran her thoughts. "Dear me, William is very inconsiderate. He will turn the young man's head and insult our visitors at the same time. I hope Mrs. Clough will not recognise him. How indignant she would be if she thought we expected her to associate with one who once wore her son's cast-off clothes. Certainly he is well conducted and worthy in all respects, but people don't forget such things. If Mr. Green and Mr. McConnell only knew William was introducing our blue-coat apprentice, what would they say? I'm glad, however, to see young Mr. Liverseege so affable with Jabez." To her surprise, at this juncture, Mr. McConnell drew his chair close to Jabez and Mr. Liverseege, and attributing the evident embarrassment of the former to the newness of his position, endeavoured to dissipate it by taking part in the conversation, to which Mr. Green occasionally added a word. The lady, who was so afraid of touching the dignity of her friends, had not heard her less exclusive lord whisper to the two cotton spinners, "I'm afraid I've committed a grave misdemeanour in Mrs. Ashton's sight by bringing young Clegg among our party, but kings are not crowned every day, and I thought it a good opportunity to bring a worthy lad out. You and I," and he tapped his snuff-box, "know what Manchester men are made of, and that young fellow has good stuff in him. He was made to rise, sirs." Mr. Ashton's friends nodded in acquiescence, and willing to humour their kindly host, and perhaps desirous to test the calibre of an aspirant so introduced, wittingly or unwittingly did their part in helping him to rise, by the very distinction of their prolonged attention. It was an act quite in the way of John McConnell, who had already given a lift to his rising young countryman, Fairbairn the engineer. Presently Mr. Chadwick, beckoning attentive Ellen to his side, and using her shoulder as a support, involuntarily seconded his brother-in-law by joining the group, and putting out his hand to Jabez, who rose at his approach and offered his own seat to the paralytic gentleman, said, "What interests you so much, Mr. Clegg, that you forget old friends?" "No, sir, I'd not forgotten you, nor Miss Chadwick either." Ellen coloured. "But Mr. Ashton having honoured me with an introduction to Mr. Liverseege and these gentlemen," bowing to them, "I was not at liberty to break away, had I felt so disposed." "We were discussing the influence of art on our local manufactures," added Henry Liverseege, and thereupon the subject was resumed, Ellen necessarily in close attendance on her father, standing there with sparkling black eyes, an animated and attentive listener, well pleased that Mr. Clegg's merits, as seen by her, had at length found recognition. Meanwhile Augusta, the centre of a group of young people, indulged in sentimental chit-chat, and trifling with her fan and human hearts, completed the enslavement of her last admirer, a fair-haired Mr. Marsland, while Jabez, from his distant seat, looked and longed in vain. Cards were, as a matter of course, proposed for the amusement of this extemporised party, and in filling up tables for whist or loo, Mrs. Ashton's fears for the sensibility of her friends were forgotten. They were utterly put to the rout by a loud rat-tat-tat at the street door, followed by the entrance of Mr. Clough and the Reverend Joshua Brooks, the latter less vigorous than of yore, but in a state of unusual excitement. His loud voice was heard before he was seen. "Hogs, sir, hogs! They are no better than hogs, sir," he was saying, even as he came into the drawing-room. He appeared too much ruffled to respond composedly to the kindly greetings of his many friends. Even Augusta, who put forth her little white hand with her most winning smile, attracted no more attention than a hurried "How d'ye do, lass, how d'ye do?" "What is the matter, Mr. Brooks? You seem—" He interrupted Mr. Ashton's inquiry with "Matter, sir? Waste and riot, intemperance and indecency are the matter. These old eyes have seen that which is enough to bring a curse upon the Coronation and a blight upon the town." Conversation was arrested. Flirtation forgot its part. Cards were laid down, save by 3 or 4 inveterate players, and young and old were alike on the qui vive, crowding round the speaker. "Permit me," said Mr. Clough, commencing an explanation. "I suppose you are all aware that the new market in Shude Hill is the chief station of the 9 appointed for the distribution of meat, bread, and ale to the populace." "Populace, indeed! The very scum and dregs of the town! Say rather the lowest, roughest rabble," broke in old Joshua. "Well, Parson, for the credit of our working population, let us hope so," chimed in Mr. Clough, resuming. "Whilst Mr. Brooks and I were at tea in his sanctum, Tabitha ran in breathless to tell us that the platform erected for recipients in front of the storehouse had given way, that several persons were injured, and one had been killed on the spot." "Ah!" said the parson, drawing a long breath between his teeth, while Jabez, unobserved by either, drew nearer to listen, and the ladies put up their hands in horror. "It was not our most direct route, but either curiosity or compassion took us round by Shude Hill Market on our road hither, and never shall I forget the scene we witnessed. Loaves and junks of meat were being pitched high and far amongst the crowd from the warehouse doors and windows, as if flung to hounds." "Hounds, sir!" burst in impatient Joshua. "Don't slander the better animal. Only the commonest curs would have yelped and scrambled and struggled and fought for their rations, as did the human beasts we saw clutching and gripping from weaker women and children that which had fallen within their reach, or trampling in the mud under foot the food they were too greedy or too drunk to devour. Ay, mud, for the very kennels ran with ale thrown in pitchers full amongst the people, to be caught in hats and bonnets and hollowed hands, as if it were rain in an African desert. Ale! The atmosphere reeked of ale. Men, women, and children of all ages carried it away, or drank it from all sorts of vessels, reeled, hiccuped, and staggered under their burden, or sank down by the wayside, whilst others, shouting like maniacs, drained the half-empty mugs. I tell you, sirs, Captain Cook never fell in with greater savages. Even death and disaster in their midst had not awed them. Ugh! I say again, they are hogs, absolute hogs." As Joshua paused to take breath and sank into a chair, Jabez modestly put the question to the excitable chaplain. "Do you not think the distributors are most to blame for this wanton waste and excess, to say nothing of the loss of life? Surely the arrangements of the committee must have been defective." The parson's harsh tones softened as he put out his hand to grasp the speaker's. "Ay, Jabez, lad, is that thee? I'm glad to see thee here." And he laid emphasis on the word. "Ay, the distributors are answerable for—" But the personal recognition had created a diversion. The question Jabez had mooted was talked over by separate knots of individuals in different quarters of the large room, whilst Mr. Clough, to Mrs. Ashton's amazement, yes, and gratification also, shook the salesman warmly by the hand, and congratulated him on his apparent success. Moreover, he bore him away to Mrs. Clough at the loo table, and called her attention to the change time had effected in the old tanner's foster child in the most cordial manner. Thanks to Mr. Ashton, Mr. Clegg had truly got his first foot into Manchester society that Coronation day, and his old hopes might have revived, had not a disturbing element crept into the room during the denunciatory oration of his clerical friend. John Walmsley, not finding his wife at home when released from yeomanry duty, had come in quest of her, bringing 2 of his comrades, and when Mr. Clegg retired from the loo table with a bow, his eye fell first on the conspicuous figure of Captain Travis in the silver and blue glory of uniform, bending deferentially to address Miss Chadwick, and in another moment on the elegant Adonis he had dragged from icy death, toying with Miss Augusta's carved ivory fan, and whispering low to her, whilst she hid her Indian muslin robe and too eloquent face behind the screen of her convenient harp, and drew her flexible fingers lightly across the chords. The lustre of that evening's introduction was dimmed for Jabez. Augusta scarcely looked at him as she brushed past to supper, leaning on the arm of Lieutenant Aspinall, her white dress in strong contrast to his dark uniform. And no doubt his pain was pictured on his face, for Ellen Chadwick sighed, as she too passed him with her martial cavalier, and half turned to look pitifully as she went. There was no lack of ladies, so Mrs. Ashton paired Mr. Clegg off with a chatty damsel of 30 or thereabouts, and he did his best to listen and make himself agreeable. But not even the novelty of his situation could keep his thoughts or his eyes from wandering where they should not. Along the whole course of the procession, the Manchester yeomanry had been greeted with more hisses and groans than cheers. This had chafed their noble spirits, and on disbanding they had sought consolation in the wine-cup, which temperate Jabez was not slow to observe, although their degree of exhilaration was not then considered a disqualification for the drawing-room or for the society of ladies. Mr. Ashton's strong home-brewed supper ale was not a sedative, yet still Augusta smiled on Lawrence in spite of her mother's frowns, driving Mr. Marsland to desperation and Jabez to despair. Indeed, he was glad when the repast was over, for then Joshua Brookes rose to depart, sober as when he sat down, and the Chadwicks also. He had thus an opportunity of escaping from his torment by offering his escort to tottering Mr. Chadwick and the parson in succession, if the latter did not object to the slight detour. Jabez foresaw that Mr. Travis was ready to do Miss Chadwick suit and service, but in offering his arm to assist the slow feet of the disabled father, he little dreamed how gladly his daughter would have made an exchange. Nor, had he been wiser, would he have thrust himself in Big Ben's way, any more than would Mrs. Chadwick, who openly favoured the personable and unimpeachable captain. End of chapter the 32nd. Chapter the 33rd of The Manchester Man by Mrs. G. Linnaeus Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Clogs. Leaving the Chadwicks at their own door, where Captain Travis would fain have lingered had he been encouraged, Jabez and he fell back as guards to their reverend friend, whose excitability might otherwise have involved him in some unpleasantness, so disorderly a riff-raff occupied the streets. Turning down Church Street, they pursued their dimly lighted way along Cannon Street, so named from dismounted cannon, said to be captured from rebels which served as corner-posts, through Hanging Ditch to Hyde's Cross, thence past the deserted Apple Market, and Dr. Smith's ancient labyrinth of a house, to the parson's less antiquated domicile in the corner by the grammar school, and those college gates which had been the portals of peace and promise to Jabez, and not only to him, but to hundreds besides. The excitement of old Joshua had been toned down amongst the wax lights and pleasant faces around the Ashtons' well-spread supper-table, and at first he was disposed to be conversable after his own peculiar manner. They had purposely avoided Shude Hill Market by an ample circuit, but stragglers of both sexes from the scene of riot lay maundering or asleep in their path, or crossed it at every turn, in all stages of inebriation and disorder, until the natural irritability of the chaplain, increased by failing health, broke forth in loud-voiced indignation, ending in a wail that he was "getting old and powerless," or he would "rise like another John Knox, and denounce the wickedness rampant in the land." "A good man lives there, Jabez," said he, pointing to the black and white home of the headmaster, where lighted windows told of hospitality awake. "A good man, but for whom I should not be alive to tell you. But there are those in the pulpit, my lads, whom the church ought to spew out, lest they poison the flocks it is their duty to feed. Can the stream be pure if the fountain be polluted? And how shall we rebuke the gross excesses of the untaught rabble, whilst chambering, gluttony, and drunkenness defile the high places of the land? Ugh! There wants another flood to wash Europe sweet and clean. The sin on the earth was not greater in the days of Noah." They were crossing the space before the two closed gates when he paused for lack of breath, and Travis, with no thought but to change the subject, observed to Jabez over the head of the panting pastor, "How quiet this little nook of ground is now, yet to me, and no doubt to you, Mr. Clegg, it is haunted by ghosts of old times." That set Joshua off again. "Ugh! To hear a lad of 25 talk of old times! What's the world coming to? Ghosts indeed! It'd like to have been haunted by ghosts of something more than old times, as Jabez and I know to our cost. I've never been right since the young ruffians had me in their clutches. And mark you, my lads, and think of it when you have young ones of your own to rear. There's no worse sign for a country or a family than when the young jibe and jeer, mock and scorn their elders. When grey hairs fail to command respect, virtue, principle, and religion are at their lowest ebb." He stood within his own gate as he said this, and as Tabitha opened the door for her master, he checked all reply with, "There, you've had a sermon for nothing. You'll forget it when the old man's back turns. Good night, lads. See you steer clear of brawls, and give drunken fools a wide berth." Leaving the young men so abruptly dismissed to retrace their steps towards Hyde's Cross, it may be as well if we throw a light on some of Parson Brooks's dark allusions. Time had not smoothed the old man's eccentricities, nor modified the antagonism between the grammar school boys and the ex-master. They were always at war, and there never was wanting a casus belli. The previous September he had been more than usually irritated by a lampoon which began, "Oh, Jotty, you dog, your house, we well know, is headquarters of prog," the purport of which was to fix on him the stigma of inviting a friend to dine and regaling him with a black pudding only. Lashed to fury, he burst into the grammar school when the first and second form boys were assembled in the afternoon to rehearse the speeches which, according to custom, they were to deliver in public at the annual commemoration in October. He braved them in his hottest style, winding up with, "You're a set of blockheads. I would not come to hear your speeches if you would pay me for it." There was a general cry, "Turn him out! Turn him out!" But Jotty would not be turned out. He stuck himself in the doorway with his legs against the doorpost and his back against the door itself, to the extreme risk of broken limbs, whilst his young and vigorous opponents brought their strength to bear upon the door to force him out. With such odds he was sure to be overcome, but driven into the yard he fought with his antagonists like a mastiff at bay, and they, like the cowards they must have been, to have assailed in a body an old man, under any provocation, by sheer force of numbers bore him backwards to the wall, and but for the opportune arrival of Dr. Smith, would have repeated the outrage perpetrated on Jabez Clegg 8 years before. He might well say Dr. Smith had saved his life. Such a fall, whether in high or low water, to so old a man, would have been certain destruction. They broke his heart, I think, if they did not break his limbs, for he never was the same man afterwards. Even old Mrs. Clews used to rally him on his frequent fits of the dumps. Whether Jabez and Ben Travis had or had not lost sight of the parson's homily, they were linked arm in arm, the rich yeomanry officer and the unpretending small-ware salesman, just as, nearly 9 years previously, the big raw-boned youth, with a heart large enough to match his frame, had linked his arm in that of the poor blue-coat boy as a friend and protector, when as yet his admittance into society was undreamed of. Where the four roads met at Hyde's Cross, a staggering Charlie, as the watchmen were called, much as, at this day, they are bobbies, passed them with his horn lantern and staff, and his rattle in his belt, proclaiming, "Past 10 o'clock, and a fine moonlight neat." The two stood for a moment, then, animated by a desire to ascertain if Joshua Brookes had spoken sooth, or, in his spleen, exaggerated, they turned up Shude Hill, all alive with people who were ordinarily at that hour in bed, and made their way to the market. Exaggerate! Joshua Brookes had seen but in part, and painted but in part. Every avenue to the market was a scene of debauchery. Hogarth's print of Gin Lane was feeble beside it. The distribution of food was over, but that of drink continued. The oil lamps of the street, the dying illumination lamps, and the misty moonlight showed a picture of unimaginable grossness, whilst their ears were assailed with foulness which would have shocked a hardened man of the world. How much more these inexperienced young friends! Children, men and women, their clothes torn or disarrayed, lay singly or in groups on the paths, or in the gutters, asleep or awake, drunk, sick, helpless, exposed. There was fighting and cursing over the ale yet procurable. There were loaves in the gutters, and meat trampled in the mire, food which, properly distributed, would have gladdened many a poor hard-working family too self-respecting to join that clamorous mob. The two young men turned away, sick and disgusted. "Henry Hunt, in advocating the disuse of excisable liquors," said Jabez thoughtfully, "may only have designed to cripple the Government, but surely no one could witness scenes like these, whether Whig or Tory, without feeling that some restriction on drink is absolutely necessary for the safety of the State and the comfort of the people." "You are right, Mr. Clegg," responded Travis heartily. "Men of all politics ought to meet on this ground. I shall see how far my little influence goes to check intemperance henceforth. Something must be done, and that promptly. Whatever I can do to second you, you may depend on. Though beyond our own warehouse my opportunities are small," said Jabez. "Still, if I can influence one within our walls, that one may act on two outside, and so we may prevail in the end." "Yes," added Travis, "and if this night be not eloquent in its protest against drink, all humanity must be equally debased and brutalised." Some caution had been necessary to cross the market, so as to avoid insult, the captain's bulk and uniform rendering him conspicuous, and his corps being in anything but good odour. They had kept well within the shade of the pillared piazza which extended along the side to their right, and, stunned by the uproar of brawling and fighting crowds, picked their way between degraded humanity in heaps on the pavement, crushed hats and bonnets, torn caps and shawls, boots and shoes which had done duty as drinking vessels, sodden meat and bread, and had much ado to avoid splashing through puddles of ale and other abominations. They had emerged into Oak Street, glad to have got tolerably clear of the clamour and brutality, when a cry from the direction of Tib Street, "Watch! Help! Watch!" fell on their ears in tones which had a strangely familiar ring to Jabez. Hastening on at a run, they came upon a decently dressed man struggling against 3 or 4 drunken ruffians with heavy clogs on their feet. They had got the man down, and were vociferating with oaths not to be repeated here. "Gie him a lip with his clog! Punce him well! Shut up his tater trap for him! Bury him i' the bread basket! Vettle his mug with his clog!" Before Jabez and his companion could prevent it, a heavy thud, followed by a groan, told of a brutal kick. The two only dashed among them in time to arrest the other clogs, already on the backward swing for force, and saved the prostrate man by turning the fury of the savages on themselves. The cowardly brutes, however, stood little chance against the sobriety and skill backed by the muscular frame of Jabez and the Herculean one of Travis, even though they carried weapons of offence on their feet and plied them vigorously, and before a droning watchman hove in sight to spring his rattle for assistance, they were overmastered or put to the rout. Most thankful was Jabez for the impulse which had directed their steps that way, when, on raising the fallen man, the light of an adjacent oil lamp projecting from the wall fell on his blood-stained face, and revealed Tom Hulme, who had been drawn into that unusually disorderly neighbourhood by like curiosity with their own, and had been set upon without provocation. He walked with pain, and they supported his steps to the infirmary, not finding Mr. Hurtley, on whom they called, at home. But so fertile had that evening been of serious injuries, he was some time before he could obtain attention. 13 far more urgent cases had preceded his. At length his head and cut lip were plastered up, a reviving draught administered, and after some examination of bruises and poking and pressing of his body, 3 of his ribs were pronounced broken. His defenders were disposed to smile at the surgeon when, besides an embrocation for bruises, he prescribed a succession of oatmeal poultices applied internally. In other words, a cushion of as much oatmeal porridge as the patient could consume to press the crushed ribs gently into position. It was, however, not much of a laughing matter to Tom Hulme, or to loving Bess, who looked aghast at this deplorable termination of a day's jollity. Nor was there a trace of mirth on the face of Jabez when, at parting with Ben Travis on the Mosley Street doorstep, he gripped, more in pain than pleasure, the big hand extended so cordially. It was after midnight, but from the open windows of the still-lighted drawing-room the thin quick ears of Jabez had caught the sound of Augusta's melodious voice blending with that of Laurence Aspinall in a popular duet, although the notes of the latter were neither so clear nor so steady as they might have been. The pallor on her foster son's face Bess attributed to tender-hearted sympathy for her injured husband, but Jabez hurried away from her oppressive thanks to the solitude of his own chamber, where he could bury his face in his quivering hands, and unseen wrestle with the emotions of which she had no conception. Never had he known a day so chequered. The same sun which had looked down at noontide on the triumph of his amateur brush had beamed on Augusta Ashton's conscious cheeks as she accepted his rival's familiar act of gallantry without so much as a frown. The evening had made a man of him, lifted him into a new sphere, brought him, so to speak, nearer to his divinity within the radius of her smiles, the music of her voice. She had put her small white hand within his, and blessed him with a word or two of shy recognition. But Laurence Aspinall had again come like a cloud between him and his sunbeam. Her sweetest smiles, her softest tones were for the intruder. Her arm had rested willingly on his, her voice had blent with his in sentimental song, and darkness once more shut out hope from Jabez. "Common sense might have taught me that my love was folly, presumption, madness," he argued with himself, "that the heiress of a wealthy man would not stoop to her father's blue-coat apprentice. But oh," he groaned, "I had hoped to raise myself step by step nearer to her level, to make myself worthy of her as a man, if I had not riches to lay at her feet. She is young, and what might I not accomplish with industry ere she came of age? But now—" He tore his neckcloth off and cast it from him, stripped off coat and vest and flung them aside, as though they held his passionate folly, and he had done with it, then sank into a chair, the very impersonation of listless hopelessness. He had gone through all this struggle once before, and thought he had overcome his weakness. But at the touch of the enchanter's wand, love had blazed up afresh, and was not to be smothered. His reverie was broken into by the tread of many feet on the staircase below, and the murmur of voices calling one to another. The hall door shut with a clang, and then a light foot came tripping up the stair alone, and from heart and lips dropped unconsciously the soft refrain of that too well-known duet. She too was carrying to her chamber memories of the night, and bearing the burden lightly. He listened until the door closed upon step and song. Then, as if its echoes pierced his soul, he set his teeth and clenched his outstretched hands in mute agony. There was more than hopeless love in this. There was jealousy also. Then he murmured half audibly, "If he were only worthy of her, I could bear it better. But to see her cast her heart at the feet of one who will trample on it is beyond mortal endurance." He started to his feet. A bright thought irradiated his face. "Coward that I am! I am quitting the battle without striking a blow. I am myself unworthy of Augusta if I surrender her to a heartless profligate without an effort to save her. Faint heart never won fair lady. Women have stooped lower, and lowly men have looked higher ere now. I am making way, but I must make money too, if I would look above me. Father and mother look on me with favour.
and why not the daughter? She may learn the worthlessness of the fine gentleman in time. Courage, Jabez. Work with a will. Do your duty. Miss no opportunity, and the gold and the goddess may both be yours in the end, and honestly won." He sprang into bed fresher and lighter than he had been all day, the prayer of that other Jabez rising from his heart with the fervour of old times. End of chapter the 33rd. Chapter the 34th of The Manchester Man, by Mrs. G. Linnaeus Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Birds of a Feather. The Palace Inn on the north side of Market Street Lane was the last relic of that cramped thoroughfare to disappear at the bidding of Improvement. Possibly because its many eyes and bald dark red brick face looked out on a space so much beyond the 21 yards assigned by Act of Parliament to the regenerated street, that the Improvement Committee had no powers to meddle with it. For surely its historic associations were not sufficient to protect it. Prince Charles Edward had been hospitably lodged and entertained beneath its roof by its owner, Mr. Dickinson, long ere it had become an inn. He had harangued his devoted followers from the stone plateau of its double flight of steps, with his hand perchance on its smooth rail of unornamented iron, but in isolated dignity rather than palatial pretensions lay its chief safeguard. Be that as it may, 14 or 15 years elapsed between the first act of demolition for widening, at the shop of a Mr. Maund, and that last feat of narrowing which blocked up and darkened history, as represented by the palace, with common stone warehouses for everyday merchandise. Alas! Clio and all her sister muses must succumb when Mammon is on the march. But Mammon had only got his first foot in the street on that Thursday morning in July, which blushed at the doings of the Coronation night, and the Palace Inn yet held its head high as beseemed its historic state. The open space in front was enlivened by the newly painted London stage coach, the Lord Nelson, the fresh scarlet coats of coachmen and guards, the assembling of passengers and luggage, the shouting and swearing of half-awake ostlers and porters, the grumbling of the first comers, shivering in the raw air at the unpunctuality of the stage, the excuses of the booking clerk, the self-gratulations of the last arrival that he was in time, the dragging of trunks and portmanteaus onto the top, the thrusting of bags and boxes into the boot, the harnessing of snorting steeds, the horsing of the vehicle, the scrambling of the outsiders to the top by the ladder and wheel, the self-satisfied settlement of the insides in the places they had booked for, the crushing and thrusting of friends with last messages and parting words, the crack of the whip, the sound of the bugle, the prancing of horses, the rattle of wheels, and the dashing off up Market Street Lane of the gallant four in hand, amid the hurrahs of excited spectators. Every morning witnessed a somewhat similar scene of bustle and excitement at 5 o'clock when the London coach started, but every morning did not see Jabez mounted on the box seat with the coachman. Nor did every morning see the coach an hour behind time, or the driver's face quite so red, or the spectators so heavy-eyed, or so much handing up of horns and glasses to the passengers to be returned empty, or leave Mr. Ashton standing there when the Lord Nelson had bowled away. That Coronation Day had much to answer for. When Tom Hulme should have risen at 4 o'clock to return home, his bruised limbs were so stiff and sore that the soldier who had borne the fatigue of many a campaign, who had bivouacked on the battlefield after a forced march, and being ready with the sun for the day's duties, had to confess himself fettled by Lancashire clogs and unable to stir. There was no alternative but to acquaint Mr. Ashton. The mill could not be left without a manager. After the night's unwonted dissipation, Mr. Ashton slept heavily, and was with difficulty aroused. When once he comprehended the state of affairs, he was on the alert.
"It's a bad business," said he to his wife, as he dressed in haste. "There is nothing so bad but it might be worse," was her consolatory reply. "Never bewail a loss till you have done your best to repair it. Can you not send Mr. Clegg to Whaley Bridge for a few days?" "My dear, your counsel is invaluable, but I fear there is not time to catch the coach. It is 20 minutes past 4 now." "It is sure to be late this morning, and Jabez will catch it if it is to be caught," was her quick rejoinder. Bess had already awakened Jabez, and he, fully dressed, met Mr. Ashton at his bedroom door with, "Can I be of any service, sir?" a prompt commentary on Mrs. Ashton's declaration. A few necessaries hastily crammed into a carpet bag, a bowl of milk and a crust of bread as hastily swallowed, and Jabez, accompanied by Mr. Ashton, was on his way to the Palace coach office, confident they were in time, not having heard the guard's bugle, or met the coach. There was, however, barely time to claim for Mr. Clegg the place already booked for Mr. Hume. Mrs. Hume's seat was forfeited, and for him to take his seat before they were off in a canter, and Mr. Ashton's business mind was relieved. As the manufacturer, satisfied that the mill hands at Whaley Bridge would not be left altogether to their own devices, stood within a short distance of the high steps looking after the vanishing coach, a party of roisterers came swaggering out of the inn, hallooing with all their tipsy might. One in advance of the rest, observing an elderly gentleman below, pointed him out to his companions as fair game, and leaning over the rail to steady himself, cried out, "Hallo, old fogey, are you a Tory or a Radical? Damn me, take your hat off before gentlemen," and suiting the action to the word, extended a riding whip he carried, and jerked Mr. Ashton's hat off into the dust, whereupon his worthy comrades set up a loud guffaw in admiration of the feat. Naturally Mr. Ashton, his brief reverie disturbed, stooped to pick up the fallen beaver, and making due allowance for the unwonted occasion, turned to remonstrate good-humouredly with an excited stranger who had evidently drunk the King's health too frequently. It was not with more surprise than annoyance that he recognised 4 of the hilarious party in the doorway and on the steps of the inn, which had apparently been open the night through. Not one of the 4 was in a condition to recognise him, although 2 of them, John Walmsley and Lawrence Aspinall, had supped overnight at his own table, although the 3rd, Kit Townley, had good reason for remembrance, and Ned Barrett was anything but a stranger. Loud laughter hailed the fall of the hat. A second attempt to uncover the obstinate old fogey was made, but dexterously avoided by Mr. Ashton, in his absolute astonishment, stepping backward beyond range. "Young gentleman, do you know whom you are insulting?" There was another laughing chorus. Aspinall almost toppled over the rail as he leaned forward, impotently striking out with his whip. "I protest, the old rad's demnedly like the lovely Augusta's snuffy old dad," drawled out he, in a sort of tipsy wisdom. "Just so," appended Walmsley, mimicking the old gentleman's peculiarity. Mr. Ashton, though a reasonably temperate man himself, was not so greatly shocked at these young carousers as we might be. Long usage blunts sensibilities. It was a glorious distinction to be a 3-bottle man. The inability to drink a solitary bottle of wine at a sitting was a sort of disqualification for good fellowship, and it was considered a fine thing for a boy of 7 to toss off a glass like a man. So the genial old gentleman was inclined to allow some latitude for the special occasion, but they had touched him on a tender point. The light mention of his darling daughter's name roused his blood. "John Walmsley," he cried angrily, looking up, "what brings you, a married man, with these young rakes at this hour of the morning?" "Pray, what brought you here, old fogey?" hiccuped Aspinall, answering for the other. One of the ostlers, Bob, the ex-groom, squeezed between the rollicking fellows to whisper in the ear of Lawrence. He was impatiently thrust back with an elbow. "Pshaw! Don't believe it. Old Snuff and Tuppenny's fast asleep in bed, sure as you're gone. I know better. I say, you!" But old Snuff and Tuppenny had turned on his heel, too wise to enter into contention with a set of inebriated boobies, though not proof against the disrespectful epithets of Laurence, or the derisive laughter of his boon companions. His irritation half emptied his snuff box before he got home, so often he tapped smartly on its golden lid, and so often his finger and thumb travelled between it and his nose with a touch of ruminant displeasure. Neither he nor Mrs. Ashton was disposed to overlook the fact that Kit Townley and Ned Barrett, scapegraces by repute, were of the party, nor that Augusta's name had been familiarly used in their midst. "Birds of a feather flock together," said the lady. "And if Mr. Aspinall's son associates with that reckless and dishonest Kit Townley, he is a very unfit friend for John Walmsley, and still worse for our dear Augusta." "Just so. For a dashing blade with a handsome face, who sports a uniform, talks poetry, and sings sentimental songs, is just the fellow to take a silly girl's fancy before she's old enough to think. I know, I regret I ever brought him here," said Mr. Ashton seriously, as Augusta came in the room to breakfast, entering at the door behind her mother's back. "Well, William," observed Mrs. Ashton loftily, her hand on the china coffee pot, "you can imagine my annoyance when John and Mr. Laurence walked arm in arm last night, after the liberty he had taken in the morning, kissing his hand to our daughter from the public procession, in the face of all our friends, as if Augusta had been a flaunting barmaid. I was most indignant." Augusta said "Good morning," and took her seat with a heightened colour. Such a construction of the gallant officer's salute had not occurred to her, and native delicacy took alarm. Mrs. Ashton continued to pour out her thoughts along with the coffee. It was fit Augusta should know her sentiments on this head. "It would have been a breach of hospitality to resent it before our friends, and not good policy either, but I shall put a stop to his visits henceforth." "Oh, mamma!" exclaimed Augusta, dropping her hands at this climax, "you cannot mean that." "Yes, my dear, I do. If Mr. Aspinall has depraved associates, he must be depraved himself, and I am sure my daughter," she drew herself up proudly, "would not choose her friends from those of Christopher Townley." Augusta's colour suffered no decrease. She paused as she was taking her dry toast from the silver rack, and half hesitatingly remonstrated. "Of course I should not wish to associate with Mr. Townley's friends, but papa may be mistaken. I do not think Mr. Aspinall would mix with them. People meet and mingle at coach offices who are strangers." "Just so, my dear, but—" interposed her father. "Why, mamma," the persistent young lady went on, "no more perfect gentleman enters our doors than Mr. Laurence Aspinall. His manners are most refined. Then he talks enchantingly and sings divinely, and," this she thought conclusive, "is he not intimate with Charlotte and John?" "Just so," quickly answered Mr. Ashton, glancing across the table at his attentive wife, "and all the worse for Charlotte and John. I shall have a word with them on the subject. I called in Marsden Square on my way home, and found Charlotte with red eyes. John had not been home all night," and Mr. Ashton battered the top of an egg whilst delivering what he regarded as a crushing argument. Breakfast and the discussion were unusually prolonged, the only impression left on the young lady's romantic, impressible, and inexperienced mind being that her parents were unaccountably harsh to her and unjust to Mr. Laurence, in her eyes the beau ideal of a man. Such a figure and such a face could only enshrine divinity, and if he was a little wild, so were all heroes at his age. Let not the inexperienced girl be overmuch condemned for this. The opinion generally prevailed in her day. She had heard the sentiment expressed in farces on the stage, in society, at home, and elsewhere. Even her own father's hospitality trended in the same direction. Mrs. Ashton was a woman of her word. The door in Mosley Street was closed against Mr. Laurence Aspinall, and James was incorruptible. But the teaching of Miss Bohanna's library being that love was far-seeing and parents were blind, it followed that Miss Augusta, who would have resented any supposition of wilful disobedience or intentional disrespect towards the good father and mother she loved so dearly, met the fascinating gentleman, always by chance, either at her cousin's in Marsden Square or in her walks abroad, and scented billets doux came and went between the leaves of 4-volumed romances, which Cicely carried to and from the library. One of these fell into Mrs. Ashton's hands, when, finding her advice contemned, she took measures to check this premature and clandestine love-making, as she thought, effectually. End of chapter the 34th. Chapter the 35th of The Manchester Man by Mrs. G. Linnaeus Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At Carr Cottage. Tom Hulme was most anxious to get back to Whaley Bridge and the mill, and motherly Bess was equally uneasy to return to her poor little Sim, afraid lest he should tax his grandfather's strength overmuch, or meet with some fresh accident. Yet more than a week elapsed before her husband was fit to travel, and in the interim Mr. Ashton had himself gone thither to ascertain how the new substitute filled the post. He was still at Carr Cottage when the Lord Nelson stopped at the end of the avenue, and Jabez, with fragile Sim mounted on his shoulder, trotted down to the gate to welcome Bess and her invalid home. They had travelled inside, but John Loudon McAdam had not yet been appointed Surveyor of Roads, and Tom Hulme had suffered severely from the jolting of the coach. Bess clasped her child tenderly, and held him up for his father's kiss, but she put him down to waddle on before them, he could not run, while she and Jabez helped the injured corporal to ascend the steep incline. Old Simon, who seemed to have got a new lease of life from the invigorating country air and occupation, had already breakfasted, and was in the bean-field gathering the first ripe pods for a dinner of beans and bacon. Tom, lad," said he, as he entered the house-place, and saw his son-in-law's pale face against the blue and white check cover of the arm-chair. "Why, thy face is as white as a clout. Thou'll noan be fit to wark for one while. Thou's nobbut fit for to sit under th' sycamore tree and look at th' flowers, and watch me put th' garden i' fettle." "Just so," said Mr. Ashton, bringing his pleasant face in at the door. "I think Mr. Clegg will have to do duty for you a while longer. And don't distress yourself about it, Mr. Hulme, for I fancy a little fresh air will do him no harm this hot weather. He's been overworking lately, and does not look too brisk." "You are very kind, sir," responded Jabez, "but I trust a few days' rest will set Mr. Hulme on his feet again." He said nothing of himself. But Tom Hulme had received unsuspected internal injuries, and many weeks went by before he was stout as before, weeks pregnant with fate for Jabez, and not Jabez alone. Factory hours were long, but the summer days were longer, and he was glad after work was over to ramble away through the valley of the Goyt, following the winding of the stream, or over the larch-clad hills above Taxal, where he would return with the rising moon, bringing pockets full of the crisp brown fir cones for Sim to play with. In the pine woods, alone with nature, he could give vent to his emotions, or indulge in meditation at his will. Mr. Ashton, however, found him other occupation for his spare hours. The landlord of the White Hart, bearing in mind that Mr. Clegg had come under his roof first as a travelling artist, had expatiated to Mr. Ashton with much pathos on the deplorable condition of the inn sign, not without sundry broad hints that Mr. Clegg's temporary residence on the spot was a glorious opportunity not to be neglected. Mr. Ashton had smiled, said "Just so," taking a pinch from the immense snuff-box lying on the bar-parlour chimney-piece, then falling back upon his own, had gone away, and forgot the dingy sign altogether, until another hint from his tenant refreshed his memory. As he stood at the inn door waiting for the Manchester coach, an upward sly glance of the jolly host's caused him to say to the young man by his side, Do you think you could manage to paint a new sign for the White Hart to oblige Chapman and me?" Jabez hesitated, not from unwillingness. "I am afraid, sir, to attempt. It's not in my line, and—" "Oh, you can do it well enough. Remember the banner." "I've no materials here, sir, else—" "If that's all, you shall have them in a day or two." In a few days an easel, a new signboard, and colours were sent by the Manchester and Buxton carrier, and Jabez set to work, to the especial wonder and admiration of little Sim, who delighted to stand by his side, and grew rebellious when bedtime was announced. Jabez was, however, but an untaught artist, and his painting hours were few. The couchant heart was rubbed in and wiped out over and over again before he was satisfied even with the outline. But then it grew in fair proportion under his brush, until he felt there was something in him beyond the region of tapes and braces. The graceful animal, resplendent in golden collar and chain, looked mildly out from the easel in the parlour nearest to the passage, used when the family was there as an eating room, and little Sim gravely reported to his elders it only wanted "gas and tea and guy," when the inmates of Carr Cottage were startled by the arrival of unexpected visitors. It was the second week in August. The air was heavy with the perfume of clove carnations, honeysuckle, mignonette, lavender, musk, and mint. Golden sunflower and crimson hollyhock were in their glory. Bees and wasps hovered over balsams and china asters, or hid themselves in the blue Canterbury bells, or the amber nectary of the stately white lily. Fruits were ripe for the gatherer. Grain was falling under the sickle. Bess, in a fair white muslin cap, a large check apron over her dark chocolate and white print gown — her blue bedgown days were over — was moving quietly about the house place, preparing their early breakfast, no longer restricted to oatmeal porridge. Tom, looking worn, but clean and neat as loving hands could make him, leaned back in his soft armchair and watched her with well-satisfied eyes. Little Sim was already in the garden with his grandfather, helping to gather raspberries and currants for preserving. The tall oak-cased clock struck 7, and then, true to time, the guard's bugle announced the coming of the coach from Manchester. Instinctively Bess went to the door, as was her wont when the coach came in. She uttered an exclamation of surprise. "Eh, Tom, I declare t' coach is stopping at our gate. Happen there's a parcel o' summat for our Jabez." And off she set, past the kitchen window and the farmyard Gothic doorway, and down the avenue with the light foot of a younger woman. Before she reached the avenue gate, the stuffy vehicle had yielded up 3 ladies and 2 bandboxes, and the guard having unlocked the capacious boot, a kind of closet at the back, dragged thence, with much superfluous puffing and straining, 2 hair trunks of moderate dimensions. Yes, there stood Mrs. Ashton, grandly calm, bright-haired Augusta, tall, slim, and, it must be added, unamiably silent, and Ellen Chadwick, whose black eyes had an absolute glow of expectancy in their depths. Bess put up her hand in amazement. "Eh, Mrs. Ashton, madam, you han taken us unawares, and there isna a bit of flesh meat in the house, and th' butcher's cart wunna be round again till Saturday. But Aw'm downreet glad to see you and th' young ladies." She dropped a respectful curtsy. "And aw looking so weel. I were afeared you were not coming this summer." "Never mind the butcher's meat, Mrs. Hume. Having come to Carr, we must do as Carr does. I do not doubt we shall fare very well," said the stately lady reassuringly. "I trust we shall find your good husband free from pain, and Mr. Clegg and your family in health." Bess thanked Mrs. Ashton for her kind inquiries, but somehow she boggled over the Mr. Clegg. She was proud enough of his advancement, but to her he was still Jabez, and he did not seek to be otherwise. There was a difficulty about the luggage, no men being about. By this time old Simon was nearly down the hill, little Sim following at his heels, his face, hands, and pinafore stained with fruit. "I run for Joe!" cried crippled Sim, as Bess tried the weight of a trunk, and Ellen interposed. Run indeed! It was the very travesty of a run. "Well, You see as how almost folk are out in th' fields cutting whoats. Feyther and me can carry one on 'em atween us. They're noan so heavy," said Tom, who followed in the wake of Bess. Mrs. Ashton would not hear of it. Just then little Sim came back with Joe, his most particular friend to whom he was chief patron, a drivelling idiot, a man in frame, a child in heart and brain. He was a pitiable object, the scoff of the rabble, but he had sense enough to know his protectors. At the instance of the 4-year-old child, he shouldered the box with a vacant chuckle, and Sim, loaded with an oval pasteboard bandbox half as big as himself, waddled after him as fast as his deformity would permit. Before the travellers could reach the top of the avenue, Jabez Clegg was with them, the other trunk upon his shoulder. He had heard at the White Hart of their arrival, and had almost sacrificed the dignity of his position in his desire to run. There were more greetings, accompanied by a cordial shaking of hands, and Bess and Simon looked on with pleasure, not unmixed with pain, that the foundling they had adopted and reared had mounted far above their heads, albeit in rising he had drawn them up too. He breakfasted not with them in the house place, but with the newcomers in the parlour, and Bess herself waited upon them, Meg, her little maid, being off in the harvest field gleaning for a bedridden mother. She heard him conversing freely, if deferentially, with the lofty Mrs. Ashton on topics, and in a language her provincial tongue could never compass. She saw him turn to answer the arch sallies of Miss Ashton, and the quieter observations of Miss Chadwick, and noted that the dark eyes of the latter kindled when he spoke, and her cheeks had a warmer glow, as if they caught their hue from the flushed face of Jabez. Breakfast over, little Sim had sat on the doorstep to share his with Crazy Joe, whilst Ellen and Augusta retired to unpack. Mrs. Ashton graciously accepted the escort of Mr. Clegg to the mill, and they trod the avenue and the high road side by side, discussing business matters, her dignity losing no whit by the companionship. Mrs. Ashton was one of those who could lift up without stooping. Clouds never lingered on Augusta's face. She had been transported thither, as she said, with no more ceremony than a bale of twist, but she put off her displeasure with her travelling bonnet, and danced into the kitchen airily as a sylph, to help Bess out of the quandary caused by their advent. "I'm afraid our arrival has been very inauspicious," Augusta said, "but I can assure you I was not consulted, and am not to blame." She had certainly not been consulted. Blame was another matter. "And now, what can I do for you, Mrs. Hume?" Augusta tucked up the sleeves of her peach-coloured gingham dress, borrowed a linen apron from Bess, who confessed to being "rayther a heavy hond at paste," and soon the matron was at ease, respecting pies and tarts and custards. Simon Clegg brought in a dish of trout fresh from the stream. The larder supplied savoury ham and eggs. The garden furnished peas, so Mrs. Ashton was not far wrong. It was but a spurt on Augusta's part. Her tender, impressionable heart had melted at Mrs. Hume's first look of dismay, but the impulse over, there was no more tucking up of sleeves or handling of paste-pins. Fortunately for their digestion, Ellen Chadwick had no less skill, since, quiet as she was, she seemed to lack an outlet for superabundant energy, and obtrusively restless, help Bess she hardly knew how or how much. Augusta wandered about cottage and garden, or sat for hours under the shade of the great sycamore tree, singing low-voiced plaintive ditties, feeling herself the most ill-used and wretched being in existence, separated from her adorable lover. And the more she brooded, the more discontented and melancholy she became. It was all very real and very much to be deplored. No knife cut so keenly at the heartstrings as the sharp edge of a first love turned in upon itself, and Augusta was as much in love as ever was maiden of 17. Mrs. Ashton went daily to the mill, but a casual remark of Mrs. Hume's on Miss Ashton's moping and melancholy aroused the attention of the energetic mother, and she did her best to counteract morbid fancies with long sharp walks in the early morning, extending on one occasion as far as Shawcross Hall, where she astonished her relatives by an informal visit, and a repetition of the dose in the evening, when Mr. Clegg made one of the party, thus unconsciously adding fuel to the fires which, unknown to her, consumed alike her niece and her warehouseman. At the end of 10 days, Mrs. Ashton returned to Manchester, leaving the girls behind. She had extorted a promise from Augusta that she would not write to Mr. Lawrence Aspinall, and relied on that promise being faithfully kept. Moreover, after some debate with herself as they walked from the mill together on the last afternoon of her stay, she committed her daughter and niece to Jabez Clegg's care. "You are a very young man for so important a charge," she said, "but you are steady as old time, and of your integrity and fidelity we have had many proofs. Miss Ashton's health demands a prolonged stay on this breezy hillside, but I fear she feels it dull after Manchester. If you will endeavour to amuse her when you see her drooping, I shall consider myself your debtor, sir, and should anything unusual attract your notice, I depend on your calling our attention to it." "I feel honoured by the trust you repose in me, madam," replied he, a grave consciousness of his own danger stirring at his heart. "You may depend on my watchfulness over Miss Ashton and her cousin." But of any danger to Miss Ashton beyond that arising from a sensitively delicate frame, which might need the sudden summons of Dr. Hull to allay the fears of parents anxious for their only child, he had no suspicion or perception. He had no more clue to Mrs. Ashton's hidden meaning than she to his secret emotions. It had been wiser to have been more explicit. Without that charge he might have made it a point of honour, if not of duty, to hold aloof from the young ladies, lest he should be obtrusive. As it was, the more he pondered, the more he became satisfied that it was only a delicate way of giving sanction to a companionship he might otherwise have regarded as presumptuous. Accordingly, he constituted himself their cavalier after business hours, fulfilling to the letter his instructions to endeavour to amuse Augusta whenever he found her drooping, well rewarded if he could win back a smile or a peal of the rippling laughter he had heard so oft in her schoolgirl days. His attentions to Miss Chadwick were tinctured with the profoundest respect, but there was no effort to entertain or be agreeable. On the contrary, it was Miss Chadwick who kept the light shafts of her cousin's wit within bounds when they were likely to wound, as they did sometimes. The White Hart, to Sim's disquiet, would have suffered long from dearth of herbage, had not thunderous clouds emptied their reservoirs among the hills, until brooks became rivers and roads almost impassable. Then Jabez resumed his brush. Sim clapped his thin little hands with delight, whilst the sedate young lady of 24 and the bewitching damsel of sweet 17 varied the monotony of piano, book, or embroidery frame with an occasional criticism of his work. It was a time fraught with intoxicating delight, but of terrible temptation to Jabez. The frequent fits of languor which bowed Augusta down like a drooping lily made her only more dangerously dear to him, and it needed all his strength to remember that she was his master's daughter and confided to his care. If he now thought of Lawrence Aspinall and his fascination, it was only as a butterfly beau for whom no sensible maiden could entertain a permanent liking, not even when, turning back one forenoon for something in the closet which he had forgotten, he found her in tears on the low ledge of the open window at the foot of the staircase. "Good heavens! Miss Ashton, what is the matter? Are you ill? Is anything troubling you?"
Nothing,"
sobbed she, the clear drops falling faster.
"Nothing? Oh, Miss Ashton, this cannot be for nothing."
And he sat down on the window ledge beside her, not daring so much as to touch her hand, his own were in such a quiver.
"Miss Ashton, Augusta, you told me your troubles when you were a schoolgirl. Am I less worthy your confidence now? Can I do anything to serve you?"
"I would lay my life down to save you from pain," and the earnest tenderness of his voice spoke volumes. She had subdued her emotion. Gathering herself up with a reflex of her mother's stateliness, she said haughtily, "It is nothing, sir. I'm better," and swept past him up the staircase, leaving him to set his teeth and turn away with clenched hands, alike exasperated at his own loss of self-command and grieved for her grief. On the narrow landing which ran parallel with the staircase, like a balcony, Augusta found her cousin Ellen with one hand on her side, leaning against the chamber door-post, as if for support, with closed eyes and pale lips. She had been overcome by the heat, so she said. End of chapter the 35th. Chapter the 36th of The Manchester Man by Mrs. G. Linnaeus Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lover's Walk. Jabez held a responsible post, and had no more leisure than other business men for emotional indulgence. He hurried out of the cottage and down the avenue, shutting up his bitter feelings within the door of his heart as he went. But the process closed his eyes and ears to external sounds, and the old postman, with his long tin horn, which had been echoing through the straggling village a full quarter of an hour, passed him in the avenue and said, "Good day," without so much as arresting his attention. At the mill he found letters waiting. One which had been post-paid as a double letter, conspicuous amongst the Wayford business communications, not only because of its thick gilt-edged paper and crimson disc of crested wax, but from its curious folding, as if to baffle prying eyes. It was signed Ben Travis, and was so long it went into a pantaloon pocket to be read when his multifarious duties allowed him more leisure. When the hands were dismissed at noon, and the one clerk had left the counting-house, he took out the voluminous epistle, which was dated September 10th, and certainly found therein matter of interest. Amongst a few preliminary items of news, he learned that the excesses of the Coronation night had created so much disgust in the minds of thinking men, that many of those who had denounced Henry Hunt's advocacy of abstinence, and at the public expense had formally disseminated printed laudations of good brown ale, the old English beverage, as a cheering and strengthening drink, no longer branded the water drinkers as enemies to the corporeal constitution of Englishmen, but had given their countenance to social gatherings whence intoxicating liquors were excluded. Travis himself was doing what he could to promote these temperate meetings, and looked for the earnest co-operation of Mr. Clegg on his return to Manchester, and reformers saw in advance how universal would become the temperance movement, of which this was the unpretending precursor. The letter went on to say, "Miss Chadwick and her fair cousin were spirited away mysteriously. At first I blamed myself as the unhappy cause. I have since discovered my mistake through a quarrel between Mr. Walmsley and Mr. Lawrence Aspinall, when both were slaves to Bacchus, in vino veritas. I suppose you know that Mr. Aspinall the elder is a martyr to the gout, and has been driven by his enemy to the Buxton Baths. The cause, I have heard, was a gentlemanly debauch in a fit of passion or wounded pride. His son joins him to-day. I scarcely think he will call on your young ladies after what has occurred." "What has occurred?" repeated Jabez. "What can he mean by that? I wish correspondence would be more explicit." He pondered over this sentence, but could make nothing of it, and after reading a little way came to the real object of the letter, prefaced as it was with much circumlocution. "It may seem strange that a great big burly fellow like myself should be such a booby as to seek the intervention of a third person in an affair of the heart. Yet if I have any insight into your nature, I think I may confide in you, and depend on your good offices. After so many months' dangling and craven hesitation, I summoned up courage to make my pretensions known to Miss Chadwick. I know I did it clumsily and ungracefully. The very strength of my passion fettered my tongue. I shall never forget the pitiful look of the sweet girl as she burst into tears, assured me of her esteem, but declined my suit. Her tears unnerved me, and I had not power to plead my own cause. Do not despise me, Clegg. Neither Samson nor Hercules was any stronger. I cannot resign myself to that verdict. I would throw myself again at Ellen's feet and beseech her pity, but that I dread its repetition. Can I count on your good offices to move her in my behalf?" I know the value Miss Chadwick sets upon your opinion, and how highly she esteems you, or I should not think of asking this. The trust I repose in you is the best proof I can give of friendship. Do not hesitate to tell me the worst. I hope I am brave enough to bear my fate, when I know it. Mrs. Chadwick does not believe her daughter's decision final." This was a disquieting letter. Mr. Travis had been his firm, true friend, in spite of difference in position and fortune. He had overlooked that difference from the first, but would Miss Chadwick, his employer's niece, overlook it if he stepped beyond privileged bounds? From the depths of his own conscious heart he felt grieved for his friend, but how to approach so delicate a subject to serve him was perplexing. He never thought of shirking the trust. It was late when he got home to dinner. Ellen and Bess were both on the look out for him. He quickened his pace, fearing some evil to his beloved Augusta, whom he had last seen in tears. "What an anomaly is woman!" he thought, as he found her fingers rattling over the keys of her piano in accompaniment to the merriest ditty he had heard from her lips since she was a child. There was a strange sparkle in her eyes, a vivacity in her manner so opposed to her sadness that he asked himself if he had been dreaming before, or was dreaming then. She blushed over her willow-patterned plate as she took her seat, but after that first token of susceptibility, chatted with a volubility unusual to her, and curiously in contradistinction to the silence and reserve of Ellen Chadwick. In the morning he had debated whether that secret trouble came within the category of unusual things Mrs. Ashton required to be informed of, and behold, it was gone. She rallied both Jabez and Ellen on their gravity, and at length, as if on a sudden inspiration, asked, playing with her green-handled two-pronged fork, "Shall you be very busy at the mill this afternoon, Mr. Clegg?" It was an unusual question. He answered, "Rather. Some bales of twist have come in from Messrs. Evans of Darley Abbey Mills. I must see them unpacked and compare the twist with samples. But your motive for asking?" "Oh, if you are busy. Well, perhaps after tea will be better. It will be cooler. I wish you would just take Ellen a good long walk. I found her fainting with the heat this morning." Ellen coloured vividly. "Augusta!" she remonstrated. "And yourself, Miss Ashton?" questioned he. "Oh, I have a heap of clear starching to do. My frills and laces are in a woeful plight. I shall be clap, clap, clap all the afternoon, and this sultry weather prohibits ironing until there is a cool evening breeze to fan me through the window. Without it, I should be as likely to faint as Ellen." Miss Chadwick made light of her faintness, and objected, if not too strenuously, to be so disposed of. But Augusta, in her old wilful way, insisted, and Jabez, with his friend's letter on his mind, was not likely to throw opposition in the way. So, notwithstanding his recent rebuff, he was once more Miss Ashton's humble servant to command. After an early tea, which was but a fiction to all three, Augusta was left behind, busy with her box iron and her ladylike laundry of lace and muslin in the house place, whilst Ellen Chadwick and Jabez went rambling with the winding waters of the translucent Goyt under umbrageous trees on pleasant mountain slopes, where foxgloves nodded and horsetail grasses bent before them, and only an occasional reaper or gleaner crossed their path. Had these two been incipient lovers, no more embarrassing silence could have fallen upon them. If Jabez, her junior by 2 years, had had a tussle to keep his love within bounds, there had at least been a glimmer of hope in the distance, and the struggle was upwards. Ellen had been trained from her childhood to keep her naturally strong feelings under control, but there was a war in her breast between maidenly shame and unsought hopeless love, and the two hacked at each other and at her heart in the rayless dark, and the struggle was downwards. Here she was for the first time alone with the man she loved, with all the strength of a strong heart, with the newly gained knowledge that he would die to save her cousin Payne, and he, conscious of a sacred and delicate mission, all unaware of her secret love for himself, was perplexed how best to approach the subject, and take advantage of the opportunity so afforded him. At length,
"I had a letter from my friend Captain Travis to-day," he began. With little perceptible emotion she replied, "Indeed? I hope he was in good health. You are honoured in your friendship, sir. Mr. Travis is a noble gentleman, and I esteem him highly." This paved the way for him to expatiate on Ben Travis's many good qualities. He told the story of the big, raw-boned youth's first patronage of himself, and found an attentive listener as he traced the growth of their friendship upwards, and related favourable anecdotes which have no place in this history. But no sooner did he begin to plead his friend's cause with all the warmth of young friendship, than her manner entirely changed. Her colour came and went. She panted as if for breath, and gasping out, "Oh, Mr. Clegg, for mercy's sake, don't, don't," was seized with a sudden faintness for the second time that day. A lichen-covered old tree trunk, shattered and uptorn in the late thunderstorms, was at hand. He seated her upon it, bringing water to revive her from a runnel near, but any attempt to renew the subject only seemed to give her exquisite pain, and he desisted on her telling him in a suffocating voice, "Honour forbids that I should listen to Mr. Travis. I love another." Something in her tone or manner told him that her love was as hopeless as his own for Augusta, and nothing could be more respectful and gentle than his bearing towards her on their homeward way, thus adding fuel to the fire which consumed her. The evening shadows were fast closing in when they reached the cottage, and she, with a simple inclination of the head, left Jabez on the threshold, and passing through the parlours, carried her overmastering emotions upwards to her room, to be grappled with in the silence of the night. "Where's Miss Ashton?" asked Bess. "Who said it were too hot to bide i' th' house, and who put her irons down, and after titivating hersel up a bit, went out a seeking you?" In some surprise, not unmixed with alarm, for the hour was late, as times and country went, and the harvest brought rough strangers into the neighbourhood, Jabez set off at full speed down the avenue, and ere he had reached the first brook, saw her lithe figure advancing buoyantly, and, if his eyes and the gathering mist did not deceive him, a second figure parted from her at the gate. She was the first to speak. "Whichever way did you people ramble off?" "Oh, down by the Goyt, Taxal way, Miss Ashton," answered Jabez. "Ah, and I went up the Buxton road. We were certain to miss." "I thought I saw you part from someone at the gate. Could I be mistaken?" half questioned her interlocutor. "Oh, Crazy Joe, that was all." And he took her reply in all sincerity, not believing Augusta Ashton capable of untruth. A day or two went by, during which Jabez wrote to tell Ben Travis he "must arm himself with fortitude, that the world was full of disappointments, that Miss Chadwick loved elsewhere, but there was something more for men to do than die of disappointments or blighted love." And yet another day or two, during which Augusta's moods were as variable as the gusty shadows of the sycamore, changing from wild exuberance which rallied Ellen on her depression, and condescended to play or dance for Sim, to a moping, moody melancholy enlivened by frequent showers. She was given to snatch up her hat and "run out into the garden for a breath of fresh air," but she generally came in panting, as if the run had been literal. And sometimes she would be found in the house when supposed out of it, and vice versa. The White Hart had not yet walked away, although Jabez considered it complete. It waited Mr. Ashton's coming and his verdict, and stood on the easel in the dining room. The morning post had brought a message to Simon Clegg concerning fruit and vegetables for the Manchester home, and having sought him in the kitchen garden to deliver it, Jabez entered the house at dinner time by the lower staircase window, frequently used for entrance and exit. His passage through the best parlour was arrested by voices in the room beyond, one of which he knew too well. It was that of Laurence Aspinall. His painting was evidently under free criticism, and had been for some time. There was some jesting at the sign painter. "You see, Miss Ashton, what a few touches can effect." The speaker had apparently made free with Clegg's colours and brushes, and there was a murmured sound of assent from Miss Ashton. "Well, Barrett, Nec scire fas est omnia, ne sutor ultra crepidam. What say you?"
"Yes, let the cobbler stick to his last. If this Clegg would be an artist, let him stick to his brush. If a tradesman, let him stick to his trade. If a man means to succeed, he must never flirt with either art or trade. It's just as bad as wooing 2 women at once." Jabez heard no more. The blow which had been aimed at his art pretensions drove him back by the way he came, and he paced the long terrace parallel with the Lovers' Walk for fully half an hour. When he turned the corner of the cottage and went in at the front door, the critics were gone, but Aspinall's few touches remained. They had, indeed, given life to the White Hart. Henceforth the cobbler resolved to stick to his last. Ellen Chadwick had been away, with little Sim by the hand, to take some substantial comforts to Meg's bedridden mother. She appeared annoyed when she heard of their masculine visitors from Buxton. Her evident displeasure set Jabez wondering what Travis meant by "after what has occurred," and he wrote that afternoon for enlightenment, sending his letter as a packet by coach, there being no second post. It has been said that the cellarage of the cottage was only accessible by flights of steps in the portion of the weed-grown Lovers' Walk which lay at the windowless back of the long low building, where nettles grew so thick and rank that even the square unused trap over one set of steps was half hidden by them. The path was rarely used, the farmer having made a nearer cut from the farmyard to his ancient dwelling. Tom Hulme was slowly recovering, under the care of a Buxton doctor who came thrice a week. He could walk about the garden with a stick, but there was no sending him to the dark cellar for anything. The doctor had ordered him port wine, and Bess, who kept the key, had asked Mr. Clegg to fetch a couple of bottles from the cellar. Tea was over, but he fancied there was sufficient light to guide him without a lantern. He had got the wine, and was approaching the cellar door at the foot of the sunken steps, when he heard the sound of voices coming along the walk from the direction of the moor. Every pulse in his body seemed to grow still as he recognised the tones of Augusta Ashton and Laurence Aspinall, and heard with deepening anguish the unmistakable sound of kisses interchanged. They had apparently paused close to the stairhead for that embrace. And then he heard, and thanked God that he was there to hear, though that hearing blighted every hope he had, his rival, with every argument which passionate love or skilful sophistry could employ, persuade her to elope with him the following night. Backwards and forwards they walked in the gathering dusk, but never beyond the length of the premises, and now and then they stopped and drove him mad with their caresses. The place was so retired and lonely, precaution was neglected, and Jabez, chained to the spot as it were, gathered that proposals for her hand, made by Laurence himself, had been peremptorily rejected by Mr. Ashton, who was set down as a despot and a tyrant for refusing to surrender a silly girl of 17 to a rake of 22. He heard her tell that Jabez Clegg had found her sobbing at the separation, even whilst her darling's letter was at the gate, and he heard it said that the elder Aspinall not only countenanced this secret courtship, but had furnished funds for the proposed elopement. This generosity was set against the cruelty of her own parents. Her affection, her pride, the romance in her nature were appealed to, but still Augusta's better angel held herself, until, coward that he was, Laurence terrified her with a threat to blow his brains out if she refused him. She wept her assent upon his breast, and then Jabez, already half stunned, heard the details of evidently previously concocted arrangements for their elopement and marriage at Gretna Green, professedly with his father's sanction. End of chapter the 36th. Chapter the 37th of The Manchester Man by Mrs. G. Linnaeus Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A ride on a rainy night. Jabez, bottles in hand, his mind a chaos, had walked in at the wash-kitchen door precisely as Augusta, stealthily creeping through a gap in the privet hedge, made her way to the convenient staircase window, shivering more from fright than from the chill drizzling rain which had begun to fall. Putting her head in at the parlour door where Ellen was sewing, with a brief "I'm off to bed," she hurried upstairs in the dusk to lave her flushed face, smooth her disordered hair, crush it under a nightcap, and place her head on a pillow to still her heart's flutterings under the screening counterpane, and hide her emotions from her cousin under the semblance of sleep, though sleep was an absolute impossibility. In 1821 the village of Gretna Green on the Scottish border was the general resort of runaway lovers, who being in their minority could not be married legally in England without parental consent, whereas in Caledonia a mere promise to marry made in the presence of witnesses was held binding. At Gretna, a man not in holy orders, but metaphorically called the blacksmith because he riveted the chains of matrimony, lived in the first house beyond the bridge which spanned the river Sark, and, with a ceremonial as unseemly as it was brief, married all comers, often with pursuers at his very doors, and the marriages so contracted were not to be set aside. For more than half a century Gretna Green weddings had figured largely in the literature of the stage and of the circulating library, and there is no doubt that the halo of romance thrown around an elopement to Gretna blinded to the impropriety of the prenuptial flight many a foolish or headstrong girl whom the actual ceremony shocked and startled. Augusta Ashton, with all her sentimental romance, all her petulant wilfulness, all her resentment at being exiled from home and her Adonis, yet loved her parents well, although her reverence and filial obedience had been gradually undermined by the plausible sophistry and impassioned eloquence of her ardent lover. But if she loved them much, she unfortunately loved Lawrence more. He was, to do him justice, terribly in earnest, and in the inexperience of her 17 years she could not be expected to sift and analyse that passionate earnestness for its many components. With her, all was love, and love was all. His proposition had nevertheless come upon her with a shock. She was not prepared to ignore the prudent teaching of her mother, or to brave the indignation of her indulgent father, or to forfeit her own self-respect, and nothing could have moved her to consent but that appalling threat of suicide, and he knew her tender heart well when he made it. But neither that threat nor her promise could reconcile her to the rash step, and she lay in bed shuddering with her own fears, and, strangely enough, her first thought was, what would Jabez say if he knew it? Not her father, not her mother, but the Jabez whom she had rebuffed only a week before, yet of whose opinion she somehow stood more in awe than of all else besides. What did Jabez think, seeing that he did know? Think? He scarcely could think. Feeling seemed to overpower thought, reason, perception. When, after a stagnant time, he emerged from the stairhead, it was more as a culprit than Jabez Clegg. He put down the bottles and escaped again into the open air, cowed alike by the knowledge which had overpowered him, and by a sense of dishonour at having played the unworthy part of a listener, albeit the listening had been involuntary. Seeing that the shock of his discovery had stunned him like a blow from a sledge-hammer, crushing his own long-cherished hopes to death, his next thought was of intense thankfulness that by any means the schemes of Aspinall had been bared to him, and in time to attempt the rescue of his idolised Augusta from the clutches of a villain. Unacquainted with the events which had preceded Augusta's removal to Carr, unaware that the Mosley Street doors had been closed against Lawrence, or that a formal proposal for the young lady's hand had been made by the elder Aspinall on behalf of his son, and peremptorily declined by the Ashtons, ignorant that imperious Mr. Aspinall, in his gouty wrath, had sworn, upon his honour, that his son should marry the girl in spite of the paltry beggar's inkle-weaver, and having no faith in the man himself, Jabez regarded the use of the father's name only as a proof of his greater perfidy, and gave him no credit even for an honourable intention or an honest emotion. The time was past for Clegg to find excuses for the wrong-doing of his adversary. Now, with every nerve unstrung, He was required to act, and that promptly. Tomorrow would be too late. What if he should take Miss Chadwick into his confidence? But no, he could not lower Augusta in the eyes even of her own cousin, and neither she nor anyone there had authority to detain Miss Ashton against her will, even if her foot were on the step of the post-chaise. It was imperative that he should reach Manchester immediately, yet how to do so without exciting alarm perplexed him. There was a horse in the stable at the mill, but as he had a bed in Simon's room and could neither leave it nor return to it in the night without passing through the Humes' sleeping apartment, there was a difficulty in quitting the house unknown. "I must be at the mill before daybreak to-morrow, having something of importance to attend to, so I will sleep on the squab in the house-place, Mrs. Hume. If I am not in for breakfast, do not wait for me," said he, and no one questioned him, although Mrs. Hume and her husband were of joint opinion that Jabez looked terribly put out, and wondered what business he could have on hand of so much consequence. No one thought of locking country cottage doors. By 9 o'clock all the inmates were in bed and asleep. Before 10, Jabez, sad at heart, had quietly left the cottage for the mill, had saddled Peveril, and, though no great horseman, was speeding past the White Hart along the highway to Manchester, fast as the steady-going roadster would travel. The wind had risen, and the rain came down persistently, but heedless of discomfort or danger, with the one thought paramount in his mind, the preservation of his master's daughter, he set his teeth and rode on with feverish impatience, which at length communicated itself to Peveril, and quickened the beat of the sensible animal's hoof. Impatience which would have sent him flying over the toll-gates, had either he or his steed been equal to the exploit, and which could barely brook the delay of drowsy toll-keepers. Nevertheless, as he turned from Piccadilly into Mosley Street, the muffled-up old watchman, catching the echoes of the infirmary clock, bawled out, to mark his own vigilance, "Just 1 o'clock, and a dark rainy neet," and the Ashton household had closed its eyelids and its account with the day at least a couple of hours. It is never pleasant to be the bearer of ill tidings, so no wonder Jabez hesitated with the lion-headed knocker in his hand, ere he sent its reverberations growling through the silent house. His hesitation must have influenced the knocker, for the lion had to roar again, and louder, before he heard the window above unclose, and saw Mr. Ashton's night-capped head thrust out, to ask in alarm, "Who's there? What's the matter?" Jabez stepped back to the curbstone to let the dull rays of an oil lamp fall upon his face. "It is I, Jabez Clegg, sir. I have a matter of importance to communicate." "Good heavens, Clegg, you! Surely the mill's not been burned down?" "No, sir, all's right at the factory. There's no harm done anywhere at present. If you will, please to come down. I hope there may be time to prevent that which is threatened." "Just so. I'll be down directly." There were no lucifer matches with which to procure instantaneous light, but during this brief colloquy Mrs. Ashton had been groping on the tall chimney-piece for their precursors, the Prometheans, and having found them, by dipping a small chemically prepared match into a tiny bottle of fluid, she obtained a light as soon as the window was closed and the draught shut out. Too uneasy to waste much time in dressing, before many minutes had flown, Mr. and Mrs. Ashton, whose fears had equally pointed to their daughter, the one in a roquelaire and the other in her warehouse overall, were both listening with agitated and anxious faces to Mr. Clegg's communication, made with a discomposure great as their own. "Elope!" both parents exclaimed simultaneously. "Elope!" reiterated the mother. "Our daughter consent to elope, and with a reprobate like him? It is not possible." "So I should have said, madam, yesterday," rejoined Jabez sadly, as he sank on a chair, overpowered more by the strain on his feelings than by the fatigue of his long, wet, midnight ride. "And I would have given the world to have been able to doubt the evidence of my own ears." Mrs. Ashton, with clasped hands up, sat opposite to Jabez. Mr. Ashton, lacking the consolation and inspiration of his snuff-box, walked about the room with one hand to his head in a state of distressing perturbation. He stopped in his walk to ask, "What's to be done?" as Jabez made this declaration, unconscious of its force. The light of the chamber candle fell upon the haggard face and drenched garments of the young man. The elder one looked full at him, paused, then drawing near and laying his right hand heavily on the other's wet shoulder, asked in a troubled voice, with an inquisitorial but not unkind manner, "My lad, did no other motive than duty to your employers bring you 18 miles through the rain this dark night to save Miss Ashton from an imprudent marriage?" Jabez had not stopped to analyse his own motives. Thus questioned, it was not without embarrassment that he answered, "Mrs. Ashton desired me, sir, to watch over Miss Ashton, and acquaint you with any matter affecting her welfare. But apart from that, sir, I could not see Miss Ashton in the toils of a libertine without an attempt to rescue her. I should have been a dastard to sit passive, and even now I feel we are losing time." Just so," assented Mr. Ashton. "That reminds me, Peveril is in the street, and you are soaked to the skin. My dear," turning to his wife, "will you arouse the servants and see that neither horse nor rider suffers in our service more than we can help?" Having thus got rid of his wife, of whom he stood somewhat in awe, he resumed his searching catechism of Jabez. "And so, Clegg, you have no motive beyond a chivalrous desire to save your master's daughter, no interest to serve beyond your duty to us?" The ordeal was terrible. Jabez rose, his features working convulsively. "Mr. Ashton, you are torturing me. Humble as I am, I love Miss Ashton with my whole life and soul. But knowing the distance between us, I have striven to keep the secret in my own breast, and I protest I had no double motive in my journey hither." The genial small-ware manufacturer, to whom that night had brought 2 revelations, looked Jabez steadfastly in the face as he made his avowal. Then, taking him kindly by the hand, said, his eyes swimming, just so, my lad, I believe you. And Jabez Clegg, let me tell you that I would rather give my daughter to an upright, persevering man like you without a penny than to a spendthrift like Lawrence Aspinall, though he rolled in riches. But it is no use saying that now." Indeed, there was no use, and time was flying. A glance of grateful attachment, and a mute pressure of his liberal master's hand, were the sole acknowledgment of Jabez, but a new bond was established between the twain. Mrs. Ashton had come back to discuss with her husband and Jabez the best mode of procedure. She was not less shrewd than her lord, and had not failed to perceive that the young man's heart was in the service he now rendered them. The blow dealt by Augusta to her pride dashed down the impalpable barrier between them, and she took counsel with him as a tried and true friend. Mr. Clegg pointed out the necessity for his return to the mill before it should open, and he be missed. And taking a proffered glass of brandy and water to avert cold, he hurried whilst hot coffee was preparing, to change his soaked garments preparatory to the ride back, his elders also taking the opportunity to dress and prepare for departure with the morning coach. Not a moment was wasted, but though Peveril had been well groomed and fed, he was not so fresh to the road as he had been. Still the journey was homeward, the rain had abated. Day began to dawn as he left Stockport behind, and without much use of the whip, Jabez had his horse back in the stable before the factory bell began to ring, and then the beast was allowed to rest. The jaded man had to rouse himself to another day's work, another day's trial and excitement, without a moment for repose. To everybody's astonishment, Mr. and Mrs. Ashton stepped out of the Lord Nelson coach that morning at the bottom of the avenue, with a carpet bag for luggage. The difference of their reception by daughter and niece was palpable, and they could not fail to observe how much the former was disconcerted by their arrival. "Oh, aunt and uncle, this is a pleasant surprise!" exclaimed Ellen, running down the avenue to meet them. "You do not appear very well pleased to see us, Augusta," remarked Mrs. Ashton, as she met her lazily sauntering through the garden towards them, as captivating in her printed morning dress as a sleepless night, an anxious headache, and her unmistakable confusion would permit the recognised beauty to be. "Oh yes,
I'm pleased enough, but I should have been better pleased if you'd written instead of coming upon one so suddenly. It's quite startling." And the petulance of her tone gave effect to the pettish frown on her brow. "My dear, ill thoughts make ill looks," said Mrs. Ashton gravely, with a searching glance. "What is the matter with you this morning? Nothing serious, I hope?" The very inquiry apparently annoyed her. "Oh, I've got a headache, that's all. I heard a man's foot on the gravel walk long after everyone was in bed, and I got a fright." "I think it was only Crazy Joe. He hangs about at all hours," put in Ellen, who had not heard the crunch of Mr. Clegg's heel on the gravel as he stood for a moment under their window to breathe a prayer for the safety and well-being of the supposed sleeper, before he turned away swiftly on his errand. Almost Mr. Ashton's first inquiry was for Mr. Clegg. "He's at the mill, sir. He was off afore any on us was up, and he said happen he mightna get home for breakfast, he was so busy," was the reply of Bess. But Mr. Ashton, setting off towards the factory, encountered Jabez on the way, and they returned together to breakfast as if they had met for the first time that morning. On Mrs. Ashton's suggestion, Augusta was neither questioned nor accused. "We should only tempt her to deny, and perhaps provoke ill will towards our informant, with no good end," she said. "Better wait and ascertain beyond question what her intentions are." Jabez would fain have spared her the pain and shame of exposure, but the matter was out of his hands. The day passed unmarked, save by Augusta's restless look-out for Crazy Joe, and the way she hung about her mother, as if half afraid of the rash step she contemplated. Mr. Ashton, meanwhile, to cover his distress and agitation, busied himself about the transfer of the White Hart, which he pronounced admirable, to its place over the inn door, and managed to elicit from Chapman, the gossiping landlord, without direct inquiry, that a fine young spark in hunting gear had put up his horse there several times within the past week, and was like to make the fortune of Crazy Joe. He gave the poor softy so many half-crowns. But Joe was deep, and never let on what he got them for. End of chapter the 37th. Chapter the 38th of The Manchester Man by Mrs. G. Linnaeus Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Defeated. Jabez Clegg and the young ladies occupied adjoining chambers, the two inner rooms of the suite, but the door of communication was locked, and they were attained by different staircases. Thus, as he was compelled to pass through the Humes' sleeping apartment, so Ellen and Augusta were constrained to go backwards and forwards through that of Mr. and Mrs. Ashton, an arrangement to which long use had probably reconciled them. It was this fact which had so much disconcerted Augusta, since she foresaw a difficulty in escaping unheard, and not meeting with Joe, that most unpromising of Cupids, she was as equally unable to convey a message to her expectant lover. She repented her rash promise, and would fain have availed herself of a pretext for delay. But the night came, and haunted by imaginary pictures of Lawrence with a pistol to his head, she dared not disappoint him. She had promised to meet him at that entrance of the Lovers' Walk which opened below Yeardsley Hall Farm into Moor Lane, whilst, the lane being a steep declivity, he was to keep the post-chaise in waiting at the foot. Her headache served as an excuse for retiring to bed earlier than her cousin, and scarcely could her father and mother restrain themselves as she kissed them lingeringly before she went. Indeed, Mr. Ashton would much have preferred to have it out with the girl at once and have done with it, there not being much waiting blood in his veins. He had kept out of her sight most of the day, fidgeting over one thing and another, whilst his waistcoat and shirt frill bore testimony to the constant raid on his snuff-box. "I don't like to see my poor lass trapped like a bird in a cage," he said in confidence to Jabez, whose opinion he already knew agreed with his own, as did the desire to thrash the infernal scoundrel within an inch of his life. The last straw had broken the camel's back, and Jabez was no longer inclined to be passive. Lawrence had bid Augusta take no care for her wardrobe. His purse was ample,
and he would dress her like a queen if she would only consent to fly with him. So, after collecting a few immediate necessities and trinkets, and placing the reticule which contained them out of sight, she crept into bed to lie and listen for the household to follow her example. How lazily the hours lagged! She heard old Simon shuffling about, and the creaking of his camp bedstead as he settled his old rheumatic bones for the night. But the firm foot of Jabez she did not hear, though the house clock struck 9, and Ellen came up with the last stroke. In answer to a question, Ellen said that Mr. Clegg was asleep on the squab, and that she understood he had slept there the previous night to be able to go to the mill very early without disturbing anyone else.
"I saw him as he lay there where he had fallen asleep shortly after tea, and I've been speaking to my uncle about him. He looks so dreadfully worn and jaded. I'm sure he's either killing himself with overwork or has some great trouble on his mind."
And a deep sigh followed this expression of opinion. Augusta was silent. Something within her secret heart whispered that the trouble of Jabez Clegg would be intensified sevenfold by her act of that night, and haughty as she was betimes, she pitied him, and whatever were her compunctions, fears, or emotions, Jabez certainly shared with her parents in her thoughts. Ellen slept. The clock struck 10. Father and mother entered their room, and through the door which Augusta had artfully requested Ellen to leave open on account of the heat, came the sound of their voices in low but earnest converse.
"You leave her to me, William,"
spoken with decision, being the only word she could distinguish, though she heard her father walk about for some time. Indeed, she thought he would never go to bed. 11. She slipped stealthily from the side of her sleeping cousin, and by the light of the moon, clear enough to-night, dressed as noiselessly and rapidly as her trepidation would permit. From habit she knelt to pray, but as she came to the passage, "Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil," a new meaning seemed to flash through the words, and she half wavered in her purpose.
"Poor Jabez," she murmured to herself as she caught up her shoes and reticule, and listened in the open doorway for the deep breathing which came from behind the dimity curtains of the 4-post bed. Reassured, she stepped lightly across the room in her stocking feet, turned the drop handle of that chamber door as silently as the squeaking latch would permit, and fled swiftly down the stairs, sitting down at the bottom to put on her shoes. She had raised the sash, and was in the very act of stepping over the low window-sill, when a foot was heard on the stair, and, turning her head, she saw her mother fully dressed, close by her side, and felt her slight wrist grasped as if in a vice. "Is this your filial love and obedience, misguided girl? Is this the result of Madame Broadbent's training? Have you no more sense of honour and decency than to elope at midnight with any man, least of all with the worthless reprobate who has caught your silly fancy? Could you not think that chastity is the brightest jewel in a woman's crown, and the soonest dimmed? That you were ready to leave your character at the mercy of every gossip who had a tongue to wag?" She had drawn Augusta, too much stunned to speak, into the parlour close at hand, and had shut the doors, a needless precaution, seeing how remote were all sleepers. A few words of gentle motherly inquiry might have softened impulsive, tender-hearted Augusta to tears, and turned the whole current of her life. But Mrs. Ashton's stateliness had become sternness, and fresh from the evil teaching of Lawrence Aspinall, her daughter's proud spirit rose in rebellion and answered her. "We are going to be married, and I was not going with Lawrence alone. Cicely was to travel with us. Lawrence himself proposed it." "Infatuated girl!" exclaimed Mrs. Ashton. "Cicely was in Mosley Street last night." "And so were you, mother," was the smart retort. "But the coach which dropped you here carried her to Buxton. Outside passengers were muffled up, but she waved her handkerchief as she passed, as a sign to me." "Sign to you, indeed! I marvel you're not ashamed of yourself and your hero, who is not content with corrupting my daughter, but must corrupt our servants also. A fine hero indeed, whose qualifications are all external. I cannot see what there is to admire in him." not see what there is to admire in that exquisite figure and beautiful face? Why, I shall be the envy of half the girls in Manchester when I marry him," Augusta exclaimed, with anything but the air of a culprit just detected. "But you are not likely to marry him, you forward chit. You go back to Manchester to-morrow, and I will take good care you don't marry, either clandestinely or openly, a man so sure to make your heart ache. If he were thrice as handsome— but I will marry him, mamma. I'll please my eye if I plague my heart." "Then, as you make your bed, so you must lie, miss," answered Mrs. Ashton gravely and deliberately. "But take my word for it, neither your papa nor myself will give our consent. And now, go to your room, Augusta, and thank God you have been saved from disgrace this night, and thank us that we have kept you from open exposure. Not even your cousin has a notion of this last folly. Our daughter's honour is dearer to us than to herself." And the mother's tone softened as she spoke. "Your daughter's honour has never been in any danger," said Augusta haughtily, as she swept from the room, to encounter at the foot of the stairs, flooded by moonlight through the open window, her father and Jabez. Up to that moment she had stood on the defensive, her wayward spirit upholding and arming her for retort. The sight of the father who had indulged her every whim, and of Jabez whose esteem she valued more than she knew herself, gave a sudden shock to her overwrought nerves, and she fell forward into the arms of Jabez in a deep swoon. Tenderly, respectfully, sadly, he bore her into the parlour, and placing her on the sofa, relinquished her to her mother, divesting himself of his shoes in order to procure water to restore her without creating alarm. When she recovered he was gone. She was alone with the parents whose counsel she had despised, whose love she had wounded, herself detected and humiliated. A greater humiliation had fallen to the lot of elate, enamoured, and self-satisfied Lawrence Aspinall, when, leaving his friend Barrett with the post-chaise, their saddle-horses, and Cicely at the bottom of Moor Lane, he mounted the hill and whistled softly at the entrance of the Lovers' Walk to call forth, not a blushing maiden half afraid of her own temerity, but two justly incensed and indignant men. His low-voiced "Augusta" died upon his lips. He recoiled, stammered, I did not expect— Damnation! What brought you here? I thought—" "Just so, you atrocious scoundrel! You thought God had left our pet lamb to the fangs of the wolf, and that neither father nor friend was near to protect the innocent," exclaimed Mr. Ashton, raising the stout bamboo with which he was provided. "If that infernal Cicely has betrayed us, I'll—" The threat was not completed, for Jabez interrupted him with, "No, sir, it was not Cicely. You betrayed yourself. You laid bare your whole scheme in this walk within my hearing, Mr. Lawrence Aspinall, and the sophistry which misled a simple confiding girl could not delude one who knew you as I do." "Damnation!" hissed Lawrence between his teeth. "You infernal charity school whelp! Am I to meet you at every turn? I suppose you want Miss Ashton for yourself, but I'll baulk you yet." And, but that Jabez had a quick eye and hand, his riding whip would have seamed the latter's manly face. Jabez dexterously caught the light whip and wrenched it from him. A simultaneous sharp blow of Mr. Ashton's bamboo on Aspinall's shoulders tending to loosen his grasp. And then the two men, with all the fever of jealousy added to old animosity, closed and grappled with each other as might a lion and a tiger in the arena, and Mr. Ashton, his love of fair play yielding to his exasperation, made good use of his bamboo whenever he could deal a blow without harming Jabez. The two combatants were not unequally matched. There was little difference in size and weight, but the scientific skill of Lawrence had more than a counterpoise in the nerve and muscle of Jabez, strengthened by exercise and a temperate life, whilst vicious courses had somewhat impaired his own athletic frame. The struggle on the steep hillside was too deadly for noise. At length Lawrence, himself booted and spurred,
in striving to take an unfair advantage and rip the unprotected calves of Jabez with the rowels of his spurs, lost his foothold and was borne to the earth, falling heavily. He lay on the ground stunned and motionless. At once Jabez, with a swift revulsion of feeling, knelt down by the side of his prostrate foe and raised his head, Mr. Ashton bending over them inquiringly, just as Barrett, whom curiosity and impatience had drawn from his post below, came on the scene. A stifled groan and a muttered curse having assured Clegg that his rival was not mortally injured, he called to Barrett, "Here, sir, take charge of your worthy principal, and be careful, when next you plan an elopement, that you've not a man to deal with instead of a credulous girl." Mr. Ashton's "Just so" coming sharply in as a chorus, the young man put his arm in that of the elder and drew him away, leaving Barrett and the postillion to restore Lawrence Aspinall and assist him into the post-chaise by the side of Cicely, whose trepidation would have been very much increased could she have seen how the blood was trickling down from a wound in his head, staining still more the torn miry coat and the disordered shirt frill over which he was usually so fastidious. Barrett, leading his companion's horse, rode on in advance of the vehicle to prepare the pompous gentleman laid up with the gout in Buxton Crescent for the reception of his gentlemanly son in a highly gentlemanlike condition, hatless, wigless, dirty, dilapidated, bruised, bloody, and unsuccessful. The hat had rolled downhill to be crushed under the wheels of the chaise. The wig and broken whip were found the next morning by Crazy Joe, who exercised his witless head respecting them and the trampled ground to small purpose, then brought them to his friend Sim as playthings. Had they fallen into the hands of a reasoning mortal, much more perplexity and a very serious mystery might have been the result. Buxton being only 5 miles from Whaley Bridge, Barrett again made his appearance in the neighbourhood of the White Hart, whilst the new sign still attracted rustic admirers, and finding no rumours current respecting the occurrence of the preceding night, he rode off again, having first committed to Crazy Joe a scarcely decipherable missive from the discomfited lover to the not less disconsolate damsel. The evening coach bore the Ashtons and Ellen back to Manchester, Augusta still in a rebellious mood, the cause of which, being hidden from her cousin, occasioned the latter no little perplexity. There was something, too, in the manner of her uncle and aunt to Jabez, and of Jabez to all, which, being undefinable and impalpable, struck her as peculiar. He seemed suddenly to have risen to another footing. How was it they had taken him into their confidence? Not until the last moment, when attention was distracted by the bustle at the inn door, the disposal of the luggage, and the taking of seats, could Crazy Joe, with cunning worthy a better cause, contrive to slip the billet doux into Miss Ashton's reticule, unseen by all but herself. Not until she reached her own room in Mosley Street could she scan its characteristic contents, which ran as follows: Crescent, Buxton, September 1821. Adored Augusta, excuse this scrawl. I can scarcely hold my pen in consequence of a ruffianly attack made upon me by your father's favourite factotum Jabez Clegg in Moor Lane last night. Can you disclose to me the strange fatality which kept you from my expectant arms and revealed our plans to that upstart foundling? Had not Mr. Ashton also struck at me with a stick, I could readily have disposed of his assistant, but my foot tripped over a stone, and falling, I lay at their mercy. Yet, sweet Augusta, if my blood flowed, it was for thy sake, and for thy sake I endure. Be constant, be firm, let no tyranny coerce you, and I will make a way for our union, if I steal you from their very midst. I have a dislocated ankle, a bruised and swollen hand, a plastered crown, and I write painfully. I shall feel every hour a year until I hold you in my arms again. But if my angelic Augusta be only true to her promise, she will soon, in spite of spies and informers, be the adored wife of her most devoted Lawrence. End of chapter the 38th. Chapter the 39th of The Manchester Man by Mrs. G. Linnaeus Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Like father, like son. It is no uncommon thing for a woman to gild a block, wreathe it with flowers, and then fall down and worship the idol she has adorned. Augusta's hero needed no outward embellishment, so she fitted the fair exterior with the perfections and virtues of the high-spirited, noble, generous Mortimers and Mowbrays, whose acquaintance she had made in print, and had set him on a very elevated pedestal, in spite of all warnings. With that misleading letter of his before her, no wonder if the blood shed for her sweet sake converted the hero into the martyr, and placed Jabez and her father in the category of cruel persecutors. It did more. It erected a barrier against reconciliation. In vain her placable father held out a flag of truce. She kept aloof resentfully, though in the solitude of her own chamber she gave way, and wept at her isolation from all who loved her. Mrs. Ashton, whose sense of propriety had been outraged, whose maternal pride had received a terrible shock, was less readily disposed to condone her daughter's offence, and being a better business woman than a psychologist, her tactics showed none of her ordinary shrewdness. The failure of Augusta's banishment to Carr should have taught her that romance is nursed in solitude, and that conciliation is better than coercion. Had she spared a few hours from the warehouse to arrange a dance or a gypsy party to Dunham Park, chaperoned her lovely daughter to assembly, theatre, or concert room, invited her companionship in a stroll through St. Anne's Square and King Street, calling at Mrs. Edge's fashionably frequented library by the way, joined the after-morning church promenaders in Infirmary Gardens, or given a little time to morning calls, she would have brought Augusta into contact with young people of her own age, and with the attractive of the opposite sex, and so have supplied an antidote for the poison Lawrence and ultra-sentimental literature had instilled. Instead, never was the golden fruit of the Hesperides more vigilantly guarded. She was kept more within doors. There was no Cicely to sympathise or convey clandestine billets doux. The modern notion that a daily airing is indispensable had not been promulgated, or had not become the creed of the manufacturing community. Mrs. Ashton had no leisure for gadding, and Augusta cared little to drive in the gig with only James for her charioteer, or even to walk with Ellen, so long as the mulberry-coloured livery was in attendance. It might have been otherwise, had not the said James held it as much beneath his dignity to accept a bribe as he had formerly done to wait upon Mr. Clegg. From her old bedroom, which overlooked Mosley Street, she was relegated to one in the rear, which commanded no wider prospect than their own courtyard, nor anything more interesting than Nelson and his kennel. By the by, Nelson had been in favour since the sad accident on the ice. Then visits to Marsden Square were prohibited, lest she should there meet John Walmsley's undesirable friend, and altogether her escapade had converted home into a cage, in spite of its gilding. As might have been expected, the high-spirited wayward girl, so long her father's pet, so long indulged in her caprices, chafed and rebelled against every fresh token of restraint, and contrasted the dull monotony of her life with the freedom and gaiety promised so frequently by Lawrence as the certain concomitants of wifehood with him. With all her haughty spirit, she had a clinging, affectionate nature, tinged though it was with poetry and romance, and now that her father looked so unusually grave, and her mother so frigid, and she felt herself an alien from both their hearts, instead of bewailing her premeditated flight as a crime, the tendrils of her love only clung closer to him who professed so much, and the more she was isolated from them, the more she brooded on the ill-used and maligned Lawrence, his manly beauty and accomplishments, his lavish generosity, his fascinations of voice and manner, and the fervour of his passion for her. Meanwhile, Tom Hulme had resumed his duties at Whaley Bridge Mill, and Jabez returned home to his. Much to Augusta's surprise, He was not only invited to dine with them on the day of his return, but to take his place henceforth at their board as one of the family. With Laurence's misrepresentations fixed in her mind as truths, she construed the daily association thus thrust upon her as a deliberate affront, and resented it with a silent scorn which cut Jabez to the soul. He knew nothing of Aspinall's letter, or that he was accused of a ruffianly attack. He only felt that he would have died to serve her, and had done what he had to save her from lifelong misery without a single thought of keeping her for himself. A few more days, and back to Manchester came Mr. Aspinall senior, having left a little of his portliness with his gout in the Buxton Baths. Back with him came his son and his son's congenial companion, Mr. Edmund Barrett, the former still smarting under his defeat at Carr, and all the more resolutely determined to carry off Augusta, jealousy adding a new element to his love, a new aliment to his hate. Sitting idly by the parlour window on the 3rd of October, with her head leaning against the frame, meditating on her own unhappiness and her parents' harshness, Augusta suddenly started to her feet with a suppressed cry of delight, a vivid glow upon her cheeks, a brilliant sparkle in her eye. Laurence Aspinall, mounted on Black Ralph, his favourite hunter, was riding up the street, the dislocated ankle apparently not affecting his enjoyment of equestrian exercise. As he raised his new beaver in graceful salutation, even the flutter into which he was thrown could not prevent her from missing his glorious curls. He had not deemed it necessary to replace his wig, and the pole shorn during fever had not yet grown a fresh crop ripe for harvest. The unfavourable impression passed with the moment, as he brought his obedient steed on the flagged pavement, close under the window, and without a moment's hesitation she raised the sash and leaned forward to speak with him, glad of the opportunity. "Oh, Laurence! My own Augusta! This is indeed fortunate!" Their hands clasped upon the window-sill, the elevation of the house raising her to his level. Her tearful eyes looked up in his for traces of suffering after the ruffianly attack, and found there, mingled with the fierce light of violent love, a bitter sense of defeat, a resolve to obtain her by fair means or foul. Each had the separate experience of that memorable September night to relate, coloured as passion or prejudice prevailed. But neither could fully enlighten the other as to the share Mr. Clegg had had in preventing the elopement. He could tell her that Jabez had avowed overhearing their conversation in the Lovers' Walk, though where he could have been to overhear, or what strange fatality could bring Mr. and Mrs. Ashton to Carr in time to become the recipients of his eavesdropping and defeat their plans, was a puzzle to both. Be sure, Laurence put the worst colour on the encounter in the lane, and urged all he had himself endured to strengthen his claims upon her, claims she was quite willing to admit, had she the power to concede to them. Having shown with very evident annoyance how impossible it was for her to meet or give him a private interview, he exclaimed with indignation, "What! Not allowed to visit a relation, or to go abroad without a gaoler? My dearest Augusta, this is a cruel state of captivity. But my bird must not be allowed to fray her beautiful plumage in beating against the bars of her cage. I must devise a better plan for her escape. Any means are justifiable to obtain release from tyranny like this. What says my love? Is she still willing to trust her Laurence?" "To the death," she whispered emphatically. "You are alone here every morning?" Her lips could barely frame a "yes," when a voice and step in the hall warned her to close the window with a hurried gesture to him, and before Mrs. Ashton, who had lingered to give an order to James, could enter the room, Black Ralph was cantering towards the portico, and Augusta occupied with the 3rd volume of Alinda, or the Child of Mystery. Very little escaped Mrs. Ashton's eye. The clatter of hoofs on the flag, audible through the thick front door, had left no sensible impression on her brain, but the heightened colour of Augusta attracted her attention at once. She brought her work-basket from the panel cupboard, took thence a strip of cambric muslin, and handed it to her daughter. "My dear," said she quietly,
All play makes no hay. Your eyes are younger than mine, and I think it will do you more good to hem your father's shirt frills than to pore over sentimental books from morning until night. So much romance reading is not good for you. I see that you are quite flushed and excited over the one you are perusing now." There was a sharp rat-tat on the lion's head, and in burst Mr. Ashton, more flushed and excited than his daughter. He had met Mr. Lawrence on Black Ralph just as he was quitting the Portico after an angry discussion with Mr. Aspinall the elder. "You are quite right, my dear, in saying 'like father, like son,'" cried he, "for I'll swallow my snuff-box if that pompous old cotton merchant did not justify his scapegrace son in his attempt to carry off our Augusta. He said that the end justified the means, that we ought to be proud of such an alliance." Mrs. Ashton's lip curled. "That he was glad Miss Ashton had more discernment than her parent, that his boy had set his heart upon her, and should not be thwarted in his choice by any beggar's inkle weaver in England. And no sooner had I left him in the reading room to digest my opinion on the subject, and put my foot on the steps of the Portico, than up rode young Hopeful, and took off his hat to me, bowing down to his black horse's mane." Having delivered himself of this explosive intelligence, Mr. Ashton walked about and sought a sedative in his snuff-box, and Augusta, who, folding the hem of the frill, had not lost one word, said drily, "I think Mr. Aspinall's justification of his son's design may at least be taken as a vindication of Mr. Lawrence's honourable intentions, of which so many doubts have been expressed, and the bow equally absolves Lawrence from a charge of malice." With a proud toss of her shapely head, she walked towards the dining-room, rejecting the proffered arm of Jabez, who had entered the parlour whilst Mr. Ashton was speaking, and thus closed a discussion which could not be continued in the presence of servants. Jabez, on his return from Carr, had found his rough old clerical friend confined to his room, seriously ill. Tabitha was worn out with his humours and eccentricities, and was glad when the young man offered to relieve her twice or thrice a week, and old Joshua welcomed him as a relief from the monotonous garrulity of an unlettered old woman. Jabez could bring him news of another stamp. Through Ben Travis, who had discovered that activity was the best antidote to melancholy, he kept him informed of the progress of the incipient temperance movement, in which the parson took uncommon interest. Through Mr. Ashton he kept him au courant of town politics, and for general intelligence he brought newspapers with him to be read, interrupted by many and unique commentaries. In order that Tabitha might obtain repose, Mr. Clegg usually remained until a late hour, Mrs. Ashton herself entrusting him with a latch-key on these occasions. One night, towards the middle of October, when Joshua had been more than ordinarily crusty, and Jabez did not quit the classic corner until the wee short hour ayont the twal, he was struck as he turned the corner from Market Street into Mosley Street, to find Mr. Aspinall's carriage in waiting with 4 horses and postillions. He stood still for a moment to reassure himself, but carriages were not so common that he should mistake that particular one, and his heart drummed an alarm within his breast. Hurrying on with sad misgivings, he passed 2 tall figures muffled in cloaks, whom he had no difficulty in recognising from build and walk to be the Aspinalls, father and son, and increasing his speed he gained the door, inserted his key in the latch, and was on the stairs before the cloaked individuals had finished their speculations respecting his being a robber escaped from a constable. Formerly, Augusta had to pass his room door to reach her own on the opposite side of the long corridor. Her new chamber was next to his own and nearer the staircase. A thin stream of light shot through the keyhole, and a bright narrow line cast upon the opposite wall showed the door ajar. He stood still in his surprise. As if a tipsy, musically disposed man were going past, the refrain of a rollicking song was trolled out in the street, and then Augusta, equipped as for a journey, came forth from her chamber to descend the stairs. She had calculated on the signal an hour earlier, and expected Jabez an hour later. As she stole on tiptoe down the stairs, Jabez confronted her and barred her progress.
Her silver candlestick dropped from her hand with the one word, "Again!" and rolling down with a clang awakened Mr. and Mrs. Ashton, the only sleepers on that floor, and set Nelson barking furiously. They were in the dark, but he had caught her hand. "Miss Ashton, this is infatuation — madness!" "No matter, sir. Let me pass. You have no right to detain me." "But I have, miss," said her father, coming behind, guided by their voices, his scant apparel as invisible in the gloom as himself. "Is this another attempt to disgrace us by eloping? Oh, my child, you are breaking your poor old father's heart."
"And mine," floated like the echo of despair's last sigh from the lips of Jabez.
But the utter hopelessness of the old man's tone touched a sensitive chord of Augusta's soul, and turning she fell upon his neck, crying tearfully,
"Oh, forgive me, father, forgive me! I did not think you would take it so much to heart."
The appeal of affection to affection had accomplished what reason and authority had failed to effect. End of chapter the 39th. Chapter the 40th of The Manchester Man by Mrs. G. Linnaeus Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. With all his faults. Augusta's penitence exhaled like dew from a flower. In the light of her mother's lofty displeasure, her tears dried, and self-will once more exerted its pre-eminence. She locked herself in her own room, and resolutely refused to come forth.
"So long as that odious meddler Jabez Clegg remains under our roof, I will stay here, and if you will not consent to my marriage with Laurence Aspinall, I will starve myself to death," was her angry declaration, as she closed the door and turned the key. "Leave her alone," said Mrs. Ashton. "She will want her food before her food wants her, and a little wholesome solitude is good for reflection. She will change her mind before the day closes." This was at midday, but night came, and another noon, yet there was no sign of Miss Ashton's appearance, and Mrs. Ashton had made no overtures to her refractory daughter. The tender-hearted father was in a pitiable state of perturbation. In and out of the warehouse, he was 20 times in the day, as Kezia observed, "for a' the world like a hen on a hot griddle," and his snuff-box was hardly ever out of his hand. Business seemed altogether beyond his grasp. He answered questions at random, and was unconscious when addressed. To this state of trouble, Jabez unintentionally contributed his quota. Over the tea-table, unenlivened by Augusta's sparkling presence, though she was the one sole topic of conversation, he said, and not without an effort, "It has occurred to me, and I have thought the matter well over, that since my unfortunate position in relation to late events has made my very presence obnoxious to Miss Ashton, it might be better for all concerned if I were to shift my quarters without delay. There are lodgings vacant close at hand, and I have no right to linger here and disturb the peace of any one member of your kind family." "Jabez Clegg," remonstrated Mr. Ashton, with wide-open eyes. "Have you any other reason to be dissatisfied with present arrangements?" asked Mrs. Ashton stiffly. "Oh, Mrs. Ashton, how can I have? This house has been my home for years, and such a home as rarely falls to the lot of the fatherless. To you, my benefactors, I owe everything, almost myself, and I should ill repay your uniform kindness by remaining to create discord. If your only desire to remove is to gratify Miss Ashton's whims, you will oblige me, Mr. Clegg, by remaining," replied Mrs. Ashton, with grave decision, whilst Mr. Ashton, looking the very picture of consternation, laid his hand upon the young man's sleeve, and said slowly, "My lad, you have been one of the household for many years. Do not be the first to make a breach in the family. If the child of our blood and our affections goes forth to strangers wilfully, and repudiates us, do not let the son of our adoption leave us to lament her loss in solitude." This was strong language, but Mrs. Ashton did not gainsay it, and Mr. Clegg could not longer press the point,
though his own pain was intensified by the fear of adding to the distress of Augusta, who, he was confident, regarded him as an interloper and a mischief maker. Little had been seen of Ellen since the return from Carr Cottage. A message dispatched by Mrs. Ashton to her sister in her dilemma was answered by another to pray them to excuse Miss Chadwick, who was not well enough to go out. This somewhat disconcerted Mrs. Ashton, who, more alarmed than she would admit, and disturbed by the restless uneasiness of her husband, had looked for Ellen to act as a mediator, without any compromise of her own dignity. At the close of the second day, as Augusta pertinaciously refused to open the door, at the instance of Jabez the lock was forced, and even then a barrier of chairs and boxes had to be thrust back by sheer strength. She was exhausted from want of food, but her will was indomitable, and neither her father's entreaties nor her mother's commands could induce her to partake of the viands spread before her. Jabez was in agony. Delicacy and her obvious dislike had kept him from intruding upon her privacy, but as hour after hour was added to the night, and Augusta persistently dashed aside the food placed to her lips, he joined his prayers to those of her father, and neither availing, rushed out of the house, and in less than a quarter of an hour returned with Dr. Hull. He was not a man to stand any nonsense. "Here, sir," to Jabez, "you are young and strong. Hold the silly child's arms while her teeth are forced apart. If she will not take food, she shall take physic, and see which she likes the best." But the struggle to nourish her frame through set teeth was prolonged and painful, and the parents were likely to yield before the child. Servants may be faithful, but they have eyes and ears, and not always discreet tongues. Family matters discussed freely in the kitchen before apprentices found their way into the warehouse and beyond it, and Mrs. Ashton's nerves tingled when she became acquainted with the rumours afloat. From Tim, the Ashton stable boy, Aspinall's emissary, Bob the groom, once more in his old service, had no difficulty in obtaining all the information his young master required. Lawrence waylaid Mr. Ashton, inquired anxiously after the obstinate girl's health, and having paved the way by as much contrition as he thought necessary, called at the house the following morning in company with his father to renew proposals for Miss Ashton's hand. Worn out by Augusta's obstinacy, which she and Lawrence agreed to call constancy, father and mother were in a different frame of mind to receive this proposition than when they had given their former peremptory rejection. They were not one whit more convinced by Mr. Lawrence's assurances that he meant to reform, or Mr. Aspinall's quotation of the adage, "A reformed rake makes the best husband." But rather than see their child starve herself to death before their very eyes, they yielded, and Lawrence Aspinall, profuse alike in thanks and professions, was permitted by aching hearts and reluctant lips to introduce Augusta to his father then and there as his bride-elect. It was a moment of triumph for Lawrence when Augusta refused to come downstairs without an assurance under his own hand. He pencilled on a card, "My Augusta, I wait for you, Lawrence," and presently, supported by a maidservant, she entered the room, her dress of purple poplin serving to show how wan and transparent her fair skin had grown, how unnatural was the brilliance of her eyes. She would have fallen, as much from weakness as emotion, on her entrance into the parlour, but that Lawrence darted forward and caught her in an embrace which brought back somewhat of her lost colour. And if anything could have softened the pain of that hour to her parents, it was the apparent ardour and sincerity of the lover, the hope that a genuine passion might tend to wean him from his old habits and associates. Mr. Aspinall's reception of Augusta was characteristic. "My charming Miss Ashton, I see my son has brought back the roses to your cheeks. May they never fade again, but bloom perennially without a thorn. I rejoice to kiss your hand paternally on this auspicious occasion, and to assure you that I shall be proud to welcome such beauty and such constancy as the wife of my noble son." Consent once obtained, the Aspinalls was eager to press forward the marriage as the Ashtons were to retard it. neither her father nor mother affecting a satisfaction they did not feel. "My dear," said the latter to Augusta one day when her eyes were sparkling over a costly present just received from Laurence, "your father was in hopes you would have fixed your heart on some good steady man like Jabez Clegg, who would have been a comfort and a credit to all of us, and have kept the business in the family after we were in our graves." "Pshaw, mamma, how preposterous! I am surprised at my father's infatuation for that young man. I esteem him quite sufficiently for a friend, but," and she locked an emerald earring in her delicate ear, "I could not exist with a husband whose heart was in his business. My husband's heart must hold me, and me only, and I must have something to look at as well as to love." "Ah, Augusta, it must be a very small heart indeed which cannot find room both for a wife and a business to maintain her fittingly. The sheen of a dress which must last a life is of less consequence than its durable texture." "Well, mamma, so long as the material pleases my eyes, I will take the wear upon trust, and do not be surprised that your daughter prefers a fine man and a gentleman to one whose fortune is in the clouds, and whose origin is so obscure he has not even a name to call his own." She was standing to admire herself and her new jewellery in the Venetian glass between the windows as she said this, and her mother's figure filling in the frame, Jabez Clegg came and went unseen, a pang in his heart, and an intensified resolve to make both fortune and name for himself, even though his master's daughter vanished from his vision. Nothing would induce Mr. Ashton to part with his child until she was at least 18, and in that particular he was proof against the importunities of Laurence and the cajoleries of Augusta. So for 10 months, during which the lawyers had ample time to quarrel over the settlement of Augusta's £18,000, so that too much or too little should not be tied down on the lady, the dashing young blade was on his trial, so to speak, and contrived to beguile both father and mother of their prejudices, whilst to Augusta a new world of gaiety was opened out. As her daughter's chaperone, Mrs. Ashton renewed her acquaintance with the yellow satin cushions of the assembly rooms. The gentlemen's concerts discoursed sweet music in their ears. Miss Ashton could take her seat in the boxes of the Theatre Royal without fear of Madame Broadbent's fan, and Kezia was in her glory, so many balls and parties had to be catered for, and Mr. Lawrence Aspinall was in the ascendant. All this was inexpressibly painful to Jabez, but as he had written to Ben Travis that there was something more for men to do than die of disappointment or blighted love, so he set his face like a rock against the breakers, and gave himself entirely to business. He said to himself it would be cowardice to flee from that which must be borne and mastered, so never another word was heard of his seeking a home elsewhere. If he was brave, he was not foolhardy enough to court pain in the sight of his rival's triumph, and though in his determination to stick to his last he had eschewed all arts which came not within the scope of pattern designing, to that he turned with redoubled assiduity after business hours, having found a profitable market apart from Mr. Ashton's firm, as his account with the Savings Bank in Cross Street had borne witness from the date of its establishment in January 1818. But for a brief space, and that whilst the wound was raw and new, his ministrations to the dying chaplain of the old church not only carried him out of sight and hearing, but in a measure drew his thoughts away from his own sorrow. Only once did Joshua scarify the sore. In an interval of pain he said with his customary abruptness, "And so that pretty lass of thy master's is going to throw herself away on the wild rascal who pitched thee over the wall?" Jabez could not trust himself to answer save by a movement of his head. She'd better ha' takken a fancy to thee." Half an hour or more elapsed. Waking from a doze, he said, "Dost thou remember my telling thee to look at Hogarth's Apprentice in Chadwick's parlour?" "Indeed I do. Those pictures have influenced my life," answered Mr. Clegg with a sigh, pouring out a dose of medicine as he spoke. "More physics, eh? Doctors kill more than they cure with their stuff. Ay, lad, thou'st mounted up, thou'lt be a master thyself some day. If thou dost not forget, that Jabez must be an honourable man."
"I never did forget it, sir, even though the apprentice boy was mad enough to aspire to his master's daughter. But losing her, I have learned a new lesson. The prayer of the olden Jabez, which has been mine night and morn from boyhood, was a prayer for self, and self only, and I had no right to look for an answer to all the hopes I based it on. If I have not been kept from evil, and it has grieved me, I prayed for myself alone, and in grief I have my answer. Prayer should take a wider range."
"Right, lad, right. Now, let me sleep."
When he waked again, he remarked,
"It's time for thee to be off, Jabez, but time is running faster with me than thee, lad. Here, reach yon Terence from the bureau. It is the Edinburgh edition. Keep it for the sake of the rough old parson who gave thee a name, and take care of it. Good night. How thick the fog is."
He had lost the sight of one eye, and the other was rapidly going. That was the 9th of November. When Jabez came again on the 11th, the fog had cleared away from Joshua Brook's sight for ever, and fountains of tears ran freely from many eyes for the hot, hasty, single-minded, and learned parson whose name was a household word in the town, and who had ever been a kind friend to Jabez. In his life he had been at war with huckster women, street urchins, schoolboys, and his ecclesiastical brethren. In his death the wide parish, and more than the parish, united to reverence his memory, those who had laughed loudest at his eccentricities being foremost to bewail him. Even the November clouds hung thick and heavy as a pall over the old church and churchyard, crowded with mourners, when his silent remains were carried to their bed in the cross aisles his feet had trodden so many active years, and if others beside Jabez shed tears over the open and honoured grave, there was many an old creature mourning in solitude, besides the queer old woman in kerchief and mutch, who sat amongst her sweets in a closed shop, and lamented that so young a man as Parson Brooks should be carried off before her. "Well a day, and only 67. He'll want no more humbugs, and no more cakes for his pigeons. Poor Jotty." There was no mention of Jabez in his will, but when the young man took the old worn Terence sadly and reverently down from the shelf where he had first placed it, on turning over its leaves he found a bank note for £300 pinned to the fly-leaf, on which was inscribed his own name and that of the eccentric donor. End of chapter the 40th. Chapter the 41st of The Manchester Man by Mrs. G. Linnaeus Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Marriage. Had Jabez been vindictive, the opportunity, or at least the promise of revenge on his successful rival, was not wanting. Various efforts had been made to call the Manchester yeomanry to account for their doings at Peterloo, and many had been the overtures and suggestions to Jabez Clegg by members of the Radical party to join in the prosecution of the offenders. But he resolutely refused to identify the trooper who struck him, saying, "I forgave the man at the time, believing him to be drunk and incapable of discrimination. If I have since had reason to think otherwise, I cannot be so mean as to allow private feelings to influence a public act." It would be false to say that there never was a tug at his heartstrings when the tempters were again at his elbow before they made their final attempt in 1822. But he said to himself, if it would have been revengeful at the time when the bodily injury was fresh, it would be doubly revengeful, mean and dishonourable now that he has supplanted me in love. And in striking at him, I should wound Augusta, and that must never be. The temptation to expose his adversary was set aside, and thus it was that Lawrence Aspinall's name was not added to those of the 4 defenders on the record of the trial at Lancaster in April. And as that trial, after the examination of nearly 100 witnesses of all ranks, terminated unsuccessfully for the prosecution,
The forbearance of our friend Jabez spared him at least the mortification of defeat. The year rolled on. At the instance of Mr. Ashton, Jabez withdrew the bulk of his deposits from the savings bank, and adding to Joshua Brookes' gift the £200 he had accumulated by working late and early, and saving small sums even during his apprenticeship, placed all in his master's hands to be invested in the business, and so return him a higher rate of interest. And this was the first absolute start of Jabez as a capitalist. The joyous excitement attending Augusta's own preparations for her approaching nuptials was somewhat dampened by the unaccountable condition of Ellen Chadwick, whose health, instead of improving during her visit to Carr Cottage, had appeared to decline still more perceptibly. A constant pain at her chest, frequent headaches, uncertain spirits, and increasing languor gave Mr. and Mrs. Chadwick real cause for uneasiness. But Ellen would not hear of a doctor, and maintained that it was nothing to trouble about, she would be better soon. She did not get better soon, and when the first August sun shone on Augusta's birthday and bridal, it taxed her powers to the utmost to sustain efficiently her part as bridesmaid. Had Captain Travis accepted his lieutenant's invitation to be a groomsman, she would have found it still more difficult, but a comparative stranger, a Mr. Joseph Bennet of Gorton, filled the post, the bride's father having objected very decidedly to bold Ned Barrett. Yet Ben Travis and Jabez Clegg were both among the guests, albeit it cost each a struggle. The two had mutually strengthened each other as such friends should, arriving at the Spartan decision to suffer and be silent, facing their fate like men. And indeed, old Mr. Ashton had wrung the hand of Jabez at least a week before, and said, "I'm sorry for you, Clegg, I am, upon my soul, and I'm sorry for our poor lass too, for she's made a mistake. But keep a brave heart, and don't let that slashing yeomanry fellow crow over you. As Mrs. Ashton would say, what can't be cured must be endured, and we must all of us show the best face at the wedding that we can." If that meant elaborate display in dress and decorations, and provision for the bridal breakfast and dinner, then the face exhibited was a shining one. Mrs. Hodgson, the fashionable mantua-maker and milliner of Oldham Street, where 2 or 3 of the private houses had already been converted into shops, had kept her apprentices at work almost night and day for weeks, executing bridal orders from the Ashtons and their friends. A very snowstorm might have passed through the workroom, such heaps of white French crepe and satin, lace and organdie, lute-string and gauze littered and covered available space, putting matronly brocade, velvet and llama quite into the shade. The warehouse saw little of Mrs. Ashton for a week or 10 days previously. Cicely, who had gone over to the Aspinalls, had begged to be allowed to help Kezia for that occasion, and she roasted her own face in spinning gold and silver webs and baskets from sugar for the table, making floating islands, syllabubs, trifles, jellies and blancmange to supplement the solid dishes Kezia dressed with so much skill. And Mr. Mabbott sent in a sugary temple of Hymen, and a bride's cake prepared 6 weeks in advance. The bride, alternately radiant and tearful like an April day, veiled with lace and crowned with white rosebuds and orange blossoms, wore a low-bodiced dress of white satin, festooned round the narrow skirts with costly lace, while on neck and arms, and in her tiny ears, were negligee, bracelets, and earrings of pearl, the gift of the gallant bridegroom's gallant father. The bridegroom was scarcely less resplendent in his high-collared blue coat and gold buttons, his white waistcoat buttoned to match, his glossy white trousers and low shoes tied with a bunch of silk ferret. An oblong brooch set with a rim of pearls held down his broad fine shirt frills. From his hob hung a huge bunch of gold seals pendants from a flat gold watch chain, and in his hand, not crushing his elaborate curls, now clustering richly as ever, he carried a hat of white beaver of the newest shape. To Mr. and Mrs. Ashton it was a matter of open regret that Joshua Brookes, who had christened Augusta, should not have lived to marry her also. But Mr. Aspinall, whose reminiscences of the old chaplain were of another order, was much better satisfied to see his own personal friend, Parson Gatliff, the bon vivant, behind the altar rails. If the bride was tall and graceful, with sunshine in her eyes, and in her classic curls, tall and stately was the bride's mother, whose long train of purple silk velvet swept the aisles, though trains had ceased to be general. There was no faltering over the responses. There was a glow of modest pride on the cheek of Augusta, a look of mingled ardour and exultation on the face of Laurence. His "I will" was pronounced with a force which was almost fierce, yet, as she faintly promised to obey, he pressed her hand with smiling significance. The ceremony over, the bride did not faint, but turning to her tearful-eyed father, threw her arms around his neck and clung to him, whispering how grateful she was that he had given her the man of her choice, and that he should see what a good wife she would make, and the impromptu embrace sent a shower of snuff over white satin and lace. Yet someone fainted, whom Ben Travis caught in his strong arms and carried to the church door for air, a dark-haired, black-eyed bridesmaid, whose face was white and skin transparent as her own robe. Custom had not set its imperative seal on the wedding tour as a necessity, but after a magnificent solid dinner, to which the party did full justice, and an elaborate dessert, during which the cake was cut, and Mr. Aspinall proposed the health of the bride in an inflated toast, demanding that it should be drunk in bumpers, and no heel taps, the wedded pair drove off in Mr. Aspinall's carriage to the family mansion at Fallowfield, there to spend the honeymoon. "Good-bye, Jabez," said Augusta, putting her small soft hand into his as they left the house. "You will comfort my father and mother, will you not? I trust them to you." And he replied with the fervency of truth, "I accept the trust willingly. Good-bye, Mrs. Aspinall." How the word choked him. "May God bless you and the marriage you have contracted. Good-bye." He did not kiss her hand, had not taken the common liberty of guests to kiss the bride's lips in church. He did but press her hand as any old friend who had grown up with her under the same roof might have done. But before the carriage had well dashed from the door, or the bridegroom had fairly settled himself on his seat, Laurence turned to the fair young wife, whose prophetic tears were now falling fast, with the sharp rebuke, "What was that foundling fellow mumbling over your hand? You are pleased to remember that that hand is mine now, Mrs. Aspinall. You've promised to love and obey me, your lord and master. And master I mean to be. I have borne the fooling of your friends and your own pretty caprices long enough. It is my turn now. And if any man so much as dares look at you, I'll pound him to a jelly. And now, dry your eyes and give me a kiss." And that was the inauguration of Augusta Aspinall's married life. It has been said that the bridesmaid fainted. Every lady carried a smelling bottle, and means to revive her were not far to seek. She soon recovered, and with a sensitive blush withdrew from the arms which had been so proud to sustain her, casting her eyes round as if in search of some other whose service might have been more acceptable. But she suffered no relapse. She was ready to wait upon the bride, to sign Ellen Chadwick in the church register, and to assist a Mr. Joseph Bennet in cutting up the cake for distribution, with cards and gloves, to friends not present. It was an arduous task, and she succumbed before it was half completed. "Miss Chadwick, you are not well. Let me relieve you," said Jabez, coming to her assistance after the happy pair had driven off, and whilst peals of laughter, shouts, and hurrahs came from the dining-room, where gentlemen were honouring the bridal by drinking themselves senseless and speechless. Ellen remained with her aunt a few days longer, during which Jabez, exceedingly pained to see the ravages hidden disease had made in so estimable a young lady, was pitifully attentive. He could not, however, fail to see that his attentions distressed her, and on the whole he was not sorry when Augusta's parents and he were left to themselves, to talk of their own dear one and speculate on her future. Weeks went by. Mrs. Aspinall visited her old home, but never without her husband, and seldom was she allowed to remain more than an hour. Her spirits seemed exuberant, but somehow her unusual vivacity jarred on her mother's nerves, and she suspected that her spirits were forced. Meanwhile Ellen Chadwick faded. Dr. Hardy, called in at last, watched his patient with curious and attentive eye, perplexed and dubious. He had been friend as well as physician since Mr. Chadwick's attack of paralysis, and was a close observer. Now he came and went in a gossiping sort of way to put his patient at ease and off her guard. He was there one day when Jabez was announced, and saw a sudden spasmodic action of the face, a dilation of the pupils, a scarcely perceptible pant and parting of the lips, and then he watched her closer. He introduced Mr. Clegg's name as if casually, whilst his fingers were on her pulse. The result of his observations were told to Mr. Chadwick the same day. "Your daughter has no specific disease, Mr. Chadwick. She is simply love-sick." Love-sick? Yes, and her secret passion is consuming her. Medicine cannot save the patient's life if her affection be not returned, and that right speedily." Mr. Chadwick was aghast. "I feared as much," said Mrs. Chadwick with a sigh. "Then you will have an inkling who is the desired object," said the doctor. "I think so." "Does your maternal instinct point to Mr. Clegg?" he asked, with a curious look. "It does, but he himself has no suspicion, and I'm sure regards Ellen only as a friend elevated a little above him." "Is the young man courting?" "I believe not." "Then," said the doctor sententiously, "the sooner he is, the better for Miss Chadwick. Her life is not worth a month's purchase unless Mr. Clegg become the buyer. But let not Miss Ellen hear a whisper of my opinion. Good day." And snatching up his hat, the doctor departed, leaving them in their reflections. Here was a delicate subject to be dealt with, and that without either loss of time or the sacrifice of their beloved child's sensitiveness and reserve. Unknown to Ellen, a family conclave assembled under the Mosley Street roof to discuss the momentous question and deliberate what was best to be done. Long and grave were their deliberations. At length, taking Mr. Chadwick's imperfect speech into consideration, Mr. Ashton consented to lay the case before Jabez, and leave his brother-in-law to supplement it, if necessary, though opinions were divided as to the result. It was after business hours, and Mr. Ashton found Jabez in his own room, doing his best to dissipate thought by hard work, mind and hand being busy with a chintz pattern for calico printing. There was a nervous plunge into the gold snuff-box, and a consequent flourish of a gay bandana, and some time spent in examining the incomplete design on the desk before Mr. Ashton could fairly enter on his embassy. After a little prelude, in which, whilst enlarging on the serious nature of his niece's illness, he elicited from Jabez that he held the young lady in the very highest esteem, and was deeply grieved to hear of her perilous state, he put down his snuff-box on the table before him, and drawing up his chair so as to bring their heads closer together, looked steadfastly into the other's clear eyes as he put the question. "And what should you think of love as the cause of her malady?" "Love!" echoed Jabez, his mind running off to the agonised confession made to him on the Taxal hillside. "Yes, love, and for the very man whose merits my foolish child failed to see." Jabez looked at him vaguely. "Surely not Mr. Marsland?" "Pah, no!" exclaimed Mr. Ashton, as if disgusted at his obtuseness. "Yourself, man, Jabez Clegg." Jabez fixed his eyes on his informant in blank amazement, a monosyllabic long drawn "Me?" being his sole response. "Just so," assented Mr. Ashton, and he took a pinch of snuff on the strength of it. "Oh, sir, there must be some mistake. How has this been ascertained? Has Miss Chadwick made—" "No, Clegg, the poor lass has never said one word except with her eyes and pulse. Dr. Hardy has made the discovery now, and it turns out Mrs. Chadwick suspected it long ago." "Oh, dear, dear, this is very terrible." He was estimating the pain in Ellen's heart by that in his own. "Very terrible indeed, Clegg, for Hardy says the lass's life is not worth so much as a yard of filleting if her love meet no return." The head of Jabez sank in his open hands upon the table. What would his friend Travis think of all this? Presently he raised his face, over which a strange change had passed. "Mr. Ashton, what would you have me do?" "Whatever Jabez Clegg thinks he ought to do," he answered steadily, adding in another tone, "I would have been glad to have given thee my own child. My brother-in-law implores thee to take his child, to save her life." After a prolonged silence Jabez spoke. "Mr. Ashton, I hold that love alone can sanctify marriage. My love has blossomed and died fruitless, yet so highly do I esteem Miss Chadwick, and so proud am I of the great honour she has done me in her preference, that I place myself in your hands. If I can spare so amiable a young lady the pain I suffer from rejected love, I should be a brute and a savage to refuse her the remnant of a valueless life. We may at least soften its asperities for each other." The Chadwicks went home with minds relieved, but Jabez had stipulated that nothing should be said to Ellen of their overtures to him, no hint given which could alarm her shrinking modesty. The following day he called to inquire about her health, made his genuine anxiety apparent, and noted, as he had never done before, how her lip trembled and her eyelid drooped. Gradually, as his attentions became more marked, her health and spirits rose, and when at last he proposed to her calmly, quietly, as though he sought a haven when the frothy waves of a first passion had subsided, she accepted him as God's best gift, all unaware that his offer was not spontaneous, or that her cousin Augusta was yet deeply shrined in his secret heart. He had been at first greatly concerned about Ben Travis, but the generous fellow, to whom he felt in honour bound to explain his conduct, only wrung his hand and said, "I could not resign her to a worthier." End of chapter the 41st. Chapter the 42nd of The Manchester Man by Mrs. G. Linnaeus Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Blows. Richard Chadwick, who had served as a midshipman under Admiral Collingwood, and shared in the victory of Trafalgar, was a midshipman still, and his vessel had long been away on a foreign station. Few, brief and far between had been his opportunities to visit home and friends. Ships had been paid off, but he had been exchanged. Several years had elapsed since he had set foot in Manchester, and the hearts of his kin yearned towards their sailor. His very whereabouts was unknown to them, and when written communication was necessary, letters had to be forwarded through the Admiralty. Ellen's engagement and prospective marriage called forth a voluminous epistle, crossed and recrossed like a trellis, from Mrs. Chadwick to her son, whose presence she craved, if leave of absence could possibly be obtained. The letter was a singular compound of gratulation and apology, through which a thin undercurrent of dissatisfaction meandered like a stream. His sister's strange malady and infatuation for a man of apparently low origin, whose name and parentage were alike unknown, were set forth to be deplored. Still, since the sole remedy for Ellen's ailment rested with this obscure Mr. Clegg, whose career upwards from his floating cradle to his honourable position in the Ashton house and warehouse was circumstantially detailed, his personal worth was a matter for congratulation, and the deep obligation of the whole family to him for the service rendered on Peterloo Day seemed dragged in as a sort of extenuating circumstance. Clearly the Mr. Travis whose name and pretensions cropped up here and there throughout the letter would have been a more acceptable son-in-law in the sight of Mrs. Chadwick and his other sister, Charlotte Walmsley, and just as clearly it was made apparent that his paralysed father, hale and strong in all other respects, was as much infatuated with the young man as was Ellen, having positively offered to take him into partnership on his entrance into the family. And even there Mrs. Chadwick felt constrained to admit that the clear-headed business tact and energy of Mr. Clegg would be a great acquisition. This item of news closed the missive, which must have gone a circuitous round of red tape, it was so long upon its travels. Months came and went. Father Christmas shook his snowy locks over the town, but neither the midshipman nor a written substitute put in an appearance. Meanwhile Jabez, who had crushed down in the garden of his heart those roots of his love for Augusta which mocked his strength to eradicate, did his best to plant and foster above them a grateful affection for the one who had chosen him, and hoped in time that the newer growth might utterly extinguish the old. His attentions to Ellen were more assiduous than, under the circumstances, might have been expected, but he argued with himself, "I must endeavour to atone to her for a proposal in which love had no part. She must never have occasion to suspect the truth. I should be a brute did I remain insensible to the unconquerable love she has so long cherished in secret for me. Augusta's face, alas, was more divinely fair, her manner more enchanting, but Ellen, though she's older than myself, will doubtless make the better wife for a business man who has to carve his way to fortune. And she loves me." Ellen too had her seasons of doubt and perplexity. She had been so sensitively alive to the silent homage of Jabez Clegg to her younger and fairer cousin, that at first her mind had refused to realise the fact that he desired to marry her, even though his proposal had been preceded by direct and palpable attention. She had been at first inclined to attribute his many acts of kindness and courtesy to friendship and compassion for her failing health, and when he had spoken of being won by her many estimable qualities to seek her for a wife, she had listened incredulously. Then, overpowered by contending emotions, sank back amongst her cushions in a state of insensibility. Even her tremulous acceptance had been uttered as if in a blissful dream, which might vanish all too soon. From time to time she perplexed herself with questions of the motive for so sudden a change in one so steadfast as Jabez, and at last wavered between the two suppositions that Augusta's wilfulness had wearied him, or that she owed her lover to pique. Of the real state of the case she had no inkling. She was not alone in her latter supposition. "A happy New Year to you, Mrs. Clews," said our friend Jabez to his friend the old confectioner, as at one stride he took the 2 steps to her confined shop on the bright frosty 2nd of January 1823, and extended his hand to her across the counter, where she still kept up a show of activity in spite of age and wrinkles. "Same to you, Mr. Clegg." She had been one of the first to recognise his right to the prefix, and with all her old-fashioned familiarity never dropped it. But now I look at thee, thou doesn't look o'er bright and happy," and she peered into his face inquiringly. He smiled. "Looks are not always to be relied on. I ought to be happy, for I'm about to be married, and my errand hither is to—" She interrupted him with, "So I've heard. But what o' that? Is she threeton? For I wouldna give a mince pie for the happiness if she isna." The blood mounted painfully to his forehead. "Mrs. Chadwick, it's all that is estimable and amiable, Mrs. Clews," he answered steadily, "and if I am not happy with her, it will be my own fault." The old dame was not satisfied. The white linen lappets of her antiquated mutch flapped like a spaniel's ears as she shook her head. Well," said she, opening and shutting a drawer in the counter abstractedly, "you should know best, but both me and Parson Brooks, dead and gone as he is, thought you'd set your mind on th' lass that ranty-pulling lad Aspinall snapped up. I hope thou's not going to wed th' cousin out of spite." And she looked up in his face, over which a cloud had swept. "It will be the worst day's work you ever did, either for her or you." He had mastered his emotion, and answered cheerfully, "Make your mind easy, Mrs. Clews. I'm not marrying from any unworthy motive, and I think our prospect of happiness is about the average. I came to ask you, as the oldest friend I have in the town, to be present on the occasion." Mrs. Clews was overpowered. "What, Mr. Clegg? Me in my old black stuff gown and mutch, among your grand folk? Nay, nay, I'm too old to don wedding garments. But I tell you what," and her face puckered with pride and pleasure, "you shall have the finest wedding cake that ever was baked in Manchester, and the old woman will maybe look on the wedding from some quiet nook out of the way. It's 1,000 pities Jotty's not alive to marry you. There'll be no grand folk, Mrs. Clews. I'm but a poor man struggling upwards, and Miss Chadwick has not had good health of late, so we shall be married very quietly on Wednesday week. Only very near relatives or old friends are invited." Customers interrupted the colloquy. When the shop was clear, she asked where he was going to live after marriage, and was told with his bride's parents. "Eh, but that's a bad look out. Now, I've built some houses in a new street off Oxford Road as they call Rosamond Street, and I'll tell you what, you shall have one to live in at a peppercorn rent, and I'll lend you the money to furnish it. Young folk are best by themselves." Clear and bright were the eyes that met hers in reply. "Thank you, Mrs. Clews, thank you heartily for your kind offer, but I think you lose sight of Mr. Chadwick's infirmity. He has acted very liberally towards me, in fact has offered to take me into partnership, and I should ill repay him by removing from his hearth the good daughter on whom he relies. It is rather my duty to add to the comfort of his declining years." "Oh," said she sharply, "if that's how you raise your crust, I'd better keep my fingers out of your pie." Jabez was going. The shop was full. "Stay, Mr. Clegg," said she, beckoning him into her parlour and closing the door. "It's hard cheese for a man to owe everything to his father-in-law. I've got £500 hanging on hand. It's not much, but the least bit of capital would make you feel independent, and it's heartily at your service. And if you don't like to take it without interest, you can pay me 1%, and repay me when you've made a fortune. And if that doesn't come till I lay under a stone bed-quilt, you can hand it over to my first godchild." That same evening Augusta Aspinall stood before a large oval swing glass in her luxurious dressing-room. The blazing fire shed its warm glow on polished furniture, amber silk hangings, bright fire-irons, costly mirrors, and expensive toilet-ware, all of execrable shape. She was robing for a ball at the Assembly Rooms, and Cicely, who, although cook, insisted on retaining her post as lady's maid on such occasions, had just fastened the last hook of a delicate lilac-figured silk, as soft as it was lustrous, with swan's down fringing skirts, sleeves, and bodice, as if to show how fair was the symmetrical neck of the wearer to stand such test. In came Lawrence fresh from the Spread Eagle in Hanging Ditch, where he, a newly elected member of the Scramble Club, had spent the afternoon with one or two others, forgetful that the origin of the club was the fourpenny pie and glass of ale, or at most the slice from a joint dispatched in a hurry or scramble by business men to whom time was money. Neither time nor money seemed of much value to Mr. Lawrence, who was equally lavish with both, taking as much from his father's business and adding as little as could well be imagined. His step on the threshold caused Augusta to turn round, beaming and beautiful, and dart towards him, exclaiming, "I'm so glad you've come," simultaneously with his "Clear out, sis," and a warm embrace which somewhat disarranged the dainty dress. His wife was yet a new toy, and his passion had not had time to evaporate. She was a something to admire and exhibit for admiration as a possession of his own, and though her love had received one or two rude shocks, he was still a glorified being in her eyes, and she clung to him as a true wife should cling. She was still but a girl in her teens, proud of the admiration she excited. Disengaging herself, she cried, "Oh, Lawrence, see how you've crushed my swan's down. And now, dear, do make haste and dress, we shall be so late." And putting the fluffy trimming in order, she unlocked a small jewel case on the table, and took thence the pearls she had worn on her wedding day. "What will you say for these, Augusta?" cried he, dangling before her eyes a gossamer scarf and an exquisite ivory fan, whilst his other arm thrown over her white shoulders again threatened the elastic down.
"Oh, Lawrence, you are a darling. Where did those beautiful things come from?"
And she gave him more than one kiss in payment. "India, my love. They're far-fetched and dear bought, and so must be good for you, my lady. I met your Uncle Chadwick with an old sea captain from whom I bought them. By the way, matrimony seems to be catching. We're invited to a wedding," and he began leisurely to undress as he spoke.
"A wedding? Whose?"
He laughed. "Ah, women all over. I thought I had news for you. Guess." In small things as well as great it was his delight to tantalise, so he kept her guessing whilst he proceeded with his toilet, and she began to clasp her pearls on arms and neck and in her pretty ears. "Well," he said at length, "who but your cousin Ellen?"
Ellen?"
She had gone so little near her own family that this was indeed news for her. "Yes, I thought she meant to die an old maid, but it seems she's not too proud to wear your cast-off slippers."
"My cast-off slippers? What do you mean?"
And she paused, while clasping her bracelet with a look of bewildered interrogation. "Now, Augusta, pray, don't look so innocent. Your father's favourite fetch and carry, that sneaking, canting fox, Jabez Clegg, finding that Miss Ashton was a sour grape, had straightway gone wooing to Miss Ashton's cousin, as a fruit ripe enough and near enough to drop in his full pine jaws, and by God, the girl has no more spirit than to drop when he shook the boughs, rather than hang on untasted." The speaker's lip and nose had curled with contempt as he began, then his nostril dilated, and he struck his wet hand on the washstand with a force which threatened the earthenware and set it jingling. Augusta was not yet schooled to silence. Her generous spirit rose to repel these allegations.
"Oh, Laurence, how can you? Ellen has had plenty of admirers. She has no need to wear anyone's cast-off shoes, and as for Mr. Clegg, he is no cast-off slip."
She checked herself. 1,000 trivial and forgotten things flashed across her mind at once. There was no doubt that Jabez had aspired to her own hand. He must have offered himself to Ellen in pique, to look as if he didn't care. She could not add the "of mine," which should have rounded her sentence. She substituted, with barely a moment's pause,
"He is neither a sneak nor a cant, and if Ellen marries him she will have a good husband,"
adding, with marvellously little tact or knowledge of her own husband,
"I'm sure, Laurence dear, you have no right to speak ill of the man who saved your life in the very pond that is frozen over now before our doors. And you cannot really think him mercenary when he refused the £500 your father offered as a reward for his bravery."
Not lightning was more quick and scathing than the fury which flashed from her husband's eyes and almost paralysed his tongue as the last words fell from her lips. With the damp towel in his hand, he struck across her beautiful bare shoulders with a force which traced red lines upon their snow, then marked her round arm with a band as red by tearing away the suspended fan and scarf, which he threw behind the fire without one thought of either far-fetched or dear-bought. "So, madam," he hissed rather than spoke, while Augusta shrank from him in affright. "So, you dare defend the wretch who played the spy on us at Carr, attacked me, an unarmed man, with a stick like a coward, and left me bleeding there for dead, hoping to win the heiress for himself?" From her father and Cicely both she had gathered the truth of that night's exploits. His misrepresentations no longer misled, but for very fear she held her peace. He went on, "Madam, that night's savage attack cancelled every debt of gratitude I owed the calculating knave who turned his back on my father's £500, thinking to multiply it by thousands from your father."
"It is not true,"
she dared to say, her sense of justice and her spirit of resistance rising in defence of one she knew to be foully aspersed. Not because he was Jabez Clegg, but because he was an absentee maligned. A shriek rang through the big house, and servants came scurrying up, with Mr. Aspinall in their midst. And Cicely, the first to dash between them, caught on her well-covered back the blow from the madman's brace, which would else have fallen afresh on the naked shoulders of his wife, already scored by it with livid welts. Carry away the fainted lady, soothe the infuriated savage, apply raw beef to shoulders as red, if not as raw. Let the brute steep himself in brandy unto stupefaction. The morning will come when the fumes of passion and brandy will alike have passed away, and the man will repent him of his cruelty, but the sting of groundless jealousy will remain, and the broad livid stripes across the white shoulders. Time and care will efface those marks, but neither kisses nor caresses nor presents nor time itself can obliterate the hieroglyphics stamped with that buckskin brace on the young wife's heart. He has fixed the name of Jabez Clegg there, and in conjunction brute and liar as equivalent to his own. It might have been expected after this that the Aspinalls would have been conspicuous by their absence from the cousin's wedding, or that Augusta might have laid her wrongs before her mother. But no, your jealous man never spares himself a pang if he hopes to inflict one, and the wilful woman who finds she has made a mistake in marriage is the last to confess it. Cold weather and recent indisposition served as an apology for the violet velvet spencer, which, worn above the pale lilac silk, covered bust and neck, and it was far from unbecoming to the young matron or the occasion. Old Mrs. Clews, who had kept her word anent the cake, which was a triumph of confectionery skill, from some long-closed coffer brought forth a stiff brocade of ancient make and texture, placed a bonnet on her unaccustomed head, and from a far seat in the choir watched Jabez Clegg enter with his college friend and groomsman, stalwart George Pilkington. Though she did not see them linger to read the inscription over the grave of Joshua Brooks, or look up with grateful remembrance to the Chetham Gallery where they had worshipped together. But she remembered them as boys in long blue gowns and yellow underskirts, and could not help contrasting the college dress of the past with the high-collared bright blue coats, the gilt buttons, lemon-coloured vests, light trousers and white kid gloves, in which they found their way to her to shake hands, whilst waiting for the trembling white-robed bride and her friends. And there Mrs. Clews sat and listened to the irrevocable words which bound Jabez to love and cherish the woman who loved him with her whole soul, whilst in spite of himself his very brain was reeling with memories of that other wedding day when Lawrence Aspinall and Augusta Ashton, now standing calm and beautiful in the background, had breathed the self-same vows before that altar. And somehow the old dame had a secret misgiving when all was over that it was not the right one after all. "All over" had been the cry from the heart of Jabez then. "All over" was the echo now as the last amen sounded, and he registered a silent oath, not down in the rubric, to keep the troth he had plighted, though no electric thrill answered the shy touch of Ellen's hand or the dumb devotion of her glance, and although Augusta's greeting of her new cousin jarred a still sensitive nerve. All over! So men delude themselves. All over, they say, when disappointment closes the door of the past and veils their eyes to the vista of the future. All over, when the curtain falls on the prologue of life's drama. Yet it rises again, and they find that the play has just begun. End of chapter the 42nd. Chapter the 43rd of The Manchester Man by Mrs. G. Linnaeus Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Partnership. By dint of persuasion, old Mrs. Clews was induced to place her well-saved brocade at the table, graced by the wedding cake she had manufactured. Though, as she afterwards said confidentially to Jabez, "I must have had as much brass in my face as I had in my pocket to sit down cheek by jowl wi' grand folks wi' fine manners who might come into my shop th' next day to be served with a pound of gingerbread, but I'd not ha' missed Mester Ashton's toast for summat, and I don't know as anybody turned up a nose 'bout it with that spark Aspinall, who owes me for many a quarter of pound of humbugs." Round that hospitable and substantial wedding breakfast, which owed much of its success to the bride's own deft fingers, also gathered the Cloughs, who had watched the career of the bridegroom with interest from his cradle. Miss Clough as a bridesmaid, Mr. John McConnell and Henry Liverseege, who had cultivated his friendship from their first introduction, John Walmsley and Charlotte, who privately chafed at his reception into the family, and Augusta, whose brilliancy was somewhat dimmed by the overt watchfulness of too courteous and attentive Lawrence. But there was no Ben Travis, and missing him, Jabez was disposed to gravity. But though there were uncongenial elements present, George Pilkington's cheery voice and lively sallies sufficed to set mirth afoot and keep her dancing, whilst Mrs. Ashton, stately and proverbial, seemed to share some pleasant secrets with which Mr. Chadwick and her husband were on the qui-vive. It was the age for toasts and sentiments. Some smart and witty things had been uttered, but not until the cake was cut and commended, and a post-chaise at the door waited to convey the newly married pair to Carr Cottage and the earliest friends of the bridegroom, did Mr. Ashton rise to his feet, snuff-box in hand, and with a merry twinkle in his eye propose, "Success to the new partnership!" "Stop, my friends," said he, as glasses were elevated in honour of the toast. "Perhaps I had better explain what is meant by the new partnership." "I should think that was pretty obvious," whispered Lawrence to his friend Walmsley across the table. But he changed his opinion presently. "There are partnerships for life," continued Mr. Ashton, "where the contract is attested in church, as we have had the pleasure of witnessing to-day, and I am sure with the best of wishes for its success. And there are partnerships in business, which are usually signed, sealed, and attested in a lawyer's office, and it is to such a one that I now refer, in conjunction with the former." He paused to consult his snuff-box, and smiled to see how suddenly inattentive heads were eagerly bent forward to listen. "It may not be generally known that my dear nephew, Jabez, at the close of his honourable apprenticeship, declined an eligible offer from brother Chadwick in order to remain with us." Walmsley and Aspinall exchanged glances. Mrs. Clews looked knowing. "It may not be generally known that he has a small amount of capital invested in our concern at present." "Small enough, I should say," muttered Lawrence. "Now, there being no likelihood that his son Richard will ever leave his ship for a warehouse, Mr. Chadwick proposed to take his son-in-law Jabez into equal partnership, considering his integrity, his business tact, and energy to be equivalent to capital. Hear, hear!" in which Mr. Chadwick's stumbling tongue was loudest, and "Success to the new partnership!" The snuff-box closed, the bandana was disposed of, the speaker's beaming face was all in a glow. "Stop, stop, gentlemen! Not so fast! You will have to fill your glasses afresh. We have not yet got to the new partnership." "What the devil is he driving at?" was Aspinall's polite query to Walmsley, who shook his head in token of ignorance. "Brother Chadwick has concluded that Mr. Clegg was wholly without capital, whereas he happens to have more than £1,000 at his disposal." Broadcloth made sudden acquaintance with chair-backs. George Pilkington grasped his friend's hand. There was a puckering of Mrs. Clew's wrinkles. There were lowering brows from Lawrence and John. "And Mr. Clegg, being perfectly satisfied with his present investment, and anxious to join the gingham manufacturer without quitting the small-ware manufacturer, proposed," pinch of snuff, "that the two concerns should be amalgamated, and he have a share. Gentlemen and ladies, the proposal was hailed as an inspiration, and as soon as the change can be legally effected, the firm will be gazetted as Ashton, Chadwick and Clegg. And now let us drink. Success to the new partnerships, matrimonial and commercial." Aspinall's voice alone remained silent amongst the enthusiastic cheers with which the toast was drunk. Ellen, with humid eyes, escaped to change her garments, and Augusta also rose. But as she passed the new Manchester man, around whom friends crowded with congratulations, she put out her hand with a smile, and said, "Cousin Jabez, I wish success to both your partnerships, with all my heart." Lawrence was at her elbow, apparently to lead her with courteous ceremony from the room, and whilst offering one hand with a grateful inclination of his head, he contrived with the other to pinch the upper part of her arm, and to whisper in her ear between his set teeth, "Damn you, madam, you shall smart for this." An irrepressible ejaculation of pain burst from her. More than one turned around. There was real concern on the brow of Jabez as he asked, "What is the matter, Mrs. Aspinall? Are you hurt?" She made light of it. "Oh, nothing, nothing. I struck my foot against a chair, that was all." But Jabez saw the white frightened face, and felt there was something more, and that scared look haunted him for many a day. Lawrence attended his wife to the staircase, smiling blandly whilst within sight or earshot. Ere he left her at the stair-foot, he gripped her tiny hand till her jewelled rings cut the flesh, and the smile became satanic as he whispered, "You are discreet, madam. I charge you to remain so, for your life." Once in Ellen's crowded bedchamber she became hysterical, to her cousin's great grief. but she overmastered her emotion by a violent effort, excused it on the plea of recent indisposition, and was consoled by her mother and other sagacious matrons with the remark that such affections might be expected. The newly married pair were whirled away, down Oldham Street and up Piccadilly. Old Mrs. Clews took her departure, and then Augusta, acting on Mrs. Clough's advice, lay on the drawing-room sofa to rest. Not until night did the guests depart, Mr. Liverseege being the first to retire. There was a late dinner at 6 o'clock, and when the gentlemen rose from their postprandial wine and sought the drawing-room, all considerably elevated, Lawrence Aspinall was too intoxicated to move. The Aspinall carriage had been waiting an hour. The coachman and Bob the groom grew anxious and impatient about the horses. "Mr. Lawrence drunk? That matters nowt," exclaimed the latter. "Steve and me'll manage him." And taking the limp young Hercules between them, they somehow hauled him to the carriage and ensconced him in one corner, with his head drooping on his breast. Augusta shrank from joining him, afraid lest he should awake to malicious consciousness on the road.
"Oh, I dare not go home with him. Indeed, I dare not go home with him." "My dear," said her mother gravely, "I'm afraid you must. A wife cannot absent herself from home because her lord and master indulges in too much wine, even though he may occasionally make a beast of himself. It is too late to think of this now. What cannot be cured must be endured. As you made your own bed, you will have to lie on it to the end. Those who leave the spring for the stream must expect muddy water. However, there is nothing so bad but it might be worse. Once is not always, and love overlooks lapses." Augusta's persistence that she dared not be shut up with him alone caused Mrs. Ashton to say, "Well, my daughter, the occasion has been so unusual that even your own father has taken more wine than his wont, or he might bear you company. That groom seems a steady man. Suppose he rides inside to support his master, and whatever you do, remember, when wine is in, wit is out. Silence is a wife's safeguard, and you will have to make the best of a bad bargain." A month back Augusta would have tossed her head and laughed lightly at her mother's pet philosophy. That night she rode home from Jabez Clegg's wedding feast with a groom and a drunken man, pondering whether spirited resentment or tame submission was her best course. The morning dawned on a wife pinched black and blue, with hardly strength or spirit to sob. Then followed a reaction, and a period of remorseful uxorious penitence, during which Lawrence submitted with a tolerable grace to a lecture from Mr. Aspinall, senior, who saw that something was amiss, and chivalrous gallantry towards women being part of this gentleman's creed, he did not spare his son. Nor did Lawrence spare himself. He knelt at his wife's feet, called her an angel and himself a savage, implored her forgiveness, excused his jealousy on the ground of passionate love, lavished his means on extravagant gifts for her, and exhausted language in fair promises. But so proud was he of his wife's beauty that he must needs exhibit at theatre and assembly the jewel he had won, whilst the admiration she excited set his jealous brain on fire, and she paid the penalty in the silence of the night, or even in the close carriage driving home. But his contrition and the old plea of excessive love for his jealous infirmity won her over, and not even Cicely more than suspected half his cruelty. Great preparations had been made at Whaley Bridge for the reception of Mr. and Mrs. Clegg. The factory windows were extra burnished. The landlord of the White Hart hoisted a flag. The mill hands lined the road to greet them. The avenue gate was thrown open that the chaise might drive on to the cottage. Somebody had put Crazy Joe into a new suit of clothes for the occasion, and he stood by the side of little Sim on the step of the Gothic arch, the greater child of the twain, to laugh and chuckle a welcome as sincere in its way as the homely greetings of the orphan's fosterers. It was a fine stalwart young man of open but grave countenance, around whom Bess threw her motherly arms, while Tom Hume helped the bride to alight, and marshalled the way for the pair, who followed arm in arm into the house-place, where Simon,
stiff with age and rheumatism, kept possession of the padded chair set apart for the sick or aged. In some way the knowledge that Mr. Clegg came as a master, and not as a servant, had preceded him.
Jabez, lad,"
exclaimed Simon, tears of joy coursing down his cheeks.
"That aw should ever live to see this day.
Would anyone ha' thowt as the little lass 'at played wi' our Jabez and his toys, and kissed him when he were a babby, would come to wed him when he were a mon, and a gentleman into the bargain? And now let thy wife go and take off her pelisse, while thou talks to me. Hoo'll be tired with th' lung journey, aw reckon. Theer's a fire i' th' best parlour, that's th' place for gentlefolk, and your supper's laid theer." Old Simon naturally concluded that young lovers wanted no society but each other. On 5-year-old Sim such a consciousness had not yet dawned, and so he penetrated into the best parlour, and much to the relief of the bridegroom, broke into that first domestic tete-a-tete to exhibit some wonderful pictures he had drawn with red ruddle picked from the gravel path. They had been at Carr Cottage little more than 10 days or a fortnight, the first week being wet. Jabez, without neglecting Ellen, busied himself with contemplated changes and improvements at the mill, and thus the great bane of the modern honeymoon was avoided. The occupation thus found for the mind and hand of Jabez at that particular epoch of his life was a blessing for which Ellen had need to be thankful in after years, if she had but known it. As it was, she did fancy he might have given her a little more of his time, and not have needed her suggestion to revisit Taxal and the spot where he had wooed her for another, and not for himself. Yet a very slight hint was sufficient, and taking advantage of a clear dry day, the two retrod the old path by the Goyt, which awoke reminiscences that could but be flattering to that self-love of which every human being has a share. Sitting down as man and wife on the lightning-scathed tree-trunk which had never been removed, he remembered the confession wrung from her agony on that very spot. His arm stole round her waist in the pitiful compassion it evoked. A new emotion stirred within his breast. He folded his wife in his arms, and pressed upon her answering lips his first spontaneous kiss of dawning affection. Half-way home they were met by Crazy Joe, who had been sent to seek them. A consecutive message was beyond his grasp. All they could make out was, "Back! Sharp! Quick!" And hastening on in alarm, they at length discerned Mr. Ashton at the gate on the look-out. His pleasant nod was reassuring. "My dear," he cried to Ellen as they advanced, "Dick has got his promotion at last. Lieutenant Chadwick has been duly gazetted. Here is his letter to your mother, dated from Stop, my dear." Ellen had put out her hand for the thick, heavy missive. "A communication which called your old Uncle Ashton out of his way to act as courier is not to be dealt with lightly, and before it is read, I must know whether you would rather be Mrs. Clegg or Mrs. Travis." Closer she clung to the arm of Jabez.
"Oh, uncle, how can you ask?"
There was a sly gleam in the corner of his eye. "Ah, just so. That's it. How can I ask?" But his face sobered. He handed the letter to his new nephew. "Jabez, I think you had better carry it to your own room for private perusal. I will communicate its contents to all whom it may concern besides." Jabez had deep feelings, though he was not demonstrative, and long before he had mastered its contents he was thankful for the delicacy which had spared him an open display of irrepressible emotion. The writer, who was stationed at Malta after dwelling on his own promotion and answering sundry maternal questions relative to himself, went on to say, "And so our Nell's going to be married. Well, it's about time. She'll be 26 next April, or I've lost my reckoning. And so she was fretting herself to fiddle-strings for a fellow younger than herself, and without a shilling or a name, when she might have had a finer fellow, with name and shiners to boot. Bravo, Nell, for choosing a brave lad instead of a money-bag. She's the sister for a sailor, whatever Charlotte may think. But your story of the flood and the cradle, and your mention of Mr. Travis coming both together, recall a story I had forgotten, which may perhaps furnish a name for Nell's hero of the Irk and Peterloo. We had a broad-set sailor on board the Royal Sovereign, who was always getting into scrapes for chalking caricatures of the officers on the bunks and cabin doors. But there wasn't a man fore or aft that hadn't at some time or other coaxed a picture or a portrait out of him to send to mother or sweetheart, and never a Jack Tar amongst them would split on good-natured Ben Travis. Down dropped the shaking hand that held the letter. Ben Travis? What strange coincidence was this? His father had been a Liverpool shipbroker, and Ben took to me because I was a Lancashire lad like himself, though he was old enough to be my father. He had been pressed, and as I was the youngest middy, and he the master of the forecastle, many a time he had told me the sad story of his life. His father had died without a will, and Ned, his eldest brother, had laid his clutches on everything but £100 or so which had been the mother's. Ben turned his back on Liverpool and his brother, and being smart with his pencil, took to that to get a living. He wandered about to pick up bits of scenery, and at Crumpsall fell in with a widow and her daughter, both named Anne Crompton, and went to lodge with them. After a while he married the lass, and thinking if he meant to earn a living for his wife and the child that was coming, he'd best seek a large town, he removed to Manchester, and took an old cottage in Smedley Vale, where he hoped to turn his talent to account. The paper rattled, and Jabez leaned against the window frame, as much for support as light, as he read on with panting lips. He tried portrait painting, but lacked a patron. He turned his head to pattern designing, but no one would employ a raw beginner. His money was dwindling, and a birth was near at hand. He doted on his wife, and for her sake wrote to his brother, who was married when their father died. Ned wrote back enclosing a banknote, and begging to see him at once. His wife had died, leaving a baby boy whom he had christened Ben after his runaway brother. Ned said her loss was killing him, and he wished to leave this boy in his brother's care before he died. Poor Ben Travis kissed his wife and went by coach to Liverpool. Before he could reach his brother's office in Castle Street near the docks, he was pounced upon by a press gang, dragged on board a ship in the Mersey, and never saw brother or wife or home again. I have seen Ben's tears roll down his weather-beaten cheeks many a time as he told this. He was one of the first sent down to the cockpit at the Battle of Trafalgar, and when Admiral Nelson's glorious remains went home to be buried, Ben went likewise to hospital, and I lost sight of him. When I was exchanged to the Excellent, Ben turned up again, hearty, but aged with grief. He had sought his dear ones, but a flood had swept through Smedley Vale in 1799, and left no trace of his home. A man at the dye works remembered something about an old woman they called Stiff-backed Nan being killed by the falling house in trying to save a baby, but Ben could learn no more, and his own impression was that wife, child, and mother-in-law had perished in the same catastrophe. He went to Liverpool. Death had swept off his brother. Executors swept off the son Ben, his namesake. He went back to sea, and I saw the brave Ben Travis drowned in trying to save a bumboat woman who fell overboard off Spithead. And now, mother, you used to be a good hand at patchwork. Piece my story and your story together, and see if Ellen's poor cradle friend is not near of kin to your rich friend, Mr. Benjamin Travis, with quite as good a right to be called Mr. Travis too. I should have a rough sketch of the old sailor, drawn with a quid of bacca on the fly-leaf of his prayer book. I'll look it up for Nell. End of chapter the 43rd. Chapter the 44th of The Manchester Man by Mrs. G. Linnaeus Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Man and Beast. The January twilight had deepened into dusk, and from dusk to dark, before Jabez was sufficiently master of himself to descend into the light of the rooms below. Whatever of surprise or satisfaction Richard Chadwick's letter had held for him, a wave of sorrow had passed over soul and countenance for the sad fate of the parents whom he had never known. As his footstep was heard overhead, Ellen flew to meet him at the foot of the staircase, and threw herself into his arms. "My love, my own husband," was all she said, but such an intensity of devotion and sympathy was in the act and tone that he felt he had indeed a true heart beating with his as he held her close, and his lips touched her forehead as a seal to a new bond. It was but a single step to the parlour door, which opened on a room all aglow with light and radiant faces. On Mr. Ashton's inspiriting, Simon's easy-chair had been wheeled in from the house-place, there being no stately Mrs. Ashton at hand to demur at the innovation, or to whisper a syllable of class distinctions. And surely that was not — yes, it was Ben Travis himself, standing by the rheumatic old tanner with both hands outstretched to greet a new cousin in his long-time friend. And there was Bess, proudly glancing from his face to a piece of yellow paper. "It's as like as 2 peas," she cried for the 20th time, handing to a tall foster son a sketch which, though little more than a succession of brown smears, was a ludicrous resemblance to himself. "Well, Jabez," said Mr. Ashton, sitting by the fire with his handkerchief over his knee after the first hubbub of congratulation had subsided, "it is as well our new partnership has not been gazetted. I suppose there will have to be a change of name. And Ellen, there will be Mrs. Travis after all." This was but a playful sally on his part, but Ben Travis visibly winced, and quick-eyed Jabez saw it. "No, sir," replied Jabez calmly, with his hand on his wife's shoulder. "There will be no change. I bear the name of the kind friends who saved my infant life, fed, clothed, and kept me through evil report and good report, through pinching poverty, privation, and pain." He glanced towards Bess. "As Jabez Clegg I was enrolled as a Blue-coat boy. As Jabez Clegg I was apprenticed to you, sir. As Jabez Clegg I married my wife. As Jabez Clegg I've been honoured with a place in your firm, and Jabez Clegg shall go with me to the grave. I had no name when that good man," pointing to Simon, "lent me his. Time has made it mine, and I mean to keep it as honourable as it came to me." He looked down. "Mrs. Clegg, are you content?"
"Perfectly, Jabez."
A long-sustained pinch of snuff spoke Mr. Ashton's approbation, whilst Simon could only reiterate, "Eh, lad, when aw took thee out o' th' wayter, aw little thowt whatten a blessin' thou'd be to us, or the credit thou'd bring on our name. Aw nobbut wish Parson Brooks were alive now to hear thee." "Our relationship will only bind our friendship closer, whatever name you bear," put in Ben Travis warmly, in spite of himself pleased with the decision which would spare him the pain of addressing Ellen as Mrs. Travis. "And meals come round, whatever name you call 'em by," supplemented Bess, who, like Martha, troubled with much serving, had been running in and out during the colloquy, while a combination of savoury odours and a clatter of knives and plates came from the adjoining room. "It's supper time now, and nobody's had even their tea yet." Just so, Mrs. Hume. But never mind the tea," said Mr. Ashton. "Here comes your good husband in from the cellar with a bottle or 2 of generous wine to drink to new relationships." "I think I shall go abroad for a few months, cousin Jabez," said Travis to him, as Mr. Ashton mounted first into the gig to return home next day. "I require to dissipate thought. If I were occupied as you are from morning until night, there might be less necessity. But, I say, Chapman the landlord here tells me you painted his sign. I think the faculty must run in the blood, for I do a bit in that line myself sometimes. How is it I've not seen a brush in your hands latterly?" "Well, I got a hint, through painting that very sign, that trade and art were incompatible, and seeing the force of the remark, as counselled, the cobbler has stuck to his last. Look you, cousin," Travis seemed fond of the word, "the fabled shield had 2 sides. Stick to your trade if you like, but don't let your trade absorb you. A business man who allows himself no leisure, and has no resource out of his business, is apt to degenerate into a money grubber. I hope better things of you." A nod, a shake of the hand. The gig rolled off with its occupants, and Jabez stood looking after them, hesitating whether to go back to the mill or to the cottage. The casual word of warning had come not 1 whit too soon. That which was sending Travis abroad had kept Jabez close to business. He had not sought so much to dissipate thought as to circumvent it by substitution. If he had given his leisure to the cultivation of art, it had of late been art only as connected with manufacture and money making. Even his honeymoon he was casting into the mill as grist. He was ever ready to take a hint. He turned his steps towards Carr with something like a sigh. "Well, perhaps I might as well give my afternoons to Ellen whilst we are here. I did not come to work, and the poor thing does need some compensation for the lack of a lover's ardour. God forbid that she should ever suspect that I married her out of pity, or that I should become a money grubber. I wonder if Travis thought I was likely to neglect her. It is 1,000 pities she should set her mind on me instead of him. And why she should passes my comprehension. He has every advantage of face, figure, and fortune, to say nothing of his evident devotion. Ah, women are strange creatures, and men are not much better. I fear I am very ungrateful not to reciprocate her attachment more fully. Why, here she is running down the avenue to meet me, as if I'd been gone a month. I really ought to love her better than I do. But love can neither be forced nor crushed. Hey ho! Back to Manchester they went, rather sooner than expected, and then, though Jabez threw himself into business with a will, he bore in mind the parting words of Ben Travis. The contemplated amalgamation was effected, not without extra drafts on Jabez and his leisure, but as partner of a large firm, even though a junior, it was obvious he could not work as designer for calico printers, or for any other than their own house. Consequently, not being a man of pleasure, his evenings hung rather heavily on his hands, especially as neither Ellen nor he cared for the card parties which formed the visiting staple. His very marriage had driven away his closest friend, and broken in upon plans and schemes which otherwise would have found sufficient occupation for his spare hours. Other friends, however, dropped in for an occasional chat. Notably George Pilkington, to whom the wine trade had opened a road to fortune, with his reminiscences and jocularity, broke in on the monotony of married life, that monotony which is as much to be dreaded by young couples as is a first quarrel. Ellen knew it not, but Augusta's image often and often rose up between husband and wife, and would not be driven back, whilst Ellen's very caresses were a source of pain to him, so much he felt himself a debtor to her love. There was a void in his breast which she could never wholly fill. He himself complained of a dearth of intellectual recreation, and when Henry Liverseege suggested a return to painting, he fell back upon his advice. The fact is, he needed to be alone, to have a place where he could shut himself up with himself, whether to indulge in daydreams, or to discipline his soul, or to think out the ideas of art, trade, or social economy which floated through his brain, and were dispersed by actual business or fireside chat. Such a sanctum as had been his so many years in Mosley Street. But self-conscious he had shrunk from making the proposal, afraid to wound his devoted wife by showing a desire to isolate himself. The young artist's open remark was enough for Ellen. At once a small room, or rather closet, partitioned off from a large one at the top of the house, was set apart for his use. He shelved one wall for books, set up an office desk, carried thither easel, papers, and painting materials, enclosed the fly-leaf of his father's prayer book within glass and a black frame, suspending it on the wall before him as a sacred relic. And there, after warehouse hours, he was wont to shut himself in, and almost forget that he was a married man. But this room acted as a safety valve. Luckily, in Ellen's eyes, Jabez could do no wrong. He was gentleness itself in all his comportment towards her, and the love which had sprung to life unsought, and lived so long without encouragement, asked but slight return to sustain it. It was treason for Mrs. Chadwick to hint that Jabez was unsocial, or gave them too little of his company. She was ever ready to resent it with the reply that, "If he is not dull shut up there by himself, I'm sure we three have no right to complain of dullness down here together." Yet if we analysed her heart very closely, there were longings and yearnings for his society known only to herself. It was judged advisable for the further introduction and extension of Ashton, Chadwick and Clegg's business that one of the partners should travel occasionally as their commercial representative, and naturally this duty devolved upon the active junior, whose capacity for the undertaking revealed itself not only in heavy remittances and a full order book, but in a paucity of bad debts. Of course he travelled with a horse and gig for the carriage of samples, and now and then he would take Ellen with him on a short journey, an indulgence which appeared to fill the cup of her delight, and altogether the marital yoke in a few months adjusted itself to their shoulders very naturally. It was during their absence on one of the earliest of these journeys that an event occurred which set the indignant blood of Jabez on the boil, and showed there was a fire smouldering, not extinguished. The Aspinall home at Fallowfield was an ancient, many-gabled grange, with mullioned windows, recessed window-seats, expansive two-leaved entrance arched above, noble hall with trophies from the hunting field, grand staircase with massive carved oak balusters, flights of broad low steps and wide square landings, long corridors, 3 or 4 rooms of magnificent proportions, and clusters of little ones grouped around unsuspected passages and stairs, open fireplaces recently enclosed, and double doors to the chief chambers. Antiquity had set its seal upon the place, and filled the panelled rooms with quaint or obsolete furniture and adornments, as each successive generation had left its quota. High-backed chairs, sofas of grotesque device with dim worsted-work cushions and covers, heavy draperies of silk or velvet, and tables with legs of all possible patterns. It had come to the former Mrs. Aspinall from her ancestors, and from her to her son on his marriage. Consequently, this was the home proper of Lawrence and his wife, although they had a suite of rooms set apart from them at Ardwick, and Mr. Aspinall would fain have had his fascinating daughter-in-law abide there always, instead of making his house a mere convenience for visiting in town. Stabling and other outhouses were attached, the gardens were well laid out, there was a good quantity of grassland, all enclosed within a high wall, and it lay away from the main road. Mr. Aspinall's carriage was a close one, for service as well as show. Mr. Lawrence, on his accession to his mother's property and his wife's dowry, added to other extravagances not a light carriage but a new Tilbury, and astonished the crowd by driving tandem. Whitsuntide is the great annual festival of Manchester. It is the race week, the time when the Sunday school children dress in their best to walk in procession and have excursional treats into the country. In 1823, Whit Sunday fell on the 18th of May, when the hawthorn scented the air and cherry blossoms snowed on the carriage which Mr. Aspinall sent for his daughter-in-law, that she might witness from his drawing-room windows the interesting spectacle on the green, and preside over the hospitalities of his open house during the week. At that time, as now, Monday was the day set apart for the children of all the established church schools to assemble at the collegiate church, sing anthems, and thence defile in long procession, 6 abreast, attended by their respective clergy and teachers, until they reached the green, where the girls in their white caps and frocks were ranged within the enclosure round the pond, the boys forming a dark cordon around them, and the crowd a motley one beyond. And then from the multitudinous young throats poured forth anthems of praise, in a volume of swelling harmony which hushed to silence the listening birds above them. Augusta, not in robust health, lay on a couch by the window and looked on her father-in-law, watching her, and anticipating her wants with the homage of old-world gallantry, for young Mrs. Aspinall was becoming an important person in his eyes. Nor was Lawrence much less attentive. He had been on his best behaviour for some time, and would scarcely let the wind of heaven blow too roughly upon her. At that period Manchester races were held on Kersall Moor, an extensive tract of land generously set apart for the purpose by the owner, Miss Byrom. The glass of fashion and the mould of form was the handsome man who patted Augusta's shoulders, and stooped down to kiss her on Wednesday, the first race day. But it was with something more than a shade of anxiety she saw him draw on his buckskin gloves, take the long reins, and mount his high Tilbury, with Bob beside him, and dash round the lower end of the green at a canter. Evening came to verify her fears. Back from Kersall Moor came the tandem, and the tandem's master, but the biped was ebrious. He was in that stage of self-satisfied elation which a contradictory word would change to fierceness, and the whim of the hour was to drive his wife to Fallowfield and show her how dexterous a whip he was, and that not Ducrow could manage a tandem better than he. It was in vain she or his father pleaded her delicate health, the height of the vehicle, the shaking she would sustain. He laughed at her fears, then fiercely insisted, and not daring to disobey, she was hoisted to her perilous seat. In much alarm, Mr. Aspinall mounted Bob on a saddle horse to follow. The roads were dotted with vehicles and people, the latter shouting and singing, or muttering tipsy oaths as the fortune of the day inclined them. Lawrence proved his dexterity in guiding his far-off leader through all intricacies, but so close did wheel often come to wheel that Augusta's heart seemed to leap in her throat, and her teeth chattered, although it was May. After they turned off from the Stockport road at Longsight, they spun along at a rattling pace, as he said, but she had to hold by the rail to keep her seat, notwithstanding which, at the sharp angle by Birch Fold, the vehicle gave a lurch which almost pitched her off. At their own gate there was an abrupt stoppage for opening, their return being unexpected. Then the foremost horse refused to obey the rein and canter up the drive. Lawrence plied his whip, which did not mend the matter, and but that Bob and the gardener were there to soothe the animals and lead them to the house, worse might have followed. As it was, Mrs. Lawrence Aspinall was half dead with fear and the shaking. She was lifted down and carried, almost insensible, into the house. Cicely and one of the maids got her to bed, whilst Aspinall himself, calling groom and gardener from the stables into the drawing-room, sat down to have a drinking bout with them. Presently Cicely put a white face in at the door and beckoned forth Bob, whom no drink seemed to affect, and sent him off as fast as 4 legs could carry him to bring back a doctor and acquaint Mr. Aspinall and the Ashtons that his young mistress was very ill. In less time than might have been expected, Mr. Aspinall's carriage brought to the Grange that gentleman, Mr. Ashton, and Mr. Windsor, a young Quaker practitioner from Piccadilly. A competent nurse from the infirmary was on the box. There was no doubt she was in a critical state, but the immediate danger was warded off, and though Augusta was not able to leave her room in the interim, the scent of June's roses came in at the open windows before her baby was born, when penitent Lawrence went into raptures over wife and son. For 2 or 3 days he hovered about the house, nervously anxious lest any sound should disturb the young mother. He saw that every domestic was shod with list, stopped the great hall clock, and had the rolled-up carpets laid down on the polished oaken stairs. 4 days sufficed. On the 5th he rode off to town on Black Ralph, on a pretence of business, but very little did Cannon Street see of Mr. Lawrence that day. With every acquaintance he met was a glass to be drunk, to wet the child's head. At the Scramble Club, where he dined, he paid for 2 or 3 bottles of wine, also to wet the child's head, according to the practice of the club. Riding home he stopped at the George and Dragon, Ardwick Green, and went through the same process. There someone remarked that he was too drunk to stand, much less ride home, when he swore with an oath that he would show them how he could ride. He and Black Ralph were equal to anything. And then, amid roars of derisive laughter, he flung out another oath, and laid a wager which was regarded merely as the boasting of drunken braggadocio. He had kissed his wife's pale lips on leaving in the morning, and she faintly implored him to be home early. She did not dare add, and sober. Towards nightfall she began to listen for his return. Hour after hour went by, and at 1 in the morning she heard the great gates and the door thrown open for their impatient master by the watching servants, and the strong steed came tearing up the gravel, ay, and on up the broad flat steps, clattering through the great oaken hall, and, urged with whip and spur and a madman's voice, mount the freshly carpeted stairs, cross the landing at a stride, and driving back the affrighted nurse, enter that sick chamber where, with her baby at her side, lay the fair young wife, gasping and shrinking with terror. and there stand with quivering flanks and panting nostrils, as the reckless rider on his back cried in exultation, "By God, I've done it!" He had done it. No matter what noise accompanied the removal of horse and rider, the wife, whom in his sober hours he professed to love so passionately, lay insensible to sight or sound, and wakened only to a morrow of delirium. End of chapter the 44th. Chapter the 45th of The Manchester Man by Mrs. G. Linnaeus Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Wounds inflicted and endured. The spark lies cold in the flint until it is struck, and Ellen had not believed her quiet husband capable of so much passionate indignation as burst from him on the receipt at Sheffield of the details just given, as the letter he had crushed in his grasp fell to the floor, and with a stamp he rose to his feet, pressed one hand across his knitted brow, and paced the dingy carpet from end to end in a state of restless perturbation, his wrath finding vent in epithets and invectives foreign to his tongue.
"Whatever is the matter, Jabez, love?" Ellen asked in amazement.
"Oh, Ellen, dear, that brute Aspinall!" He could get no further. Feeling choked his utterance. She picked up the crumpled letter, and with almost equal exasperation and pain made herself mistress of its contents, in her womanly indignation and love for her cousin losing sight of her husband's excessive emotion. Jabez left his journey unfinished and drove back home with all speed. Ellen shared with Mrs. Ashton and her own mother the anxious watch in that large dim room where the favourite of the family tossed her head from side to side and muttered incoherent words. In the sudden emergency, Bob the old groom's recommendation of his own daughter as a wet nurse for the poor frail baby passed without cavil. Not until long afterwards was it known that Sarah Mostyn was the last woman to have entered that house, and on such a footing. 1 month, 2 months wore out before Augusta rallied, and Mr. Windsor, whose medical creed was to let nature take its course, pronounced her out of danger and fit for the removal contemplated by her friends, and resisted by Lawrence. Double doors, however, could not exclude outer sounds, and so long as she shrank and shuddered at every crunch on the gravel, every echo of his raised voice, recovery was retarded. So the elder Mr. Aspinall, exasperated with his son, and most solicitous for the welfare of his son's charming wife, added his dictum to that of the doctor, offered his own carriage for her conveyance, and threatened to disinherit Lawrence if he interfered. Once in her childhood's home she amended rapidly, but with increasing strength came maternal yearnings for her infant, still in charge of the wet nurse at Fallowfield. A hackney coach was sent to bring Sarah Mostyn with the child to its mother, but not a step would the nurse budge. She had no orders from her master, and the master paid her wages, and she shouldn't take orders from anybody else. Messages were sent, and notes were written to Lawrence which he tore to shreds, but he kept away from his wife and kept back the child. At length she pined so much for her dear babe that Mr. Ashton and Jabez together sought Lawrence out in one of his haunts, a tavern near Cockpit Hill, to prevail on him to let Augusta have the boy with her. "Mrs. Aspinall herself deserted her child," he replied, all the more haughtily, seeing that Jabez was Mr. Ashton's seconder. "When Mrs. Aspinall thinks fit to return home to her maternal and wifely duties, she will find the nursery door open and her son in trustworthy care. A true wife's place is by her husband's hearth." "Yes, sir, when the husband is a true man," replied Jabez with decision. "And who dares to say I'm not a true man?" retorted Lawrence boldly. "I do," promptly answered the other. "No true man would have imperilled his wife's life by a reckless drive in the dark night in a tandem tilbury. Only a reckless madman or a ruffian would have forced a horse into a wife's sick chamber to drive her delirious with terror." "And pray, sir," haughtily responded the other, "how long has Mrs. Aspinall made you her confidant?" "I have not the honour of Mrs. Aspinall's confidence," answered Jabez sturdily, looking him full in the face. "Such facts are trumpet-tongued." "Just so," put in Mr. Ashton. drawing his arm through that of his junior partner, "and the fact that Augusta shrinks at your name has spoken so loudly to us that if ever she sits on your hearth again it won't be with my consent. Come away, Clegg." After this declaration Aspinall changed his tactics. He wrote to his wife requesting her return, then entreating it, and finally went in person to beseech her to come back, vowing to atone for the past with the devotion of a life. The young mother yearned for her babe, and the tender-hearted wife could not resist the appeal of the husband whom, with all his faults, she yet loved, and regardless of the previsions of her mother or the entreaties of her father, she allowed him to drive her home again to the Grange. Her first thought was the nursery. There she found, in addition to her own boy drawing its sustenance from the nurse's breast, a well-dressed child, some 2 years old, playing with a wooden milkmaid rattle on the rug. Something in the child's face and auburn curls made her ask, "Sarah, whose child is that?" "Mine. Who should it be?" was the pert answer, and the boldness of the woman's manner checked further inquiry. But Augusta's heart had received a shock which shook the pedestal on which her idol sat enthroned. For a short space Lawrence kept terms with his wife, and before her father or strangers he was her most devoted slave. But she underwent a species of slow torture in secret. She soon found that Sarah Mostyn was mistress of the house as well as of the nursery, and that Sarah Mostyn's child was of as much importance as her own baby boy. Then Lawrence filled the Grange with his riotous associates, and compelled his wife to do the honours of his table, though their oaths and conversation overpowered her with disgust, and if one, flushed with wine or more bold than the rest, paid her a compliment, or looked too warm an admiration, he was sure to find his way to her side with his common undertone threat, "Damn you, madam, you shall smart for this," a threat always accompanied with sly pinches which left their marks beneath her sleeves. Then straightway, "My dear," or "My love," would be asked in the blandest of tones to sing a song, play a rondo, or perform some act of courtesy for the very guest who had excited his jealousy. They had few lady visitors. The neighbourhood was remote from town and sparsely inhabited. Mr. Lawrence Aspinall's reputation was as a yellow flag to warn gentlewomen who had daughters or husbands to lose against close intimacy with their neighbours of the Grange. Pitying the isolation of one so formed to adorn society, Mr. Aspinall gave mixed parties at Ardwick Green in the name of Mrs. Lawrence, when the splendour of her attire and the assiduous attention of her husband set rumour to contradict rumour. But save on an occasional family gathering, she saw few of her own sex at Fallowfield, and her position in her own home was rendered intolerable by the continued presence of Sarah Mostyn, who, at first familiar, then impertinent, had become at last openly defiant. It was not until all efforts to keep the nurse in her proper place had failed that Augusta appealed to Lawrence to discharge her, the woman having refused to take a dismissal from any one but her master. "Chut," said he, "I'll soon settle that business," and forthwith stalked to the nursery, whence his voice was heard in loud command. But the result was not the woman's removal, only a temporary submission, to be followed by fresh rebellion and the confirmation of Augusta's worst suspicions. How often did the aggrieved wife then recall her thoughtless declaration to her mother, that her husband's heart must hold her, and her only, not even business to share in its possession, and how thankful she would have been to have had no rival then but business. She was finding the bed she had made for herself a woefully hard one, but she did not succumb readily. She had high spirits and a buoyant nature, and would hardly admit to herself how much she suffered, or how great a mistake she had made. But Cicely, that most faithful of faithful followers, cognizant of her mistress's wrongs long before her mistress, paid Sarah Mostyn off in her own coin on various occasions, and took care that through one means or other the Ashtons should know what a life their darling led. Amongst his other little peculiarities, Mr. Lawrence was an epicure, and one of his favourite titbits was that spongy lining of a goose's frame known as the sole. It chanced at a family dinner, rather more than a year after Augusta's return home, that a fine stubble goose formed part of the bill of fare, and Cicely, who had long owed him a grudge for his heartless treatment of a young mistress, determined to pay him off and expose him before the whole company. A good caterer for a dainty palate, Cicely knew her power and privileges, but in this case she overshot the mark. One of the accomplishments of that generation was dexterous carving, and Lawrence prided himself on being able to dismember a large fowl without once shifting his fork. The goose was set before himself and duly helped, but lo, when his knife would fain have extracted his favourite morsel, it scraped bare bones. The flat bell rope was pulled violently, Cicely was summoned, and Cicely, in clean linen cap and apron, stood in the doorway, curtsying respectfully. "What have you done with the soul of this goose?" he demanded, in a tone of suppressed passion. Cicely came a step or two forward with an aspect of marvellous innocence. "Eh, sir, it's not a goose, it's a gonder, and gonders have no souls." Scarcely an individual present but took the covert innuendo, and glances were exchanged across the board, but the look he shot at the woman, as, incapable of speech, he waved her to retire, was one never to be forgotten, so much demoniac wrath was concentrated therein. From the time when Jabez was acknowledged on 'Change as a Manchester man, was admitted into Manchester society, and had absolutely become a member of the same family as his son, Mr. Aspinall punctiliously invited him with his wife, and Lawrence, with widely different feelings, followed suit. It was not until after the noble exploit to which Augusta so nearly fell a sacrifice that Mr. Clegg could be induced so far to listen to Ellen's desire for conciliation, now that they were all of one family, as to accept one of those invitations. After that event he was of Mrs. Ashton's mind, that as offenders never pardon, Augusta needed a friend to watch over her. So he left his books and his brushes and his schemes for the class amongst whom he had been reared, and, believing his growing affection for his wife and the babe she had borne him a sufficient guarantee to his own heart for his own good faith, when the Aspinalls next invited, he accepted. As previously stated, Augusta had not dropped into tame submission all at once. Her old wilfulness would have way at times, and the light shafts of her satire were frequently aimed with effect against her recalcitrant lord. More than once Jabez had averted disastrous consequences by checking her vivacity ere it went too far, but never had he been so thankful for his self-appointed guardianship as on the night when Cicely thought to pay back her darling's wrongs. To his surprise and pleasure, Ben Travis, just returned from the Continent, was of the party. He had not yet called on the family in Oldham Street, and Jabez never asked him wherefore. The cousins had much to talk over, and whilst Lawrence Aspinall was pouring wine on his wrath, they discussed a project in which Jabez took an interested part, and which eventuated the following year in the Manchester Mechanics' Institution. But through all their discussion Jabez never once lost sight of Lawrence, and from his excessively polite manner to her augured ill for Augusta, when the restraining presence of friends was removed. He communicated his fears to Travis, and when the good-byes were said, and the various conveyances rolled out between the great gates, a fee to Luke the gardener, who was also gatekeeper, kept them open. A whispered word was sufficient for those who had seen the look Lawrence directed across the dinner table from Cicely to his wife, and who knew the character and disposition of the man. Mr. Travis's gig and the Ashtons' hackney coach were kept in waiting close at hand, Mrs. Ashton and Ellen, well wrapped up within, waiting anxiously for they knew not what. Back towards the closed house went Mr. Ashton and the cousins, treading carefully over the gravel. There was a flagged footway round the building, and from the windows of dining and drawing rooms light was still streaming. The last owner had lowered the middle window of the drawing room as a door of access to the lawn. As if by accident, the curtains had been dragged a little aside in each apartment, and now there were watchers at the apertures. The elder Mr. Aspinall had made an excuse and retired to bed early. Augusta, with a shawl wrapped round her, sat weeping on a sofa in the drawing-room, afraid to go to bed. High words had evidently passed whilst those outside had made their arrangements at the gate. Presently into the dining room sauntered Lawrence with his arm round the shoulders of Sarah Mostyn, the shameless nurse. They sat down to the supper table. He poured out wine into a goblet, and they drank from the same glass. He fed her with delicacies, and kissed and caressed her with an assured familiarity which told it was no new experience. Long they lingered, drinking and dallying, and the watchers might have thought no danger need be apprehended. Suddenly a word of the woman's, like a match to petroleum, set the whole man ablaze. He rushed from the room with a loud oath, the woman after him, apparently in alarm. The movement her friends made outside in gaining the other window caused Augusta to raise her beautiful head, and at that moment her husband stood before her, brandishing his cavalry sabre, and with his eyeballs glaring, fiercely vociferating, "I'll teach you, madam, to set my servants to insult me!" He made a fearful slash at her. As she sprang aside with a terrified shriek, the old woodwork of the glass door gave way, and before the tipsy madman could recover his guard to strike a fresh blow, his sabre was wrenched from him, and himself struggling in the grasp of 3 powerful men, his own gardener being one. Poor Mr. Ashton's care was his stricken child, whose white shoulders, bathed in blood, were washed by a father's tears. Thankful then was Jabez to have been at hand and on the alert with so powerful an ally as Travis, thankful to have saved Augusta's life at any sacrifice of personal feeling, and only himself could tell what his presence under that roof cost him. Even Lawrence had no inkling of it. The marriage of Jabez had closed his jealous eyes, but now, finding in his old opponent an unseen watcher over his wife, her defender when he had least expected, his baffled rage was something terrible to look upon. He fought, struggled, vociferated, threatened, and foamed at the mouth, and Mr. Aspinall, coming thither in his dressing gown, aroused by the uproar, could barely master his indignation and disgust as he ordered the men-servants, crowding in half-dressed, to help bind that murderous maniac down. It was well, too, that Mrs. Ashton and Ellen were close at hand, and a vehicle ready to dispatch for a surgeon, for Augusta needed all their care. Before 3 days were over, there was a little coffin in the house, holding a stillborn child, and there was a young mother, with a plastered shoulder, lying, white as her pillow, in a state of coma. Dr. Windsor, having exercised his best skill, as was his wont, left nature to do the rest, and youth and nature between them did their work effectually. Fain would Mr. Ashton have removed his child once and for all. He offered to set up a carriage for her, if she would but leave her husband and seek a legal separation, insisting that she owed a duty to herself as well as to her husband. Mr. Aspinall himself begged that she would take up her abode with him at Ardwick, if only for her own security. He had ceased to find excuses for his son, and his son's charming wife stood high in his esteem. But Lawrence had been beforehand, and with plausible promises and penitential tears, and an adroit parade of her little Willie, also in tears, for mamma, won her over to pardon and to give him another trial. And not all Mr. Ashton's eloquence, nor Mrs. Ashton's proverbial battery, could win her from her decision.
"My dear mother," said she, "remember you told me what could not be cured must be endured, and that, as I made my bed, so must I lie. It is a long lane, mother, that has never a turn, I've heard you say many a time, and who knows but Lawrence may take a turn now and reform. At all events, it is my duty to give him a fair trial, and keep my own wayward nature in check, so as not to provoke him. And I must not leave Willie alone with that woman. I think Mr. Clegg would say I am right."
I am afraid she overrated Mr. Clegg's magnanimity, much as she overrated her wild husband's promised reformation, for her decision struck a pang into the heart of Jabez, little dreamed of by Ellen. Indeed, it cost him a sore struggle to subdue his concern for Augusta within the bounds of duty to his own wife, whose many virtues were gradually winning their way into his heart, and towards whom his attention never relaxed. End of chapter the 45th. Chapter the 46th of The Manchester Man by Mrs. G. Linnaeus Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mower with his Scythe. Years went by. Lawrence had promised to remove Sarah Mostyn, but the woman laughed, refused to stir, and he let her remain, a thorn in his wife's side, training up the boy she had nursed, and whom he idolised, to scorn and jeer at his own mother, whilst her red-haired girl ran about the place wild as a young hare. He broke out from time to time, and his wife was the sufferer. He horsewhipped her, shot at her, and tortured her in every way that malignity could devise. No wonder that so many tiny coffins of immature babes should be carried from the gates of the Fallowfield Grange. No wonder if Augusta began to compare her lot with Ellen's, and to repent her scorn of a true heart because of its plebeian origin. Meanwhile, the firm of Ashton, Chadwick and Clegg prospered beyond expectation, the business tact and integrity of the junior partner alike aiding the extension and stability of the firm. To make way for its expansion, more warehouse room was required. The Ashtons, not without a sigh for old association, relinquished their house, and removed to another close at hand in George Street, little less commodious, however much Kezia might grumble at it. This was when Ben Travis, lacking employment for time, mind, and money, offered them to the growing establishment, and his influence as co. was accepted. This combination of capital and energy, as Jabez had foreseen, worked wonders for them commercially, enabling them to tide over the trade distress of 1826 with security and advantage. Long before then, Jabez had offered to pay Mrs. Clews her loan with interest, but she told him she was going to render up her account where, not the coin she had, but that which she had given away, would be put to her credit. And so, as at first proposed, she made it over to her little godson Joshua Clegg before she was gathered to the great garner. But the universal mower reaped a heavier harvest in 1828, when he swept his keen scythe over the bed of the river. In 1822, Mr. Ashton, one of the first promoters of the Chamber of Commerce, notwithstanding his advancing years, took an active part in the formation of a new quay company for the better navigation of the River Irwell. The company was established, quays were constructed, warehouses erected, boats built, traffic was extended, and the town generally benefited. In the February of 1828, the axe, the adze, and the hammer made a busy noise in the boat-building yard of the company, and sailmakers were active with their needles. For a flat or barge designed to convey cargoes of merchandise to and from Liverpool was to be ready for the launch on the 26th, a day destined to send a thrill of horror tingling through the veins of Manchester, so sad was the catastrophe it closed upon. The launch of the Emma was an event in the annals of the company and of the town. Consequently, a large number of spectators assembled, a goodly portion being admitted to the yard to take part in the ceremony, and to go with the flat on her trial trip under Captain Gaudy. Mrs. Ashton, saying that when the cat's away the mice will play, had decided on remaining at home to watch the mice, but Mr. Ashton compensated himself by taking Ellen and her two elder boys, leaving baby with its grandma. Jabez, detained by business in the counting-house, promised to overtake them before they were on board. Mr. Aspinall, too, was there, and on his arm was his son's wife, and Lawrence, with his boy Willie, close beside them. He was too jealous of the admiration she excited to permit her to go into company, even with his father, unless he had also his own eye upon her, especially where there was a chance of meeting Jabez Clegg. He brought the boy for a treat. It was quite a gala day, and as the pleasant company mounted the deck, peered into the low cabin, and chatted gaily to one another, they little thought to how many that would be a launch into eternity. The boat, a large flat, fully rigged, painted white above the waterline and black below, with sails set and flags flying, rested in well-greased cradles, her head down. The shipwrights stood ready with their daggers, painters with their cans and brushes to dab her sides as she slid past them. A band upon the quay played lively tunes, and, fatal mischance, the people on deck flocked to one side to listen. The sponsor, a Miss Grimes, with her sister and our friends, advanced to the bows. The word was given. The ready daggers struck away the shores. The boat began to move. Miss Grimes caught firmly the bottle, suspended by a ribbon, and shattered it upon the vessel, proclaiming with that baptism of wine, the boat was henceforth the Emma. Hurrahs and exclamations followed. The bows touched the water, which first splashed the faces, then lifted from their feet the christeners and the Ashton party. The flat had dipped too deeply. It heeled over on her crowded side, and sank with her living cargo clinging and fettering each other in the swirling waters, while shrieking spectators looked on helpless from bridge and bank, watching others braver and bolder or better skilled rush to the rescue to their own risk. Who shall picture the horror and confusion of that moment, when some scores of holiday people, men, women, children, were precipitated at one fell swoop into the water, shrieking and clinging to one another with that tenacity of grip proverbial with the drowning. The bridge, the old quay, the open space in front of the New Bailey prison, railed off at an elevation far above the stream, the steep steps and the towing path beneath were all lined with spectators, though the fatal launch was made from a yard lower down the river on the Manchester side. The New Bailey was in Salford. As the vessel struck the ground, shuddering from stem to stern before turning over on her side, and the final catastrophe was imminent, Lawrence, sober for once, snatched his darling boy up in his arms, whispered a hasty word of instruction and confidence, and, regardless of aught besides, sprang with him into the water in the contrary direction, far as possible beyond the eddy and suction, and keeping clear of the struggling wretches who were pulling each other down, swam with him to the towing path. But not until he had placed Willie under safe charge, beyond danger from the scurrying throng, did he hasten back to attempt the rescue of wife or father, and then neither was to be seen. Mr. Aspinall had been an able swimmer in his day, and made a bold effort for self-preservation, but cramp seizing his gouty limbs, he was one of the first to disappear and perish, though boats and swimmers had put out to the general rescue. It was vain to search for individuals, though well was his son's prowess tested that day. More than one drowning wretch he clutched from behind by clothes or hair, and urged forward to the bank, where the Humane Society's men, with ropes and grapnels, were ably seconded by volunteer humanity, and strong hands were outstretched to haul the helpless up. Ben Travis had waited for Jabez, detained in the warehouse by courtesy to Mr. Gregson, the buyer for Messrs. Leaf of London, and the two, hurrying to make up for lost time, only reached the new quay with Nelson at their heels as the hurrahs died out in appalling screams, and the waters of the Irwell closed over all the twain held dearest in life. With the celerity of light, coats were doffed and shoes cast off, and the two leapt from the stone quay in hope and dread. But the good old dog was before them, its teeth in a child's coat swimming to the shore. Almost as Jabez touched the water, a sinking woman clutched his legs. With a plunge he freed himself, then catching at her long hair, towed her behind him to the side, and swam back to seek and save his own wife and little ones, if that were possible. A floating scarf, a mass of matchless brown curls, a hand and arm above the water, and Jabez knew that Augusta Aspinall was sinking there before him. A few strokes brought him to the spot. He dived. A youth was clinging to her skirts and held her down. One or both must have drowned. With a blow which went to his heart, he freed her, and catching her beneath the armpit, held her well from him as he made for shore. To the Humane Society's men he yielded her. So far gone, the men shook their heads over the lovely woman, as though she were beyond help. But they bore the dripping lady to the sail-room close at hand, whilst Jabez, taking the precaution to secure a rope to his waist, plunged boldly into the midst of the entangled mass in quest of his own. It was a vain search. He brought one strange child, and then another to bank, and then a man, but he was again laid hold of when his strength was exhausted, and only for the precautionary rope he would have given to the greedy river the life Simon Clegg had saved from it. Travis had the good fortune to rescue Mr. Ashton, but he had been some time in the water, and the old man was far spent. But there was no trace of Ellen or her boys, even though he dived close by the sunken flat and brought up lifeless bodies in their stead. Jabez and he could only hope some other of the brave men putting their own lives in peril had saved them. The governor of the jail had opened his house doors. The recovered dead were carried into the jail itself. The sailmaker's room was crowded. Every tavern near was filled. But no trace was found of Ellen or their sons, and Jabez was like one distraught. He was but one agitated atom in that seething, surging, frantic crowd, where women shrieked for their husbands, parents for their children, children for their parents, where passing strangers threw themselves into the water to save life and lost their own, where ignorance lifted the hapless by their heels to pour the water out, and extinguished the last spark of vitality, and where yelping dogs astray were caught and slaughtered, that medical skill might transfuse the warm blood of the lesser animal into the veins of the human, as a last resource to restore suspended animation. Even gallant old Nelson narrowly escaped falling a sacrifice to the surgeons. Jabez entered the room where Augusta Ashton was lying, to all appearance dead, ordinary means of resuscitation having failed, and a surgeon was about so to operate on her from a bleeding spaniel on the ground. Jabez shrank with a strange loathing, in an instant bared his arm to the doctor's lancet, and if he did not give his life to serve her, as he had once said, he gave his life's blood to save her. And as the warm fluid passed from his quick veins to hers, he saw the blue quivering lids tremble, light pass into the brown eyes, breath part the blue lips once more, and from the depths of his anguished heart he thanked God, as a faint Jabez indicated recognition as well as returning animation. He had restored a wife to thankless Aspinall, but who should restore to him the darling boys who had crept about his knees and round his heart, and the good wife who had won a place there in spite of fate by her own patient but intense love? The Emma was raised and floated, so little damaged that she was speedily ready for use, and continued so for many years. In her cabin were found the remains of Ellen and her sons, where the childish curiosity of the elder one had doubtless led all three. But they were raised from the water, only to be committed to the earth, and covered up out of sight and hearing for evermore. And never did Jabez know fully all she had become to him, until he stood with Travis by the side of an open grave, and heard the clods rattle on the coffin lid. She was all as one then to the man who had worshipped her, and the man she had worshipped. And though the babe she had left behind was nearer to the one, it would be hard to say to which little Nelly was the dearer in the after-time. Including the bodies found beneath the flat and those laid out in the jail and elsewhere for inquest, 33 lives were sacrificed on the altar of the Emma, and of these must be reckoned the brave men who had cast their lives away to rescue others. Among the early saved were the captain, Miss Grimes, and her sister, the two latter being hastily conveyed home in a private carriage, mayhap Mr. Aspinall's, with coats and cloaks wrapped around their saturated garments. Good, kind, genial Mr. Ashton never recovered from the effects of his long immersion. He was a man far advanced in years, and the shock was too much for him. He hobbled about the warehouse, snuff-box in hand, a few months, and then dropped asleep in his easy-chair after a game of cribbage with Jabez, never to wake again. And then the excitement and agitation consequent on the loss of his dear Ellen and her romping boys having brought on Mr. Chadwick a fresh attack of paralysis, which left him still more helpless, though he survived many years to pet and spoil Ellen's baby girl, Mrs. Ashton, lonely in her large house, proposed that her sister's family, Jabez included, should join her in George Street, but when she would have said, the more the merrier, The words died on her lip. Who were they but the survivors of 2 wrecked households? After a little hesitation, the offer was accepted, and the whole family gathered in their shorn proportions under one roof. But there was another proposition from another quarter, to which there was considerably more demur. Mrs. Hume, in a warm grey duffel coat, for the preservation of her new mourning, travelled from Whaley Bridge to ask as a favour that baby Nelly should be committed to her care. "Ye see, Mrs. Chaddick, th' poor little babby'll thrive better yond than here i'th smoke. And Aw'd fain do summat for Mester Clegg. You've done so much for feyther and—" Jabez interrupted her. "Hush, Mrs. Hume. I owe life and all that life has given to your father and yourself. What little I have done in return has been but dust in the balance. Yet as it is your desire, and I know baby would be best in your hands, if grandmother will consent to part with her, Nelly and her nurse shall go back with you for the coming summer months." And so, though parting with Ellen's baby seemed parting with Ellen over again, the little blossom went away to other blossoms on the healthy hillside. Tom Hume was no longer overlooker, but responsible manager at the Whaley Bridge Mill, with a good salary, and if Jabez gratefully traced his fortune back to his cradle, so too did the Humes trace their amended position to the same source. But Bess more immediately referred to the benefit Simon Clegg had derived from the Buxton baths, whither Jabez had sent him year after year for the relief of his rheumatism, and to his care of steadfast little Sim. He had first placed the crippled lad with a doctor celebrated for his treatment of bodily deformities, under whom the boy's bent body had strengthened and straightened considerably, and then removed him for education to the house of a married clergyman, where there were no rough boys to torment him. Jabez knew well what were the amenities of public schools. End of chapter the 46th. Chapter the 47th of The Manchester Man by Mrs. G. Linnaeus Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Last Act. The catastrophe which deprived Lawrence Aspinall of a father and had almost robbed him of a loving, patient wife would have steadied any man less reckless and selfish than he. But that he should rescue strangers and Jabez save his wife, and that through transfusion the blood of Jabez should course through Augusta's veins, formed a combination of mischances beyond parallel, and the honey was changed to gall. Nay, he was graceless enough to exclaim in the first burst of his jealous rage, "I would rather she had died outright than have that fellow triumph in her restoration through his means. Damn him!" And yet there were times when, in his uxorious fondness, he wholly persuaded himself and half persuaded her that his very extravagances arose from excess of love. His fancied wrongs culminated when first the will of his father, and after a brief period that of Augusta's father, were read and proved. The former set forth that, disgusted with the ungentlemanlike excesses of his son, and convinced that his course of lavish extravagance would end in penury, he had determined to settle on his son's wife, Augusta Aspinall, for her sole use and benefit, the house and premises on Ardwick Green, with all therein contained, together with a sufficient sum in the funds to maintain a befitting state. In the event of her decease, the reversion to pass to any child or children she had or might hereafter bear to his son Lawrence. To him he left the residue of his means, and the old business in Cannon Street, with a charge to apply himself to merchandise. The latter will, though equally stringent, was a much more prolix affair. After a number of legacies, of which Jabez came in for one, Mr. Ashton bequeathed to his wife all other properties whatsoever he died possessed of, together with half his share in the firm of Ashton, Chadwick, Clegg and Company. The other half to his beloved daughter, limiting the annual sum she was to draw from the firm, and which was in no wise to pass into the hands of her depraved husband. And Jabez Clegg and Benjamin Travis were appointed executors for the due performance of its provisions. Imagine the excitement and jealous fury of Lawrence Aspinall on thus being set aside even by his own father and superseded by his wife. And as if that were not sufficient degradation, to have Jabez Clegg, whose charity school face yet bore the impress of his foot, set as his wife's executor to dole out what he called a pittance, where he had anticipated a fortune. It so happened that the early duties of his executorship called Jabez once or twice unexpectedly to Fallowfield, and that on each occasion the master of the mansion was from home. It might be that the river had washed the roses from Augusta's cheeks so effectually that her complexion had never regained its tone, or it might be that her skin looked white in contrast with the blackness of her bombazine and crape. Certain it was that Jabez was struck with the pallor of her countenance, and his inquiry, "Are you not well, Mrs. Aspinall?" was tinctured with alarm. As a light flush tinged her cheek, then faded away again, and she received him with a timid indecision very unlike her former girlish freedom, a sense of her almost supernal loveliness brought something of the old ache into his heart, and out of respect for himself and her, he hurried over his business, and having obtained the signatures for which he came, mounted his horse and rode back to town, haunted by look and voice and manner. Yet in the integrity of his own heart he had no conception that her embarrassment was the result of fear of the interpretation her jealous madman of a husband would put on so unwanted a visit. He thought he saw a smile of malice in the corners of the mouth of the bold woman who met him in the hall, and nodded to him so freely as he passed her on his way out, but no prescient spirit whispered in his ear that his 20 minutes' visit on absolute business would furnish envy and jealousy with a pretext for foul-mouthed slander, for coarse vituperation, for the use of a whip, and for calumnious accusations which cut deeper than its lash. Cicely, who intervened to save her mistress, might have conveyed some inkling of this to Mrs. Ashton, but Augusta absolutely forbade her sympathetic servant's interference. "You would do no good, Cicely," she said. "The evil is beyond earthly remedy. You would only distress my dear mother to no purpose, and she has suffered too much on my account already. It cannot last for ever." On the next occasion Jabez was accompanied by his joint executor, but even that fact did not save Augusta from her husband's wrath, and his vile aspersions went far to drive out the last lingering sentiment of affection or regard she had for him. But she clung to her child, and that bound her to her home, and him whom in an evil hour she had chosen, though tears fell bitterly on Willie's curly head, when he, like his father, gave her back blows for kisses. And if at times her conscience smote her for her haughty repulse of Jabez by the stair-foot window at Carr Cottage, what wonder? Had not Lawrence himself scored his rejected rival's name on her heart with his braces and whiplash? She shut the obtrusive memory out with a shudder, and dropping on her knees, prayed earnestly for strength to bear and to forbear. Yet much of the cruelty of Lawrence at this time arose from another source than causeless jealousy. He had been living far beyond his private means, and was greatly involved. He had calculated on laying his hand on a good round sum, and was disappointed. In order, however, to raise the needful, he sold his father's old established concern to their head clerk, far below its value. On the Fallowfield estate his friend Barrett held a mortgage, and had it been possible he would similarly have disposed of Augusta's possessions. Here, however, he was doubly baffled, and he turned on her as the primary cause. The old law which preserved the woman's absolute right over properties legally settled upon herself, by strange anomaly did not secure to her 1 guinea of the coin those properties produced. Well did Jabez watch over Augusta's interest, but his heart ached as he saw her sad countenance, and the greedy triumphant eyes of ever-present Lawrence when her dividends were paid in. For before his very face Lawrence laid his hand upon the money, to squander it as he had squandered his own on Sarah Mostyn and other dissolute companions, leaving his wife without so much as would purchase a pocket-handkerchief. Then, lest she should make her wrongs known, he kept her a close prisoner at Fallowfield, and for all the pleasure she had of her Ardwick mansion, she might as well have been without it. No wonder if each fresh act of personal violence snapped some bond between them, until the only one link to bind her to life and her husband was her boy Willie, whilst the only human trait of Lawrence was his fondness for his son, whom he was rapidly ruining with false indulgence, as he himself had been ruined. It was customary, when the haymaking season came round, for Lawrence to gather such friends as his wife or he retained, the married with their children, for a frolic in the hayfields, and the bringing home the last waggon load in triumph to crown or inaugurate a feast. On these occasions he had the grace or the diplomacy to keep Sarah Mostyn in the background, though she flaunted boldly enough about the house in the presence of his wife, and her child mingled with the children. The harvest home of 1831 was attended with the customary festivities. Willie, a rough playmate, was half smothering Nelly Clegg in the hay, or chasing the Walmsleys amongst the haycocks until the last load was ready. And then the boy insisted that he and his companions should be mounted atop. Shouts and cheers announced their coming to the party in the drawing-room. They came crowding to the windows, and the glass door being open, one or two sauntered out onto the flagged walk. Merrily they came along the gravel drive, under the hot sun, dreaming of no danger, Willie clapping his hands and calling, "Look at us, papa!" when right in front of the drawing-room window, the pin which held the body of the cart down, by some means became displaced, the cart tilted up, and hay and children were sent flying. Beyond a few bruises, none of the children were injured but one. They had fallen amongst hay or on the spongy lawn, but Willie, the one jewel in the Aspinall casket, pitched with his head on the flagged pavement, and was killed on the spot. Draw we the curtains over consternation and bereavement, and pass on to results. If a change came over Lawrence, it was not for the better. He drank incessantly, became alternately moody and defiant, and added a coping stone to his offences by placing Sarah Mostyn at his table by the side of his wife, and boldly avowing that her child was his child also. Then all the woman rose within Augusta, so long cowed and dispirited. She left the table, and, the insult being repeated, again retired in indignation. Of the servants none had pitied her so much as Cicely, but for whom communication with her friends had been cut off. Often had the former waxed savage over indignities she could neither check nor prevent, but in many little ways the faithful domestic was enabled to ameliorate the condition of her mistress. Now that Mrs. Aspinall, more lovely in her sad womanhood than in her brilliant girlhood, was virtually supplanted, a prisoner under torture in her husband's house, with no tie of motherhood to bind her there, her old nurse, as the mouthpiece of Mrs. Ashton and her Aunt Chadwick, had urged upon her once more the necessity for legal separation, and she no longer turned a deaf ear. When Jabez came to hand over the next quarter's dividends, Travis accompanied him, and then Augusta, in the presence of both her executors, demanded and claimed her right to a legal separation from her husband. Lawrence, taken by surprise, started to his feet, then, resuming to his seat, said, with a scowl and a contemptuous sneer, "You had better obtain a divorce, madam, while you are about it. Mr. Clegg will not object to the cost, if you can only be made Mrs. Clegg by Act of Parliament." It was a cruel and uncalled for sneer, and Travis, firing up, resented it for his friend, who appeared dumbfounded by the suggestion. "If she had been Mrs. Clegg, sir, instead of Mrs. Aspinall, there would have been no necessity now for the interference of friends for her protection." "Of course not," sneered Aspinall. "Mr. Clegg is the white hen that never lays away. And now, having favoured you with one of Mrs. Ashton's pithy proverbs, perhaps, gentlemen, you will favour me by taking your departure. This house and this lady are alike my property." The value he set upon the latter article of property was testified by an immediate application of a horsewhip, so savagely applied that even Bob and Luke, the gardener, drawn thither by Augusta's screams, wrenched the whip from him and covered her escape, the latter declaring he would no longer stay and witness sich wark. To this man, who was also gatekeeper, Cicely crept at nightfall, and offered him a goodly sum down out of her own savings, promising a much larger one for Mrs. Aspinall, with the offer of a new situation at Ardwick, if he would only suffer her ill-used mistress to get clear of that brute's violence. The man, to his credit be it told, refused the money, but opened the gate, and when Lawrence wakened from his sodden sleep at noon the next day, wife, cook, and gardener were missing. The three had walked to Ardwick, and once there, though Augusta found sad havoc had been made in the place, all was her own, carriage included, and the domestics in charge welcomed her with gladness. Without waiting for even the show of a breakfast, Augusta hurried like a frightened bird to her mother's nest in George Street, where alone she felt secure. Jabez and Travis were summoned, and when Aspinall, recovering from his stupor, sought his human property at Ardwick, he found the trustee under his father's will, and Mr. Lilly holding the place for Augusta in right of his trust. And in George Street he was refused admission, Mrs. Ashton justifying her daughter's flight with self-preservation is the first law of nature. A good Jack makes a good Jill. It is the last straw breaks the camel's back. If you sow the wind, you must reap the whirlwind. He who beats his friend makes an enemy. He threatened, and she answered, "Threatened folk live long. You had best, Mr. Aspinall, keep your breath to cool your porridge. Augusta's friends will defend her from her only enemy. Pending separation, you see her no more." He never saw her more. The deed of separation was sealed, but never signed. With Augusta, all good angels seemed to have flown from Fallowfield. In his demoniac possession, he strove to blacken her character, to find himself met with laughter. His own life had been so chaste. Whilst, as if to refute him, when she took refuge with her mother, Jabez deemed it a point of honour to retreat. Accordingly, he took up his temporary abode with Travis in delicacy towards her, and as a check upon himself. No act or thought or word of his must give an evil tongue a chance to foul that spotless woman with its slime. In the midst of all this, Aspinall's embarrassments increased. Creditors pressed, writs showered in upon him, Barrett foreclosed, and men were put in possession of the Grange. He flew to his old remedy, and it drove him mad. Lancaster Gaol for debtors loomed upon him. From his chamber window he beheld a sheriff's officer approach with a warrant. His cavalry pistols were in his dressing-room. A sharp report rang through the house. Lawrence Aspinall, in the prime of life, delirious with drink, driven to desperation by his own profligate excess, set a blood-red seal on the deed of separation. 10 years had passed from the partnership of Ashton, Chadwick, and Clegg, years in which money well employed had multiplied itself. Jabez was a rich man, a man of influence in the town, no longer the amateur artist but the patron of art, as well Henry Liverseege and others could have told. As he had been one of the first promoters and directors of the Manchester Mechanics' Institution, so was he now the supporter of the Royal Institution for the Advancement of Art, and seeing farther than Mr. Ashton, who, as a member of the New Quay Navigation Company, had opposed the Act for a railway between Manchester and Liverpool, he threw his energy into the project, and helped to carry it out, his cousin Travis working with him. His widowerhood had cast a gloom over him for a time, but he left himself small leisure for morbid reflection, and that was cheered by the prattle of his little Nelly. Then came the crash at Fallowfield, and when darkness set upon Aspinall and his deeds, light broke upon the path of Jabez Clegg. At first a mere ray, but he worked the more cheerfully in its light. It was not hope for himself, it was merely a joyful consciousness that there was hope and calm in the sky over the head of their fluttering and wounded dove, and that Augusta could now rest in peace with her mother in the house at Ardwick, with no dread of a brutal husband bursting in on them unawares. He came and went as friend and executor, but it was long before it flashed upon his comprehension that the fearful ordeal through which Augusta had passed but brought his old master's daughter closer to him, or that the prayer old Simon had taught was being answered to the full. That which was above rubies had blessed his life, and kept his human heart warm whilst his coast had enlarged. He had been kept from the evil of a wilful and capricious wife, and at last, when he had resigned all prospect of setting the purified pearl as a star on his own breast, it dropped into his hand, unsought, solicited. He had schooled his heart, we know. He had married from a sense of duty and grateful compassion. He was a faithful husband to a true wife, and when he lost her he mourned her as a valued friend. But though all the early love of his being had been kept alive and in a ferment by the sufferings of Augusta, as an honourable man he suffered no word or look to betray more than a friend's sympathy. And still he kept as strong a guard over himself, though the tragic end of Lawrence had set her free once more. The last fatal act struck a sensitive chord in Augusta's nature. There was no exultation at release. For a time she lost sight of his profligacy and cruelty, and accused herself of having hastened the catastrophe by leaving him to his own unbridled will, and the temptress by his side. She wept for the handsome lover who had captivated her young fancy. She mourned for the besotted soul gone to its account with all its imperfections rampant. "Let her alone," said Mrs. Ashton to her sister. "The sharpest shower wears itself out soonest. She will come to her senses long before her crape is worn out." Mrs. Ashton was a true prophetess. For a long time the Fallowfield tragedy cast a shadow over the house at Ardwick, and they led very retired lives. Then harp and piano were heard once more, visitors were admitted, and the mansion that Kezia and Cicely united in declaring worse than a nunnery grew bright and cheerful, though the widow's needs were not cast aside. Kitty had been laid under the mould while Augusta was yet a bride. Almost 2 years had elapsed. Suitors in plenty had been attracted by the wealthy young widow's many charms, her old admirer Mr. Marsland among the rest. Yet Mrs. Aspinall showed no disposition to change her state, and the one man who had loved her longest and best was not of the number at her feet. He scorned to importune now in his widowerhood for the love withheld when they were both young. He counted age by events, not years. It was for Augusta now. She who had been taught by her very husband's taunts and sneers to think upon the true man she had set aside, to think of him daily and hourly with rapidly strengthening attachment, and think of him as one who had dropped her from the book of his life for ever. Her whole thought was how could she become worthy of the love of such a man. Yet every day and hour the fear pressed heavily upon her that the quiet virtues of Ellen had driven her out of his heart altogether. Of all her guests, he was the one most welcome, most desired, but he was the one she received with most reserve, the one whose stay was briefest, whose visits fewest. Business appeared to have more imperative claims on him than when he had his way to make, and Augusta, whose sables had long since been cast aside, seemed to wear them on her heart. The vivacity which had never wholly forsaken her in all her trials forsook her now. She grew listless and melancholy. Meanwhile Captain Richard Chadwick had come home on half pay to brighten up the somewhat dull house in George Street and comfort the old folk, to say nothing of astonishing Sim and Nelly with his long yarns and adventures. Sim always spent part of his vacations with Mr. Clegg, who well paid back to Bess all her early care for him. He indulged the boy's craving for books and pencils, first implanted by himself, and in which he saw the dawn of his future career. That which in his own case had been repressed and subordinated to trade and money-making should not be so checked in that boy, and old Simon, to whom the lad appeared a marvel, never ceased to pride himself on his forecast in pronouncing Jabez a godsend. It was during the second summer of her widowhood, when Augusta accompanied her mother, not a whit the less stately than of yore, to Carr Cottage for the first time since her attempted elopement, that the feeling of all she had cast from her, and all that she had brought upon herself, all that might have been and now never would be, pressed heaviest upon her. She had gone thoughtfully over the old ground. had trod the nettle-grown Lovers' Walk, and sat down upon the open window-ledge at the stair-foot as once before, and wept tears of penitent bitterness. How long she sat there she could not tell. She was weeping for a life lost and a love rejected. As once before, the voice of Jabez, whom she imagined 18 miles away, broke upon her solitude, but now it thrilled through her. There was a light touch upon her shoulder. "Mrs. Aspinall?" She shuddered.
"Oh, don't call me by that name, here,"
broke from her imploringly. "What name shall I call you by?" half wonderingly. Then, in a lower, semi-smothered tone of entreaty, "Augusta." Lower sank her head in her hands, but there was no answer save her sobs. It was thus he had addressed her there once before. "Augusta," and this time the hand on her shoulder shook. "Augusta, dear Augusta, once on this very spot I found you weeping thus, and I begged to be allowed to share your grief. I told you I would give my life to serve you. What I said then I repeat now. I would give my life to serve you, and you know it." He gently drew one hand from her agitated face. "Tell me your trouble as you would tell it to a brother." A brother! Ah, that was it! She drew her hand back, but she did not rise, and her sobs seemed to choke her. Again he took her hand, and his other arm went round her soothingly, protectingly. "Oh, Augusta, this is inexpressibly painful to me. I love you as man never loved woman. Can you not tell me what troubles you?" And the earnest tenderness of his voice made strange music in her ears. He had seated himself on the narrow window-ledge beside her, and now he thought she was about to punish his presumption and quit him haughtily as before. But no, she only slid from his arm to his very feet, and cried with still covered face,
"Oh, Jabez, dear Jabez, forgive me all I made you suffer here, for oh, I have repented bitterly."
He was stunned, bewildered. His passionate declaration of love was made as a claim to her confidence, not to her affection, and now, dear Jabez! Did he hear aright? For an instant he was silent from very incapacity to speak. Her bent head touched his knees. Slowly, reverently, as if she had been a saint, with every nerve of his strong frame trembling with emotion, he raised her from the ground. But no arm went round her now. He held both her hands in his, and looked steadfastly down upon her, but no answer made he to her plea for pardon. Constraint in voice and words was apparent and painful, but emotion grew too strong for control. Augusta, Augusta, what is the meaning of this? For God's sake, do not mislead me. I seem on the threshold of heaven or madness. Is it possible that I, plain Jabez Clegg, can be dear to you? Dearer than life." Clear, full, and earnest came the words from her soul. Clear and truthful were the eyes that now sought his. Thank God! He held her in his arms with a straining clasp, which told how long they had quivered to embrace her so. Her eyes lit up with an intensity of love she knew not he could feel, and never had his lips met woman's in such fond kisses as he pressed on hers. The concentrated love of years seemed gathered to a focus then. "Life of my life," he called her, and she knew and felt it was so. If the shade of the departed Ellen could have looked upon them there, remembering how she had rushed to his embrace in that very spot, and how different had been the kiss imprinted on her wifely brow, would she have reproached him? I wist not. It is needful to add that before the summer waned, the Manchester man, rapidly rising into public note and favour, entered into another partnership, or that Jabez Clegg, in right of Augusta his wife, took possession of the mansion at Ardwick, to the satisfaction of Mrs. Ashton, who said, "Better late than never," or to tell how the trade of Ashton, Chadwick, Clegg and Company continued to extend, or that Travis remained co. to the end of the chapter, the children's co. never taking a wife unto himself. The end. End of chapter the 47th.